Hello everyone, I am Tacit and welcome to the Brighter Shores live stream. Today we ended up getting the Enchanted Trees update on April 28th, and good thing they delayed it a day, because this is the launch day. However, of course this is not Monday, and it's good because I was so busy yesterday on Monday that even if they did it yesterday, I would not be able to do it. However, I do have some time right now, so yeah, let's go over this. So we ended up getting Enchanted Trees. Alchemists can now brew tree enchantment potions at the potion station. These potions allow you to enchant trees of your choice in Hope Forest. There are 10 different potions, each corresponding to a different species of tree. Only a single tree of each species can be enchanted at a time. So, okay. So you would just do whatever one is more favorable. What does the enchantment do, though? You can change which tree is enchanted by making another potion and using it on a different tree. Okay, so you could change what tree is your target, but by just making another potion. Seems straightforward enough. Once your tree has been enchanted, it will stay enchanted until you choose to enchant a different tree. So it's permanent until you move it somewhere else or to a more favorable location. And then once you have it at your favorite location, you would just leave it there. The reagents for tree enhancement potions are rare drops from various Hope Port and Hope Forest. Oh no, I don't have all Hope Forest foes unlocked because I've never bothered going a single foe pack, so there might be a chance I can't get all the reagents. Luckily some are auto unlocked, but I'll have to kill them at like level 0. There are some auto unlocked for Hope Forest, but I don't have every enemy for Hope Forest, so this might be a problem with getting some of the reagents. Hopefully it's stuff I have. Hopefully most of them are Hope Port because I have everything in Hope Port unlocked. But I have 0 points in Hope Forest, so yeah, we need to put at least 1 in it. I probably should do that next, honestly. Not just for this, but, just in general, since I can't even really see the order properly, since I don't even have a single point into it. You can find all the information of the new potions, including what their reagents are, and which species of tree they enhance, in the Alchemist Profession interface. Quality of life. The view recipe and view rewards options no longer clear your action queue. Oh, that's great. I hated that this kept clearing it, so I couldn't really check it as often. Balancing changes. The kobolds in the kobold arena will now give bonus coins if you give them a weapon that is better than what they asked for. This matches the Rock Eater and Bone Tron 8,000 bounties. Oh, I didn't even realize that was the case. Mostly because I mostly did the smithing bounties, and I made sure to always do tier 1. Just in case this wasn't a thing. But yeah, this wasn't a thing prior, but now it is. It was for the other two, apparently, but yeah, now it's also for kobold. But I made sure to always just give them 1 star anyways, but now it is fine to give them 2 star or higher. Well, really only 2 star. You probably want to keep all your 3 stars for making equipment later down the line, assuming you still have bank space for it. Anyways, bug fixes. Fix weapon cards to properly use new one-handed and two-handed icons. I thought some of them were off before, but yeah, now they're fixed. After delivering a weapon to the Rock Eater, the camera will return to your chosen zoom. The storage rift deposit all option will now work if you open the menu before you enter the room containing the storage rift. Wait, will now work if you open the menu before... Oh, interesting. So you weren't able to room travel with it. So if you had it open in the previous room, it wouldn't really work properly, but now it does. Okay. Fix the order of the Cape Bank to match the order of professions in the profession interface, because they changed that at one point. Fix missing milestone numbers on episode Cape items, and fix various typos. Also, one other thing to mention, I put in the title, but worth also mentioning, the Easter event that came out at the beginning of April. This ends on April 5th, so if you want to do it, it ends in literally 1 week from today. 1 week from today is also probably among one of the bigger patches we've had in a while, in that it should be the first ever 7-star quest being added to the game of Fractured Realities. What will this do? We have no clue. But this is the first and only 7-star quest in the game. Are they going to go 8, 9, and 10? Who knows? But as far as current star levels are concerned, this is the highest tier quest to ever exist so far. Unfortunately, the upcoming Rags to Riches I will be gone for. I will be gone by the 24th, so the last thing we'll be able to go over is mining bounties, which unfortunately isn't actually that good. So the last big thing we'll be able to go over, or basically we'll be able to go over the next 4 things. The Enchanted Trees today, Fractured Reality, which is probably the biggest thing we'll have before I go on May 4th, which, oh, hopefully that gets delayed. I actually do have an appointment that day too. So I'm going to have to do this on May 5th. It might have to be the day after. I hope they delay it again. They delayed this by a day. Hopefully they delay this by a day too. But they've been working on it for a while, so they might actually do it on a Monday. I'm hoping they do it on Tuesday because I'm actually busy that day. Alchemist is then getting buffed with Blacksmith. And the last one we'll be able to go over is mining bounties. Then what we're going to do is basically per month, once we get back from the trip in like very late August, early September, Once we get back, we'll basically go over all the smaller updates every single time, like, you know, the stations, the bounties, stuff like that. We'll go over like one per one whole month every single stream. So everything from June, or everything from late May to June, we'll do in one. Then you know, everything from July to August, we'll do in another, so on and so forth. So we'll have basically one stream per all the smaller updates, and then one individual stream for each of the quests. So we'll do one individual quest thing per each. So Rags to Riches I'll do as his own stream. If there's another one coming out in like August or something, we'll do that in his own stream. But those would be, you know, after we get back, as we'll be gone for about 3 months and a few months, or a few weeks from now. But anyways, let's go into what we currently have. Enchanted Trees. So, what do these do? I have no clue. I don't know. Let's go do one and see what it does. Because it didn't actually say what they did. I guess for the surprise to figure it out. But it enchants them. All right, let's go see what it does. It'll probably make the tree all glowy. What is the actual effect of it, though? Let's start with the lowest tier. So, tier 0. Is there one for tier 0? Oh, wait, I'm in woodcutting. I need to be in alchemy. Is there one for tier 0? There is. Juniper tree. Okay. You get this as early as level 32. That's pretty early for one of these features. But, Juniper's actually right next to me, too. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. I'm level 25 now. You know what I haven't grabbed yet? There's a shortcut right here that I can start using. But more importantly, this is the one for, the Durer Bean, the one that makes your shields for Cryo Knight. So, man, it's a pretty nice, little gem right there. That now upgrades our, ability to go find geodes whenever we go do those, which is one of those you have to do because you can't buy them from shops. So that's a really good one to end up unlocking. And now we don't have to go as heavy on woodcutting now. Anyways, let's go do all these other things we need. So what do I need for this recipe? We need an acorn. How do I get an acorn? Acorns are prized by goblins because they are not found in the mines. Dropped infrequently from goblin soldiers. Oh, that's actually rather convenient. Because my best thing I could be killing right now are goblin soldiers at level 18 for my current milestone. So let's go kill them. Okay, let's go over to Hopeport. Alright, we'll do these one at a time, starting all the way from the beginning. Hopefully most of these are in Hopeport. Hopefully the first 5 are in Hopeport and then the other 5 are in Hope Forest. Because I have access to very, very few Hope Forest enemies. And I only have them available at like the lowest possible level. So hopefully that doesn't hurt the drop rate of whatever this material is. Because I'll be fighting them at like level 0 pretty much. While we're level like 19 and a half. Alright, let's go and store away this little bit of junk. And yeah, I guess we're going to be forced to have to train combat. I've been meaning to get another 30 levels. Which we'll probably use on Hope Forest so we can go kill all the enemies there since we still have 0 points in there. It's actually still the only chapter I have 0 points in. Of course, one thing we actually did do, I did this on the 10-year anniversary to channel off stream. But we did finally get level 10 Forager. This was just done by, you know, picking up bones and other various things. But yeah, we did finally get it. Obviously, we're already at like level 43, 44 before because of Monument. But yeah, I did finally max it out. It was done off stream, but yeah, that is technically our first ever max skill. Despite it being done off stream. It is our first ever max skill. Also, I finished the Easter event on all of the accounts, but don't forget, only 1 week remaining if you want to go complete it by next week's Monday or whenever they do that one patch. Expect next week's Monday. This event will be gone. So if you still need to do it, yeah, you got a week left. You need to do it by reset on next Monday. Alright, let me go store away all this stuff, and yeah, let's go train combat, I guess. It's forcing us to have to kill our best in slot enemy at the moment. We do have our good equipment, right? No, I'm using blue stored right now. Let me go back to, I don't have, cryo potions right now. I don't know, do I have cryo potions in the bank? I should. How many cryos do I have? I'll use cryos to speed this up. Which are all items. I'm looking for cryo pots. Where are they? Potions. They're not weak to blue, but, should still be enough strength to be worth it. Strength potions, here we go. I don't have a lot of them, though. Alright, we'll just do it with our normal weapon, I guess. Yeah, we'll just do it with standard weapon. It's not that big a deal. Give me my big wacky weapon. Where is the big wacky weapon? Big wacky weapon, where are you? Oh, it's only 3-star? I thought it was 4-star. Yeah, I think it's this one right here is our big wacky weapon. Should be more base damage, assuming we're not using blue potions. It's 12 stronger. Though, of course, if we were using blue potions, we would have a little bit more strength over this thing. Oops, that's not how you do that. Store this away, and this should be the main weapon we need for everything. Plus, we don't need to worry about typings now, since everything is weak to, this. Oh, this is gonna be really crowded, especially if everyone's doing this in order. That's funny. No drop so far, says someone. Oh, no. Oh, we got a lot of people right here added already. Also, hello, hello. Alright, they said no drop so far, so these must be pretty rare. I guess you really don't want to change your tree location. But I didn't think about that. These rooms are going to be so crowded. Because everyone might have the same idea as us, and it's like, oh yeah, let's go in order. But yeah, let's see how many it takes to get it. We're looking for an acorn. Worst comes to worst, is this the best combat XP we can be getting right now? Alright, 0 drops on milestone 0, so that means it might scale based on your thing. Also, I was hoping I wouldn't need potions here. It's a little unfortunate that I do. I got potatoes, don't need those, but I'll still pick it up, I guess. Up. Oh no, there's so many people here, it's gonna be kind of hard to get a kill thingy. Alright, we'll grab our pokes, go over there. Stay away from the carnivorous plants. Why, is there a bunch of people there? Each one camping one? There's one carnivorous plant room that has a really weird room limit, too. The carnivorous plant rooms have weird player limits compared to the average room. Whereas these have proper room limits. But because carnivorous plant is like a weird, large gathering room, but also a large, weird combat room, I think that room's allowed to have like 10 people. Whereas a normal combat room like this, I think only is allowed to have like 4 or 5. So it can never get like too overly crowded in this room. But it's not the case for carnivorous plants. It's probably going to be the most annoying one to get, if that's one of the reagents for it. But yeah, see how long it takes to get an acorn. I was hoping we could get all of them this stream, but depending on how rare they are, maybe we won't be able to. But we're definitely going to try, if nothing else. See how it goes. Because ideally, I want to get the reagent for every single thing. However, some people mentioned they weren't getting it at level 0, so I might have to put off doing any of them from Hope Forest. So let's go check what we need for each one. And hope that none of them say Hope Forest until later. So this one was Acorn from the Goblin. We already checked that one. Tier 1 is what? Oh, so hello, Isabel. Welcome. Sorry about that. Oh, so hello, Fire Strike. Hello, Isabel. Hello, everyone else. Welcome. Hope been having a wonderful week so far. Alright, let me go check this. View recipe. I need a nut from a Goblin Chief, so those are right next door. Unfortunately, those are pretty high level, so I'm not sure if I should kill them at this level or one level below. Don't kill. Come on. Kill. No! No! My armor has failed me. I don't know, maybe I should bring out the cryopots. Because it's better than drinking one heal. Let me go buy a bunch of plus 40 cryos. Let's see. Quarterstaff. I mean, not quarter... whatever this is. Quartermaster. Not quarterstaff. Where's my big wacky weapon? Where's my correctly leveled big wacky weapon? Wait, it's only at 78% though. I would have to use an even weaker weapon because of the percent. You know what, I'm just sticking with the wacky weapon. I'm just gonna use smaller heal pots or something. I should have smaller heal pots in the bank. Worst comes to worst, let's buy like a bunch of 25%, because the heal pot I have right now is a little bit too strong to be using on these things. So let me go get a weaker healing potion. So we're not using something as big for such a small heal. For the other enemy, we might want to go use this bigger one. But for the current enemy we're on, even 40% is a little overkill. Give me the 30%, I guess. Are these the slightly more expensive one here? I think they are. Healing pot. Yeah, because they got boosted by 5%. Yeah, they're only like 6 silver each. They're fine. That seems perfectly fine. Alright, we're getting more than that per kill. Alright, let's go back to them. We'll grab our wall plants on our way. These are also for the best healing pot in the game. These are 52% healing pots. I can't make them yet, but we'll eventually be able to make them at some point in the future. And getting the one reagent is nice, so we could just go and... Actually, no, we already have infinite of the other reagent. The other one is kelp. So these are actually free. Every single one of these that we get is basically a free 52% healing potion at some point. We can't make them yet, but at some point we will. But yeah, let me go check the rest of the enemies we gotta go kill while we go keep killing goblins. And now I'm just gonna go throw one healing pot every single battle, and that should be fine. We need to go buy some more soon, but yeah, we'll do that when we run out of 0. I was hoping we'd get the acorn before we need to buy more. I was hoping within 100 kills we'd get the acorn. Is it rarer than that? I have no clue. But we'll find out. Because at this point, I might just go for all of them today. And see how far that gets us. But I think I might try for all of them. Assuming it's not from Hope Forest. I won't do any Hope Forest one. Because I'm way too under-leveled and it might be based on your level. But I will do every single one that's in Hope Port. So let me see. So, Ash Tree was from the other goblin nearby. We already checked that. So the first 2 are from the goblins. One of each goblin. The next one for Poplar Tree is from ghouls. That is also from this chapter. Good. It seems like the first 5 are all going to be from the earlier chapters. That's huge. Because that means I actually have access to them at the highest possible level. Oak trees are from... Oh, no. Okay, that's the first one I can't do. So oak trees are from goblins from the next chapter. I can kill them at level 29. However, I cannot kill them at their higher level. So if it is reduced rate for them being lower level, I cannot do this. This is not something we know for sure yet. But I have a feeling that might be the case. If it's not, I could. But the problem is if it is reduced rate based on, you know, if you do something way under-leveled, then that might not be a good idea to do. Oh, no, we'll see. Maybe we'll try it some. Let's go see the other ones. Next is Teak Tree, which is from another thing from that chapter, Wendigos. Once again, they're only level 33. Mine are not upgraded any further than that level. So I'd be fighting them at, like, 20 milestones lower than my combat level. Hopefully that doesn't make the drop rate worse. So if nothing else, at least they would die instantly. Other things that we have include bamboo, which I don't think I would ever really need a chop, but ends up getting from the Viper Fang. Once again, I would only be able to do this at level 37. Luckily, it seems like they're doing all the ones you have by default, which is nice. So even with 0 milestones, you can still do this, even with no milestone combats into the chapter. It looks like they made it on all the enemies you'd be able to do, even if you're like me and have 0 combat things in the chapter. Next is another one that is, I already have unlocked. You unlock this at level 41, which I do have, even though we have milestone 0 for, or Faux Pack 0 for, Forest of Thorns. I mean, not wrong game. Forest of Thorns. I mean, Hope Forest. For Gems of War, one of the new things that came out for the spring event is from Forest of Thorns. Wrong forest. Anyways, and that's as far as I can go. Okay, so only the first 3 are from this chapter, so let's try prioritizing those first, since we actually get really good XP rate from them. And then we'll worry about the other stuff. But yeah, this acorn seems to be pretty rare. I don't think anyone in this room has gotten it yet. Though then again, the 2 people that were here earlier that we had added got it. But some people are doing on milestone 0, so maybe just got unlucky. Oh no, no XP waste has been in here since we got here. Which implies he was already farming them, you know, for some amount of time. But I'm not sure how rare these things are. Like an hour-long drop, more or less. But we'll keep going until we get at least one, if nothing else. I kind of want to go for all of them, but, you know, if each one takes over an hour, there's no way I can go for all of them right now. We also don't know if fighting them at a way lower level decreases your rate. Because if it is, I probably shouldn't even bother with any from Hope Forest at the moment until I get to level 20 milestone. Otherwise, I'll be fighting them at effectively level 0. Which, if they get reduced rate for low level, then, yeah, I'm pretty much never going to get it then. As we are way over leveled to be killing them at level 0 right now. But we'll see how long it takes to get each one. Hopefully we'll get lucky on some of them. This is pretty much like the first, like, rare drop in the game, in a sense. No collection log, unfortunately. Though I guess we do have the card log, if nothing else. Because if you haven't done it before, then, yeah, you know, you wouldn't have the card. Oh, you forgot they drop potatoes? Yeah, we're gonna get a lot of potatoes from this. I did not get, like, any tier 9 potatoes when I was doing Forager. Mostly because we're getting so few things from Forager, but also because I knew we would get, like, so many potatoes from these guys over time. This would be our source of high-tier potatoes, realistically. Where's all the enemies that aren't tagged yet? Oh, no! He just killed it. There we go. That one over there. But that's the only problem with doing it today. Every single room is going to be max crowded. At least they've done updates in the past to make sure that the room cap is never going to make it too overly crowded. But yeah, that's pretty much the game plan. We're going to go and get, I guess, at bare minimum, all 3 that are in Hope Forest. Which means we're going to need to kill these 3 enemies. A level 18 Goblin, which shouldn't be too bad. A level 25 Goblin, which could be rough. I might have to double heal or bring out the better heal pots. Because by the time we get there, we're only going to be like level 21 probably. So we're going to be a 4-level disadvantage. And what else? Is that it? There was like one other one. What was the third? There was like a third that was in Hope Forest. Which one was it? Was it Carnivorous Plant or something else? What was it? It's whatever this one was. View recipe. Ghouls was the other one. Okay. Oh, there's a problem with ghouls, though. I probably have to do them a level down. Ghouls are a little rough to try to take right now. They're level 43. I don't think I could kill that. We're gonna have to take the really, weakened, other one. Oops, that's the wrong thing, but right there. Yeah, we're gonna have to take them at the previous milestone for ghouls. So in some degree, we should almost go do ghouls first. We'll do goblins first since we're already here. Because ghouls are the easiest enemy we'll have to take out, because there's no way I could take them 23 levels higher than what I am right now. So it'd be forced to have to take it lower. Whereas these goblins are my optimal thing to be training on right now. And the other goblins, if we do ghouls next, would be our optimal thing. So I think that's our game plan. We'll do goblin first, then we'll do ghoul to earn up a little bit of XP. And then by the time we're level like 22 or whatever it'd be by then, we could hopefully take out the level 25 goblins and get them for really good XP as well. So that'll be the game plan. We'll do goblins first, then ghouls, then goblin chiefs. And those are probably the only 3 we'll do since I don't have access to Hope Forest milestones. However, I will put my next combat into Hope Forest so that if we ever do want to go get those, we'll be able to. So what are the 3 trees we'll have access to then? So we'll have access to Juniper Tree, which oddly enough, I think is my best tree I could even do for woodcutting right now, so that's rather convenient. The Ash Tree, which is used for shields for what's it called? Both of these are a, resource. These are both Bonerite resources. Junipers for Bonerite and Ash Trees are for Bonerite. Bonerite, so much so, Ash Trees are one of them you can't even buy from a shop. They're only from making it yourself since they're a shield material. And the other one is Poplar Tree. I don't think Poplar is used for anything too useful. Most of these are really heavy Bonerite related material. We don't get any of like the really good ones till later. Let me guess, Yew Tree's like the final one. It's gonna be really annoying if that's the case. No, it's Suave. Wait, where is Yew then? Hickory. Okay, good. Yew is not the final tier. That's the one that needed for the bigger weapon in each one. Mahogany. Oh, Mahogany is good for next chapter though. Pine. Bamboo. Wait, does every tree tier not have one? Teak. That's the other one that's gonna be good for next chapter. Because that's a construction resource. Or not construction, whatever you call it. Builder. When do you get yews? Oak tree. Does yew tree never get it? Oh no. Yew tree is an outlier. Unless I'm missing something here, yew tree does not get a potion. Is that the only material that doesn't? Well, let's say they added 10 potions, so how many tree material are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So what are the 3 that didn't get it? Willow branches definitely didn't. Cypress branches didn't. And apparently yew tree didn't. So they chose bamboo stakes over yew tree. That's rather interesting. So whatever this enhancement does, those 3 trees don't get it. Of those 3 trees, the only one that is relevant is yew tree. Yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Yew trees do not get the benefit from this. I wish I would have replaced out bamboo for yew. But I am curious what the enchant does. As far as things that it could do, it could let you get multiple logs from one tree. It could give you double logs from the same tree. It could give you a special log, though I don't think it's doing that, because there's no material thing to go make it into. I'm trying to think of what enchant could do. I wonder if they're going to make the trees into AFK, because that'd be huge. 5 logs per tree? Oh, nice! Okay. So it's like mini AFK tree then. Ooh, okay. That is really interesting, because that means you can set it up into a loop where you do that tree and then do one other tree. Like basically you chop one standard tree, you then take the enchanted tree, and assumably the enchanted tree shares a respawn timer with the normal tree. I would sure hope so, because if that's the case, you could use the respawn timer on the standard tree while you're chopping the enhanced tree to basically chop 2 normal trees and then the enhance, and then by the time you finish it, the enhance should be ready. Then you just grab, you know, another normal tree nearby or 2 and then do the enhance and keep repeating it that way. Okay, so it's like a somewhat less quick intensive way of doing woodcutting. Hey, that's pretty good. It's not like super AFK, but it does lead to some interesting resource routes where you don't have to touch like every tree in the area. Oh yeah, I'm gonna put this into alchemy. Alchemy is kind of our next pivot. I do kind of want to put this into Bonerite, but we're not in the chapter, so I'm gonna use this for some combat XP as well, since we kind of do want some combat XP right now. So I'm gonna put this into alchemy, since I won't be doing it before, but after I come back from the trip, one of our biggest priorities for Brighter Shores, other than catching up on all the updates that we missed for the last 3 months, once we get back in like early September or late August. But once I get back, one of my main priorities is going to be maxing alchemy. Assuming they don't rework alchemy by then, other than maybe add alchemy bounties, which would be great. Though I probably don't plan to use them too much. That's their higher rarity, because I want to keep the potions. But anyways, alchemy is our next target. That and probably milestone 10, all mines of Batubin. But definitely alchemy. all in on alchemy is probably the first priority once we get caught up. Especially if alchemy bounties are out by then, and or other enhancements. We already know the station upgrades are going to be coming in a few weeks, or whenever that is. I think it's before the trip, actually. So we'll be able to see what that does. But, oh, is this an upgrade? It is not. Oh, wow, I still have a 4-star. I forgot. We were using luck potions like crazy last time we were doing combat. I'm pretty much in like full 4-star gear right now. Some of which we crafted, some of which we got as actual drops. It's easy to tell which one we crafted, because any of them that aren't level 6, we got from crafting it. So we crafted our legs and we crafted our helm. Any that are exactly 6 we did not craft. Though I say that, one of them might have been. I might have gone max level on all of them, I'm not sure. Because I could have sworn maybe the gloves were crafted. Because it's technically possible for it not to get downgraded if every drop we got was level 6. But if a single one wasn't level 6, it'd be downgraded to, you know, like 3 or 4, whatever number it would average out to. Wait, enhances all trees of that type? Wait, what? Wait. I thought it said only one tree. Or does it mean you can only enhance one tree at a time? Wait. It enchants all trees of the type? Because the way I understood it is it enhances one tree of every type. But it's just one of all of a type of tree? That is crazy good. Wait. Wait. Especially because you can queue them all. You can queue an entire inventory of logs. Hold up, that's like 3 minutes AFK, depending on the tree. Wait, hold. What tree am I doing right now? Maybe I should go do the juniper one. Wait, hold. Hold all the holds. That's actually crazy. Oh, I thought this was the seed for a second because it was a different color. All it is a useless 4-star piece of armor, and it looks ugly. No, I don't care about 4-star armor, even though this is an amazing drop. I thought that was the acorn, because it was a different color. Oh, now I gotta wear this ugly plate body. Well, back to, Missouri body, I guess. Give me Missouri body back. Oh yeah, I can't do it during combat. Give me back Missouri body and legs, I guess. Oh, that's unfortunate. At least that'll make us tanky enough to not die to Goblin now. I might not even need healing pots now. So I guess that's a pretty good drop. It technically is an amazing drop. If we weren't caring about the acorn right now, that's like one of the best drops we could have gotten. It's the only piece of gear I didn't have 4-star on because I'm not using shield. So I'm literally in full 4-star right now. That is crazy. I hope they had better bonuses for it, like set bonuses and stuff down the line though for 4-star gear. Because they're going to be doing a lot of stuff for special attacks at some point, but they need to do it for armor too. Otherwise no one's going to use a higher than like 3-star armor unless they get lucky. Because it's not worth the time to go craft from hand in Chapter 5 your own 4-star armor compared to 3-star. It just takes too long for how little benefit it would be. But yeah, I don't like the appearance of this, so we're going to go back to Missouri real quick for the Easter costume. Also, don't forget last week to finish the Easter event if you haven't already. Oh yeah, I might as well switch to the Easter cape too. It looks a little bit weird with the other cape. I'm just going to go full Easter other than the helm, which is from the Halloween event. But I'll rock the Easter outfit since today's the last week to get it. So I did finish it on all the other accounts, so we're good to go on it. But yeah, what resource am I getting right now? Because if I can only do one single tree, I might want to do a better tree than whatever one I'm trying to do right now. Because right now, I'm doing... Oh, never mind. This is the one I actually need. Never mind. Okay. If I do any one, this should be the only one I go for. Because juniper trees are literally the tree I need to do for woodcutting. So, yeah. Oh, wait. No, it's not. Yes, it is. In 3 more levels, juniper is my best in slot tree. So I can't do it, like, literally right now. Unfortunately, I would have to go a tier below. But realistically, if I was to keep only one tree enchanted, it should be juniper, because that'll be my next training method. But obviously, we can just lower it. It's here to go mess with it for a little bit right now. But I need an AFK to 28, which we're currently doing right now anyway, so that works out. And then we get access to the juniper trees. We'll still be able to show it, but yeah, I guess that's the only one I need to go for then. Because I kind of misread that. I assumed you could do one of each tree type. I didn't realize it was enchant all of a given tree type. So we're going to use on juniper then. Because that is our best in slot tree we could be using it on. At least it will be in like one day once we AFK to it. But yeah, the wording was a little bit weird. The wording also didn't say what it did. Like, I would still have no clue what it would do if you didn't say what it did. Though I kind of assumed it would be something that would let you AFK to trees a little bit better. But that's not a little bit better. That's a lot of bit better. If you can get 5 logs per tree, In the average room, you can queue up, let's say, I don't know, 4 trees. Juniper's a little bit worse compared to some rooms where you can queue up like 6 or something. But on average, you can queue up like 4 trees. That's basically a full inventory of logs over the course of like 2-3 minutes, and your guy just does it automatically. You just click on every tree once, and then you go away for like a few minutes, and then you keep doing it that way. But that is amazingly good. Juniper is one of the weaker trees to do that on, just because the way they're divided, I think one room has like 3 and then another 3, and you know, it's like all over the place. Or I think one room has 4, one room has 3. It's really weird. So the best we're going to be able to do is chop 20, then store them on storage rift, then chop 20 again, and then put them in storage rift. The good thing about that is it is inside a room with a storage rift. I forget if you can queue the new storage rifts though. I don't think you can. But I'm going to try to queue deposit all and see if it works. I forget if it breaks it these days or not. Because they keep slightly changing what breaks interfaces or not. Like today they made it so checking recipes doesn't break your interface anymore. Or checking the reward thingy. But yeah, how rare is this acorn? Is it like a 1 in 100 drop or something? Because we're like 30-ish kills in and we haven't gotten it. And no XP waste was here before we got here, and he still hasn't left. Which implies he hasn't gotten the drop yet. Also, speaking of things that are way too rare, we are AFKing Corporeal Beast in the Old School RuneScape League. We're in like max Water Mage right now. We even got threads and everything. But yeah, I've still been AFKing that. I gave it another 14-day membership just so I can AFK it while I'm doing other stuff. And then I'm just going to let it expire since I'm not going to be using it all while I'm away for 3 months. But yeah, we already finished the league. We got Dragon rank. I'm at 8 pets now. I'm basically just pet hunting at this point. And the only reason I'm doing Corp is one of the last few bosses I have that are 100% AFK. Where you'll literally just stand there, click it once every like 15 minutes and do nothing. Since the imp just picks up all the resources for you. So if I get a drop, it's just going to pick it up for me and I don't need to worry about it. Which reminds me, I need to drop some of these drops so I could actually pick it up. I'm starting to get too many drops in this inventory. I have to clean it up. Unfortunately, I can't do it while in combat. Just like Brighter Shores! Where it like prevents you from doing like anything with your inventory while in combat. Old School RuneScape slightly with it with some things. Mostly when you're trying to drop a valuable item, which I should probably go make the drop limit a little bit higher for this league. So I can drop them quickly. Otherwise, I can't do it while in combat. Which makes it somewhat less AFK. Because there's a lot of junk items I don't want filling up the inventory. Alright, come on, Acorn. I know you're in there. And this is definitely the right enemy because there's like a billion people here. There's info in the cards? Oh, does it say it? Wait, does it say that it gives 5 logs? Info. Oh, 4 times before it is felled. Okay, interesting. Wait, you just want a different number then? Because that one was only 4, not 5. What is Juniper? Is Juniper a 5? Because they're kind of more spread out, so it makes sense that that one would be a 5. Let me go check it. Alright, there we go. Let me just go drop this real quick. Drop that. Drop that. I really need to change the setting later. Drop that. Drop that. Drop that. Oh, I won't be able to drop that one. That's fine, though. Okay, that's good enough. Anyways, let me go check the recipe for Juniper. Please tell me Juniper is 5. Let's see. Because Junipers are really spread apart with how they are. And 5 would make it a lot more AFK. Info. No, it's only 4. Well, maybe it says 4 extra times? I don't know. We'll see what this does. It says it can be chopped 4 times before it is felled. But does that mean 4 total or 4 additional? I don't know. I guess we'll find out when we do it. That's still 16 logs for the Juniper room. I don't know. Can I tell from the world map how many Junipers are in that room? I don't think I can because it doesn't show them on the map. I think there's 4. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4 something. I think there's like 2 on this side and 2 on this side. And then a storage rift right there. It's like tree, 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 and then storage rift, I think. But I can't remember if this room has 3 or 4. But I know it's the best room to do Juniper in. Because obviously storage rift is like 2 tiles away from the tree. Like there's a tree right there and there's like a storage rift right there or something. Somewhere's around there. Or there's like a tree right there and then like the storage rift right there. Somewhere's around there. It's like 2 tiles away. It's like really close. Alright, where's this acorn? I must have a full inventory of junk. And I'm gonna sell as we get stuff because I have very little storage room left. Just because I have so much 3-star equipment saved. Which, honestly, I need to start combining some together because I'm starting to run out of storage room. And we already did, of course, the quest that gives you more storage for it as well, like 28 more slots or whatever it was, 30 slots. I can't remember how much. But at this point, I guess we're just going only for Juniper, since you can only have one tree active at a time. And it's the tree that I need active right now. But yeah, that means you'd want to save a lot of these reagents for down the line, because you want to keep switching them to whatever your best tree is at a given time. If you are going to camp a tree, you might want to do it on something that's favorable for something in the future. Like, for example, before Chapter 5 comes out, you might want to go and upgrade your teaks and or mahoganies, so you can get a ton of teaks and mahoganies. I believe there's a really good teak route as well, because teak is, oh, no, it's not. Never mind. I thought teak was in a storage room. No, mahogany is, though. Oh, this room right here is crazy. There's 3 mahoganies. I'm not sure what the respawn rate is like. But you can go mahogany, 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 storage rift, and if they respawn in that time, that is crazy good for mahogany logs. But yeah, teak's a bit worse. Teak is quite a bit further from a storage rift. Like, a lot further, actually. But mahogany is so good. Hopefully mahogany logs are good for builder. Because combined with the shiny trees, or enhanced trees, enchanted trees, whatever they're called. Enchanted trees combined with the fact that it's in a storage room, you'd get so much builder supplies there. So that'd be great for getting it all. Nope. There's right about 40 goblins killed now. Like 30, 40, somewhere around there. 15 or so? Okay, we've killed quite a bit more. I keep forgetting, where we are right now is like so close to Hope Forest. I keep forgetting they're nearby because they always teleport rather than walking. Also because they made that road so large. Oh no! We got the useless reagents. Give me those, I guess. Let me go telly back. Alright, we're gonna have to telly every inventory since I have so little storage. Oh, he's doing it on milestone 0 though. That's interesting. Yeah, we're doing it on like max milestone right now. You know, not literally max, but the highest we can currently do. Which is actually great because they're our current best thing to be farming for XP, so this patch came at a very convenient time. As the best thing we could be killing is the goblin, and the thing I need to be killing is goblin, and the thing that goblin enhances is literally the next tree I need to do. Like, it couldn't possibly be more aligned to my current level range. I promise I had no clue what this patch would have been. But everything is so perfectly aligned other than needing like 2.5 more woodcutting levels. But otherwise, I have the exact woodcutting level, the exact combat level, and everything for this update today. For the next one I need. Very convenient. And luckily it's at alchemy level 0, so obviously we have the alchemy level for it. But yeah, at this point we're only going to go for 1, because it seems like it's a really rare drop. I was not expecting it to be this rare, but I don't mind. If anything, we need a lot more stuff like this in the game. But yeah, we'll see how many it takes. I haven't been keeping track of the exact kill count, though. But I want to say we're at bare minimum, at least at 30 by now. Alright, let me go store away all this junk. Grab the potatoes we left on the ground. And we'll do that after we get this kill here. Yeah, I assume it's like a 1 in 100. 1 in 100 sounds like a number they would do. I'm trying to think of what they did for drop rates for really early stuff in old school RuneScape. I know for Slayer, they really like the number 1 in 512. I highly doubt they made some of this stuff this rare, though. The other number they really liked was 1 in 128. A lot of the really common Slayer drops were 1 in 128, so maybe they made it 1 in 128. Because that's around 1 in 100. Because they really, really liked using that number in the early days, or early to mid-early days of old school RuneScape. So they might have done it again for Brighter Shores. Let's say they did like a flat 1 in 100 or something. They're all base 8? What do you mean by base 8? Because we're gaining a combat level soon. I kind of need it. We're like barely winning against these. Luckily, the armor piece we just got is helping us a lot. It's making us having to chug like one potion every combat to pretty much never needing potion, which is huge. That was a really, really lucky drop. We don't even have a luck potion set. All divisible by 8? Wait, is that divisible by 8? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Oh, is 512 divisible by 8 too? Oh yeah, it is. Interesting. I never noticed that. How many more goblin kills do we need for our level here? We need 204,000 XP, which means I think we get a level right now. Because I'm pretty sure he's giving over 200k. He is. And we're at no penalty right now. I don't think, right? We shouldn't be. Yeah, we're at no penalty. In a few more levels we will be, but right now we have no penalty at all. Which hopefully also shouldn't affect the acorn at all. Whatever the acorn drop rate is, we should be getting the full drop rate since we're not at any penalty for this enemy. Because if we're at 25% penalty, I'm pretty sure the acorn would be at least 25% rare, I would assume. Which, if they did make it divisible by 8, it would make sense. Because 8 can very cleanly be increased by 25%. Though then again, I guess it needs to also be increased by all the other numbers of 5, 10, 15, and 20%. Or of course, it could always just round. It's not like it can't round. Oh, we're about to get another knowledge point. Yeah, I'm going to be putting them all into alchemy, I think, this stream. Friend has been farming for 2 hours straight and he hasn't gotten it? That is crazy. They made them that rare? Well, I guess I'm keeping it at Juniper for a long time then. I'm trying to think of what other tree I'd want to do it on. Probably Ash Tree because they're not tradable. Or not buyable from shop, I mean. I always say not tradable, but I mean not buyable from shop whenever I say that. But, since obviously we don't have trading enabled. But, Ash Tree might be a good one. Antique and Mahogany would also be a good one, but only before Chapter 5 comes out. Where you'd want to stock up on a bunch of teak and mahogany logs for carpenter. I mean for builder. But currently the best one for me would be Juniper. Because that's why I need to go woodcut like tomorrow if I wanted to do woodcutting. Or even today if we do some brambles. And so we definitely want to do that one. But in the long term, I do feel like Ash Tree would be one of the biggest ones. And then before Chapter 5, you would do teak and or mahogany. Because Ash Tree is the only one here you can't buy from shops. Everything else here you can just buy from shops if you truly need it. I think they are. I don't think anything else from that chapter was locked out. I need to double check later. But I'm pretty sure teak is the teak and mahogany are the ones you'd want to do for Chapter 5. And Ash is the only one I think you cannot buy from a shop. So they're the only ones that tend to really matter unless you're currently using them to level up what you currently need, which we would be for Juniper. But Juniper's not necessarily the best tree to be doing it on, but it is in the room with a storage rift, so really AFK if nothing else. How's that going for it? Really, really AFK tree. Any of them that are in the storage rift room would be. For example, Bamboo Stakes, I believe is a storage rift room. As well as, oh, never mind, the Willows didn't get one though. But yeah, all the ones that are in a storage rift room include Juniper, Mahogany, which is also a Chapter 5 material, and Bamboo Stakes. I think those are the only ones. Yew trees are too, but they're not one of the special trees. Suaves. Wait, Suaves are as well. I think there's only 3 trees in that room, but I'm not sure if 3 trees are enough. But 3 trees might be enough. I'm just not sure how that would work out as far as the respawn is concerned. But 3 trees might be enough to do an infinite loop on it, where you just go 3 trees, storage rift, 3 trees, storage rift. I'm not 100% certain on that. We'll test that with Juniper. But Juniper, I think, has 4 trees, so that's even better. But hopefully it works with only 3 trees, because quite a few of those rooms are only 3. The Suave room is only 3. The Mahogany room is only 3, if I'm not mistaken. So hopefully it's only 3. To be able to get an infinite loop on it. Where we do 3 tree storage rift, 3 tree storage rift, and just keep doing it over and over again forever. So you have however many you need of whatever log you're doing. But yeah, that's a big improvement. I wish we could go test it out. But yeah, this is definitely us only doing Acorn today for Juniper. And of course I'll have to do it at the lower tier. I can't do it at tier 5 yet. I will tomorrow, but won't be able to today. Should have AFK'd woodcutting a bit harder. Oh no, maybe if we go train woodcutting a bit. It would take me a little bit of time to go do that though. At our current level range, it's not gonna be like particularly quick. Like, it would take like us an extra 2 hours after we get the acorn to be able to do that. Isn't there a goblin underneath that goblin? Oh no, it's underneath him. There it is. Oh, I forgot to change out my cape. I need to go do that. Because I don't want to wear this body visually. Even though it's our best in slot. So we need to transmog the rest of our stuff. We're going to rock the Easter outfit one last time. Or maybe for a while, because this body I'm going to be stuck with for a while. Until they give another event body or a quest body or something. Because I'm not a big fan of how the leather body looks. Much prefer like the metal plate body, but we got to wear this because it's best in slot at the moment. Alright, transmog. Yeah, let's go Easter cape. Let's rock the whole Easter outfit other than helm. We're gonna keep going the bird helm. Until we get like a dragon helm or something. Dragon full helm, no. I'm curious when we'll get the first dragon boss in the game. There's dragons hinted about in Chapter 4, but in multiple different ways. Both through the storyline, through some of the figures and other stuff. But there's no dragon boss or anything. Hopefully it'd be the first chapter to get one, if nothing else. Like a random cave in the enclaves over there. Those add like a dragon boss or something. At some point. Because I got an area for it. Just put a cave like over here somewheres. Like right over here somewheres, over here somewheres. Like look, it's even rocky over here. Like there's literally a cave, like, you know, right over there. So, you know, you could put a cave there, you could put a cave there. But actually, there's already a cave there. You could put a cave here. Like, there's so many caves you could put a dragon in right over there. If you just add one. If I had to guess, though, they would make it so you'd have to unlock it through a quest, though. They did that for a lot of bosses in the past. Even the corporeal beasts that were AFKing right now. In old school RuneScape, you just get access to this boss, but in 2008, in RuneScape 3, they made it so you had to do a quest. Like back during the Gower Brothers years. You had to do like Summer's End or whatever it was called in order to unlock a quest to kill this boss. But old school RuneScape, they just kind of added it without the quest for some reason. So, yeah, you kind of just auto have it. But they really liked doing do quests, then get access to boss kind of quests. Which obviously we don't really have access to at the moment. Like obviously there's Brighter Shores quests where you kill a boss at the end. But there's no Brighter Shores quest where you kill a boss during the quest but then get access to that boss, you know, permanently once you finish the quest. That's definitely something they're likely going to do again, as they did it a lot in the past. But they haven't done it yet, technically. Like obviously we've had boss quests, but no repeatable boss quests. But it seems like the route they'll likely go again. But this acorn is definitely a lot rarer than I thought it would be. But hey, people wanted rare drops. They delivered. They definitely delivered. And the best part is, this is what I have to be doing for combat training anyway, so just a good excuse to go train our combat I've been neglecting forever now. Because I really need to go get milestone 20. We get the final visual tier of our gear by level 20. And I'm so close. Well, What's great is I'll be able to AFK these guys later to get a bunch of acorns. Because this is actually one of the good AFK enemies. Like, if you're wondering how we got, like, the 4-star plate body, well, obviously just RNG. But it's not 100% RNG because these goblins are one of the 3 good things for us to farm in this chapter. Because they have 50% rare loot modifier. So it's actually great that they put it on this enemy. Because this is already an enemy I'd be AFKing with enrage potions. Or whatever they call it in this game, I keep forgetting. I play too many games that have the same equivalence of the potion. But whatever they call it in this game, the enrage potion. Isn't it called enrage? Yeah, enrage. Okay, that's the right one, yeah. But, yeah, enrage potion we would just be using to AFK these once we can, obviously. Which, technically, I think we're already strong enough, technically, to be AFKing them. Obviously, we're actively playing right now, so no point in doing that. But, this is one of the few enemies we could AFK, and I assume you can just keep stacking acorns and acorns over and over and over again. So if we ever need juniper trees to be good again, we only ever need to get X amount of acorns. Because we only need to get it while our level range is good for it. So obviously we're doing tier 5 right now. But since we're already tier 5, I would only need to get one for tier 6, 7, 8, and 9. Which means I only need to get 5 acorns. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And if I get 5 acorns from AFKing these later, or, you know, 1 actively now, 4 AFKing them later. Of every acorn I need to be able to make juniper my targeted tree every time I reach that level range. And that's how you would need to break it down for every single one of them, if you want to use it always. Like, if you always want to have enhanced trees for everything that has enhanceable trees. Because you'd have to do it based on how many, you know, milestones you still need. And it does assume you already have the alchemy level for it. Because some of those you might not necessarily be able to do. Like suaves you might not be able to do every time. Because that would imply you would have to have milestone 9 alchemy before you do woodcutting at all. Which some people might, but unless you're going like in chapter order, you probably are not going to have milestone 9 alchemy by the time you're training woodcutting, realistically. Though then again, that is my next target, so I guess that's going to help our woodcutting in the future. As my next target is to get max alchemy, or at least milestone 9 if nothing else. If we're at milestone, might as well go all the way. Also, at that point, alchemy should help another skill. I don't think we know what that skill is yet. I'm not 100% certain on that. Because I believe smithing is helping it out. I'm not sure if we currently know what alchemy is feeding into later down the line. But obviously, as with all the interconnectivities... Oh yeah, duh. What am I saying? It feeds into woodcutting. What am I saying? Duh, literally came out today. And then in 2 weeks from now, we're getting smithing feeding into alchemy to continue to chain. And then I think stonemason's feeding into smithing. Alright, there we go, there we go. But yeah, duh, it literally came out today. What am I saying? Alchemy feeds into woodcutting. Which is not that bad, honestly. Because that's one of the production skill things, so you do one of the better production skills that you need to do first to be able to then go do all the woodcutting stuff. That's not too bad. The only problem is alchemy's fed with another production. Luckily, I already have that production really high. But it's fed off of smithing. Which is a little bit of a weird order, because you'd probably want to do alchemy really high before you do smithing really high. The only exception for that is we're Cryo Knight, so we kind of wanted better weapons and everything. Oh yeah, that was something else too that got shown. I forget if I saw that off stream or if we saw it during the thing. But one of the things that are just going to be enhanced, like when Stonemason enhances smithing, is it's going to increase rarity rate. This is massive. Because one thing that is kind of not worth doing at the moment is making your own gear. Just because the rarity rate roll just isn't good enough. But the upgrade that seems to be happening from these production skills, like, you know, smithing, stonemason, bone right, is they're going to get rarity increase. Which is exceedingly good. Be able to get higher rarity. Because that will make it so it's actually viable to go and do them. Because right now, it's kind of not. It's kind of not worth making your own gear. Especially when you consider like luck potions and everything else helping you out already. As well as these 50% modifiers, like, you know, because it also gives you armor. Like, I literally just got that 4-star armor today. So it's not really as needed to go make it these days. Even when Armor Maker comes out, it's not even as relevant now compared to what it would have been before. Unless they do other things with the combat reworks by then to make it more worthwhile. But that will make making weapons more worthwhile, if nothing else, because all of them will have a rarity increase in the near future, probably by the end of the summer. Smithing's getting it first, and the other two will eventually get it. Which is great for Cryo Knights. But, yeah, probably makes actually making your own weapons viable again. We don't know how much of a rarity increase it will be, but it's likely enough to make it from not worth to worth. Compared to getting it from an enemy. At least for weapon. I don't think you would do that for armor, even if it had such a modifier. Unless they make, like, really crazy armor modifiers for 4-star stuff at some point. Because based on what they've teased in the past, there's been no real indication of it. We're somewhere around, like, 50 or 60 goblins, and we still have not gotten one yet. This is very, very rare. They bare minimum made this a 1 in 128 drop. I'm curious what the actual drop rate is. There's no way it's like a 1 in 500. I refuse to believe it's that rare. Like 1 in 100-ish seems realistic. Is it rarer than 1 in 100? Really? Well, good thing this is the best thing I could be training combat on. Well, this stream does not end till we get Acorn and then test the mechanics, so... This could be a 1-hour stream more. This could be a... We're here for the next 5 hours and I'll grab dinner a little bit later. But I'm not ending this stream until we get this Acorn and test the tree. No one has one yet? Did they forget to add them? 1 in 1K? Oh, gosh. They want, like, boss drop rate rarity here. Maybe we're not going till we get one. I know we'll try. There's no way no one has gotten one yet. It has to be, like, not working or something if literally no one has gotten one. Oh, please kill here. I might die. Oh, no! Oh, I guess we're banking. That's the only good thing about killing something in Hopeport that's somewhat close to this area. Is if we do die like this, I just go and sell everything here, go get the wall plants and potatoes, and we're good to go. And every time we ever come here, we grab 7 wall plants. So it kind of works out. It's just an excuse to go get some wall plants. We'd also just buy some plies there if we wanted, but it would be a little weird to juggle. We'd have to go there just for 10 items. If we're doing a full inventory, it'd probably be worth it. I'd only be there for 10, so it's probably not worth. Oh, nice. We even have the speed up from the other thing. Yeah, all the upgrades are starting to come together. Because these are from the Leatherworker upgrade, the interconnectivity. Leatherworker feeding into Forager to make things 20% quicker. I don't have it on everything, but we do have it on Wall Plant. So we get to grab these a few ticks quicker than we otherwise would, saving like a second or two. And these make the best in slot healing potions down the line, since they're tier 9. Of course, we're not getting any XP for them, but, you know, they make the best healing pot in the game. Every time we pick up one, we're saving, like 10 silver almost. Especially when you're accounting for travel time of having to bank them. So it's about 10 silver saved each one, which isn't huge, but, you know, it starts adding up. Might as well touch them if we're nearby. A lot less banking we'll have to do of all of them. Like, even if you don't even consider the cost. Just the banking time that we save from doing it now while we go by is really nice. But yeah, has literally no one gotten one yet? Like, no one? Like, is there 0 screenshots of anyone in the whole game with an acorn? Like, that makes me assume it's bugged if literally no one has it. There's no way they made it that rare. I mean, they did. It's like 1 in 3,000 chance. Even then, someone should have seen it by now. If there's like 100 people farming it right now, and even if it's like a 1 in 10,000, someone should have seen it by now. I forget where the respawns are in this room. Because normally I just AFK around this area. I know they spawn around here. Yeah, they're in there where they are. Because normally I stand on this exact tile when I do the AFK. So we're not going to be able to AFK these days because there's too many people in the room. But normally when I enrage potion, I stand on one of these tiles. It's because the spawns are like right here and there. So you keep rotating on one and then into the other. Also because it's the biggest bottleneck in the room where you kind of catch them right in the middle. Like even this guy sometimes walks near you. No one in the Discord or any room you've been in has gotten one. That is crazy rare. Assuming it's working correctly. Have they confirmed yet it's working correctly? Because that's like 1 in a couple thousand rarity rate. if it is working correctly right now. That or literally everyone is dry. Every single person in the entire game. It could be that other drops are overriding the drop. Like they didn't put it as a tertiary item. Because they might have done that since this is the first like real like rare drop from an enemy. Or they may have forgotten to make it a tertiary item. So other drops of various rarities might be overriding it. Yeah, I gotta keep remembering to use these potions. We're gonna be putting in alchemy today. As much as I want to put it into stonemason, I'd rather get the better combat XP. Since the next few kills we get will be boosted by 11%. And we still need alchemy XP anyways. It's just not as hard to get as stonemason is. Honestly, in the current state of the game, I do feel like stonemason is the hardest skill to train. And botanist because of how weird it is right now. But stonemason I think is the weirdest production skill to train at the moment. Well, not necessarily weirdest, but like XP rate wise seems the worst. Compared to bone right, blacksmith, alchemy. Chef's honestly not that good either at the moment. Unless you get a lot of supplies from other skills. Chef's in a little bit of a rough place as well until they're consumable. In which case, you know, it becomes a lot more enticing to do it. Even if the systems around it aren't much better. No way did he get RNGS right there. I don't even have a single item in my inventory. No! I was considering drinking there, but it's like, oh, we'll surely hit like a 600. Nope. It's like a 5 something. Yeah, back we go. I would say at least we'll get 10% bonus into Forager, but that doesn't matter now. We're already maxed. And the extra XP doesn't convert into anything, unfortunately. But yeah, at this point, I hope someone just gets an acorn just so we know it exists. But worst comes to worst, at least we're getting combat XP. At the best thing we could be training on. But it does assume we don't die. This is the best thing we could be training on, assuming we never actually die against the enemy. Which I have been doing some. I have really weak healing potions right now, so I just gotta be more careful to, like, immediately use our healing potion. Like, these are super cheap, but I've only used, like, 4 of them this entire time. Should probably be using them a bit less sparingly. They're only, like, 6 silver each. Like, we're getting, like, 20 silver on average for a kill. So it's more than paying for itself back. I was just kind of hoping that our armor... that our armor would be enough since we got the better plate body from a drop. But yeah, I've been doing this for our ventures now, by the way. I've been doing double merchant into oyster. Mostly because I want to be able to do at least tier 7 while I'm away. Because I'm not sure how much merchant I'll be able to train by then. So I'm trying to prioritize getting it up now through other various things. So that by the time I'm away and such, I should be able to do tier 7... alchemy supplies. Because I really need a lot of those to fill in the holes with tier 7 and 8. As well as the decent amount of tier 6 stuff we'll have. That will be a little bit rough for tier 9, but that's a tier 9 later issue. As tier 8 into tier 9 is going to be a little bit rough. Because I'm not going to have that material, but we'll figure that out once we get there. Worst comes to worst, there's knowledge points. Plus I have some supplies, just not as much. But it's mostly to help expedite the later end of 6 and all of 7 and the earlier side of 8. And then from there, it shouldn't be nearly as rough. Because then we're at a pretty comfortable 8.5. But then the final level and a half is going to be kind of rough for milestone and a half. Because we have a pretty good pathing to get ourselves pretty cheaply, almost free. Maybe not free, but we can get pretty cheaply to tier 8.5 alchemy. Or, you know, milestone 8.5. But everything beyond that is a little rough with my current plan. But we'll figure that out in September. That'll be a September issue once we come back and go do that. But we should have some really good pathing that's free or nearly free all the way till milestone 8.5. Hopefully by then alchemist bounties and other stuff will save us because once we reach milestone 9, we do have shiny bounties. So the only really hard part then will be the final half levels for that skill. Hope he's gonna get that before me. Also, how do we have a 5th person in here? I thought it was like a 4-person cap. There's not even enough goblins. Should be one of these 2 spawns. Oh, I'll take that one. Nope. I'll take that one. There we go. I wonder if this game has PID. I guess it technically has to. I wonder how PID works in this game. Like, who gets priority when 2 people click it at the exact same tick? Because the game has to do something to determine it. But I don't think there's much data on how the PID system works in this game. Because the server needs to decide when 2 people click on something at the same tick, what it's going to do. And it needs to choose one or the other to have priority. And we don't currently know how it's determining priority. I don't think anyone's data minded or anything like that yet. So we have no clue how that system works. Like, it's definitely in the game, we just don't know how it works. Alright, well, we've gained 1.5 combat levels so far, if nothing else. At this rate, I'll be able to go kill Goblin Chiefs, or even AFK these, though it won't be able to AFK them anytime soon, because this room's going to be, like, max population for the next few days, while everyone tries to get their acorn and everything else. So let me go check, what are the other really good materials? So I need acorn, because it's my next thing I need to go make. But what do you need for teak and mahogany? Well, I guess teak isn't as good, but mahogany should be really, really, really good. It's a supply needed for Chapter 5, and it's in a room with a storage rift. So what do you need for mahogany? Because that's a pretty good potion to have. Bamboo is also a pretty good one, because even though bamboo stakes... Oh no, bamboo stakes aren't that bad. Let me see. It would allow you to do gatherer a lot better. I mean, by gatherer, I mean botanist, I mean... But, oh, they're vipers, though. That is so annoying. The vipers are really annoying to kill. And there's only one good spot to kill them, and there's probably going to be someone there for the next, like, few weeks. Teak tree. This is one of the good trees. What do you have to kill for this? You gotta kill the Wendigos. Okay, that's not too bad. It's right next to a teleport, too. And a bank, so really easy to bank everything. You have some woodcutting synergy in the room if you want to get some logs while waiting for a combat. If it's, like, mega crowded. But yeah, teak is a good one. And where's mahogany? What material do you need for mahogany tree upgrade? That one's oak. Oh yeah, the ash tree one's kind of good too. What do you need for ash? Because ash is one of the untradeable ones. It's the only untradeable one, I think, in all of, I mean, unbuyable from shop one. It's the only one not buyable from shop in the entire chapter. Oh, you get it from the other goblin. Oh, that's perfect. Nice. The one I need and one of the most useful ones are the 2 things I need to do for combat right now. The one I need for my current woodcutting level, or soon-to-be current woodcutting level, are from these goblins, which I need to be doing for my best-in-slot combat. And in my next best-in-slot combat, we get the ash tree for, which is the only tree type that you cannot buy from a shop. Nice. Alright, what do you need for mahogany, though? I don't think I can make mahogany yet. Yeah, mahogany's at tier 7. We'd have tier 7 alchemy easily, like, really early after the trip. This is what we would want to do if we need to start preparing for Chapter 5. We'd want to set all of our mahogany trees and just go crazy doing AFK mahogany. Because, what do we get this from? Oh, they're from Death Crows. Perfect. Oh, that's huge for us. We have really good blue damage. Oh, that is amazing. Unfortunately, my Death Crows currently at a bad level range, but by the time I have that level of alchemy, I should be at a good level range, I would assume. You got one? Huge! About how many kills did it take? Nice, they do exist. Oh, that's scary then. That means this is working as intended. Oh no. That means their drop rate is really rare. You don't want to know. Yeah, we're definitely only getting one today. But yeah, let me go reread the potion. Have you tested the potion yet? Did it enhance all of the trees or just one tree? Because the way I read it, it only enhances one tree from all of the trees. So if you use it on like a juniper tree, it would only work on one juniper tree. If you then use another one and then use it on one tree, it would only work on one of those trees. It just doesn't seem like it works on every single one of the trees. But regardless of the way it works, there's always a gameplay loop that would work around it. Let me go read how the potion is worded. Because does that say all of them or just one tree? Because the way I read it, it's just one tree of 10. So one tree of all the 10 you could do it on. And then you could change which one of the 10 trees, or, you know, which one of the trees within the category you want to do. But you can have 10 of them active, but one per thing. Let's see, where is it? Info. Pour this enchanted potion on a juniper tree to enchant it. Yeah, it sounds like it only works on one juniper tree. That's what I thought. Is that's what the patch notes read as. It should only work on one singular juniper tree. But of course we put it on the most favorable juniper tree. Like the one right next to the storage rift. It doesn't sound like it would do it on all of them. I don't know, find out when we use it. Oh, so is that an acorn now? Oh yeah, what is the border color of the acorn, by the way? Is it like orange, or is it a different color? That would kind of give us an idea of how rare it is based on the border color. It wasn't orange? Interesting. It might just be default coloration then. Like the color that you get when you see a normal supply drop on the ground. Alright, someone teleported away. I can't tell if they're banking or if they got acorn. I guess we'll find out if they come back. Because there was someone who was here even before we were here, so... I think that was no XP waste, unless it was the most critical one. Yeah, if each one is going to take this long, I am probably not having all the trees enchanted, assuming you can do one per each category, which is how I assume it works. Is you put it on one single tree of each category, and that's the maximum you can have. So you'd want to do it on the most favorable tree. So obviously for mahogany, you'd want to do it on the one in the storage rift room. For something like, you know, juniper, you'd want to do it the one right next to the storage rift, so on and so forth. Like, you do want to do it in whatever route, you know, route's closest to storage rift. Does it have a really long respawn rate? Like, longer than the rest of them in the room? Okay, maybe that you don't do the storage rift tech. Hold up. Like, how long are you talking? Like, more than every other tree in the room? Because never mind, putting it right next to storage rift, not tech. Never mind, scratch that. Tech is put it at the end of your chain at your second room loop. Or even in your third room loop then. It's at least 2x or 3x? Interesting. Alright, so that means for something like mahogany, for example, which is a pretty good one to put it on. Your loop would be 3 mahogany, but you would have your enchanted tree in the other room, so that you could go 3 mahogany, 3 mahogany, 3 mahogany, 3 mahogany, or, you know, you grab your big tree, and you can do, like, the back and forth 3 mahoganies, and then after doing, like, a full set of inventory or something by then, you can then storage rift, do your 3-3, and then go back to your enhanced tree or something, and only go to your third room occasionally. I'm not sure how that would work with Juniper, because Juniper, ever since they put the other tree there, doesn't have a third room loop. Because, yeah, it only worked on one tree, right? Because my understanding of how it works... Though I didn't think they would have a longer respawn. I thought they would share the same respawn. But my understanding of how it works is you're allowed to enhance one tree of all 10 types. So you could put it on one Juniper tree, you could put it on one Teak tree, you could put it on one Mahogany tree. Alright, that is how it works? Okay. Because that means farming all of them would technically be worth it. Because you're allowed to have one of each tier, you know, enhance at the same time. I guess one benefit of that is you could have 2 rooms near each other that both have an enhanced tree. So that could be a strategy. For example, I could put my most leftward Juniper here and put my Ash tree over here to be enhanced, so it doesn't ruin the 6 Ash tree method over here. And that way, whenever I do Juniper, I could do an enhanced Juniper and an enhanced Ash tree at the same time. And what's even more amazing about that... Okay, that's definitely the strategy. Because you know why as well? That's the first thing you get access to. The first thing you get access to is Juniper. Which means you should put your Juniper onto... I'm on the wrong category. The first one you get access to is Juniper. So you'd want to put your Juniper on the most leftward Juniper tree in this room. There's like a Juniper tree like right here or something. Right around there. You'd want to put it on that one. Because once you reach tier 1 alchemy... You would then put your Ash tree on this Ash tree right here next to the storage thingy. So that you can go, you know, Juniper AFK, then to Ash tree AFK. And if you need a bank, there's a bank over there. There's a bank over there. Like if you're doing Juniper route, you bank over there. If you're doing Ash tree route, you bank over there. And for whatever reason, if you're carpentering them immediately, I guess you could bank over there. That'd be a little bit weird. But it does lead to another funny strategy, though I don't think it's as good. But you can enhance this Ash tree, carpenter them, and I wonder if that Ash tree would be respawned. I highly doubt it, but that would be funny. Like, what if you did this Ash tree, carpentered all of them, storage rifted? No, you can still do that with this one. Never mind. You would still enhance this upper tree. Because you would grab this tree, and then every tree in the room. You would then carpenter everything. Yeah, that would still be the strategy. You would still want to enhance this Ash tree and enhance this Juniper. Would basically be the most optimal ones. Because you would want to do it whenever you want to loop into both of these for the slightly more AFK. But also, if you take this Ash tree with 4 logs, and then take every single Ash tree in this room, and then go and carpenter all of them, and then go bank all of them, you're going to be right next to a bank, and hopefully this enhanced tree would be respawned by then. So you then grab every Ash tree again, including the enhanced slightly more AFK one, then go back to carpenter, then go and store them all, and then you would repeat that indefinitely until forever. But yeah, I'm definitely putting it right there. That works perfect for the gameplay loop. And you still get to synergize it with Juniper Enhanced Tree as well. Hopefully I can get both of them this stream, but we'll go for at least Ash Tree. It depends how lucky or unlucky we get on this, as well as how crowded the rooms keep staying. But I kind of want to try the Ash Tree Juniper combo. Because I kind of want to see if Ash Tree works for that. Like, if I grab every Ash Tree in here, carpenter all of them, store them away, will that Ash Tree Enhanced be respawned? The other Ash Trees definitely will be. But the question is, will the Enhanced Ash Tree be respawned? Because one other thing you can do with that gameplay loop is use your Botanist cooldown to go and do a full Botanist of whatever the thing is and then drop them on the ground. So not only do you get to do an Enhanced Tree and all that, you also get to do one single plant occasionally. And then you get to carpenter everything, drop all the plant supplies on the ground, get a full or almost full inventory, however many that would be, of all your Ash Tree stuff. Actually, how many trees are in this room? I want to say 6. So you're getting 4 from 1, so 11. Yeah, it's pretty much like the exact 12 you need. Because you can't have more than 12 because you make 24 logs, or, you know, each one becomes 2. So yeah, it seems to be like exact number pretty much. I believe there's about 6 trees in here, so you'd get about 11 logs or so, 11 or 12. And you need like exactly 12 to be able to do the thing, so it's pretty much exact number to work out perfectly. Yeah, we definitely gotta try that gameplay loop. So I gotta go get both the Acorn and the whatever the other one is. Because I really want to try that this stream. I guess we're streaming for a while. Because these drop rates are really rare, gosh. I wonder if they're gonna improve them a little bit. Because they do seem kind of crazy rare, but we'll go for it. People have been wanting rare drops. They delivered. Maybe a little bit too hard. Oh, I thought that was a thing for a second. It just says potato. Oh, we're gonna have like a billion potatoes. We're gonna have so much tier 9 potato. That's why I didn't bother grabbing any on tier 9. Okay, I'll be back in 1 second. I need to make a quick bathroom break. Maybe we'll have an item by then. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Alright, where were we? Unfortunately, no acorn on the ground. That'd be funny if it was. Luckily, it's a 10-minute ground timer, so it would never despawn. Well, not never, but you know what I mean. Like, 10-minute despawn is so long. Plus, no one else can grab your loot when it's on the ground either. But yeah, I kind of want to go grab both. Just so we can see what the gameplay loop is going to be like. And if nothing else, it's a good excuse to make this a combat training day, I guess. Because both the things I need to kill to get the seeds I want, or the, you know, the potion ingredients I want, they are both, they're both the optimal thing that we need to be killing right now. Like, right now, our most optimal thing to be killing is normal goblin. And then as soon as we get a few more levels, our most optimal thing, or, you know, by the time we get acorn, our most optimal thing is then to kill goblin chief. So this works out perfectly, as I'm getting, like, exact optimal XP rate right now. But yeah, I kind of want to do both, because I really want to try the ash tree juniper tech that we just came up with. I want to try that before the end of the stream, I hope. Good thing I grabbed an extra water earlier, so we're going to need it. I was expecting this to be like a 1-2 hour stream. No. I think we might be here for half the day. Might be here a little while. Just a little while. But yeah, since they do exist, we'll just keep going till it's done. But only for those two. We're not going more than two. But I'm going to get the acorn from Goblin. I'm going to get the, whatever the, ash tree one was from the other one. The, what is this? The walnut. Oh, I need a healing potion here. I'm gonna try going without one. We'll be fine. What is that? I can't even tell. His body's on the thing. Oh, it's nothing. That's why I can't tell what it is. I thought there was an item there. But no, that was just his dead body. Thought I saw a square-shaped object on the square-shaped object. But nope, just his corpse. Still no acorn. It's out there somewheres. We're gonna need a bank soon at this rate. Also, we're deliberately using a lower tier bow just so we'll auto switch to the correct weapon. If you're wondering why we're using like a tier 2 bow, even though we could obviously get something way better. Actually deliberately doing it because it has less ammo. This is also my really high attack speed bow, so it switches back to your melee way quicker. Alright, here we definitely need a healing potion. That should be more than enough though. Oh, we're coming up to another combat level. Should need even less healing potion soon. Which we'll get it after this kill as well. But how many kills do we need per level? I haven't even been paying attention to that. Because that would give us a good idea about how many kills we've done. Because we started at level 20. So if we just break down what that number goes into like 2 times over, that's about how many kills we got. Roughly. Obviously not exact number, but it should be pretty close to how many kills we've done. If we just divide that number into, you know, the amount of XP. Level up. Alright, there we go. Alright, so how much XP do we need? Let's say 13 million, so 26 million. We'd rather undercut it. So 26 million divided by 273,000 in that full number. So what was it again? 26 million? Yeah, 26 million. 26 million divided by, what's your XP drop again? Wrong info card. That number right there. 273,291. Oops, I meant to, no, don't do what I just did. 1, there we go. 95. Is that total? Yeah, that'd be total then. So I've killed about 100 goblins then. By the time we go bank here. So we're 100 deep and we have not gotten acorn. But that'll be the easiest way for us to keep track at this point. You just divide total XP that we've gotten so far by you know, number of kills. Or do you buy XP per kill? The only problem with that is in a few more combat levels that won't work because I'm going to start getting penalty. But I'll work up to like level 25 or so. Sorry, I'll work up to level 23 or so. So this is like the last level range that it'll work at actually. Until I can stop using that to figure out how many we've done. But we should be at pretty much exactly 100 kills right now. And yeah, no acorn. It is really, really, really rare. I am curious what the actual drop rate is. I wish I would have said it in the thing. Because the wiki's not going to have a number for it anytime soon. Oops, someone is messaging. Nothing yet? Nope. If it is a 1 in 128, we're technically not at drop rate yet. Because I still feel like that's the number he made it. I want to believe it's a 1 in 128. But if it's like a 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000, that's kind of crazy rare. Because how many kills are we realistically getting an hour? How long have we been going for? What time is it right now? We've been going for an hour and a half. Not all of it was necessarily killing the thing. So we're getting like, what, 70-ish kills an hour? 80-ish? Somewhere's around there? 90-ish? It's hard to tell because I'm not sure how much of that time we were actually like killing them. And not just messing with other stuff. He's definitely a little bit less than 100 kills an hour. But as long as we get the acorn in a somewhat reasonable amount of time, like 8k hopefully in the next hour, I'm probably going to get this acorn and then get the one for the next goblin as well. Both because I need it for EXP, but also because I want to try the ash tree plus juniper tech. Mostly the ash tree tech, even though this isn't the one we get the ash tree one from. But I want to see how that will end up ultimately working. There's a really wide farm method you could do that trains like 3 of the skills at the same time that I want to try with it. While also giving you the unbuyable from shop ash logs that you need. At least on an Iron Man account anyways, or Lone Wolf. Unfortunately, the current tier I don't really need though. It's only tier 5. Honestly, I need like tier 8. We need so many more woodcutting levels. Oh yeah, anyone who has a tree, are the enhanced trees giving more XP, or is it just extra logs without needing to move? It's technically more XP even if it doesn't give more XP. I kind of thought it would give like a small XP boost or something. But the patch notes didn't mention such. The XP boost is basically comes from not needing to move as much. But if they respawn slower, the XP boost isn't really that much. It would be if they respawned at the same rate as everything else. But them respawning slower changes it a bit. Oh, so we're already at our 3rd set of double knowledge. Oh, if nothing else, free alchemy levels. Slowly but surely. I think I have the stuff to go AFK this Wolf Potion. We should probably do that at some point. Be able to cash in a lot of gold from that whenever we do combat AFK. Which I kind of want to do soon once we go finish these 2 pieces. Because then I can get the other piece from Ghoul, and then I can get all the other pieces when I get to the next chapter. But that's probably how I'm going to be dividing them up. Since it seems like you can only have 1 of each tree. I'm going to get Goblin now. I'm going to do Goblin Chief now, hopefully, assuming we get Goblin done in a reasonable amount of time. And then I'll combat AFK at some point. So I can do Ghouls, which I'll probably get done while I'm away for this 3 months. And then my next combat tier will be Hope Forest. And then with Hope Forest, I would just get done every single thing we got to go do. What is every other one we got to do for Hope Port? Let me go double check real quick. Was it just those 3 or were there others? Because someone just mentioned Carnivorous Plant earlier. Which makes me assume Carnivorous Plant is one. I didn't see it when I was going through earlier. The easiest way to tell is just look at the icon. Because if I click View Recipe and click on it, we can see the border of Hope Port. So 1, 2, we already know this one is the other goblin. So that's 2 of them. This one is 3. This one is from the ghouls, which we just mentioned. So those are the 3 that we'd be doing in the near future. They also happen to be the first 3. Oh yeah, you can tell by the border color too. So that's a green border, so that's not it. So you can tell based on the border on the thing. Green border, that's not it. So far only 3 in Hope Port. It would make sense that most of them are in the following chapter. This one's also green, so that's Hope Port. I mean, Hope Forest, I mean. There's still only 3 Hope Ports then. Oh gosh. Well, fine, I'll take the other one. Too far away. Grab the other little guy. I know, at least we have something to farm, and at least this is really good combat XP for me. It's basically just the game telling me to finally go train combat already. We've been putting it off. This is also green. Is there no more from Hopeport? Is it just the 3? Let's see. It's all the 3 that are on the border lines too, I notice. Because both these 2 goblins are near Hope Forest. And then the other one is near Chapter 5. Oh, here we go. It's also Death Crow, which is also near Hope Forest. So that's 4 enemies then, and Death Crow's a really good one too, because they're weak to blue. They also have loot modifier as well. And there's the 5th. Which you end up getting from Carnivorous Plant. Ah, that's why someone said Carnivorous Plant. And that's for Hickory Tree. Alright, so there's 5 and 5. There's 5 from Chapter 1 and 5 from Chapter 2. And 2 of them are weak to blue, so that's really good for us. Two of them are also weak to yellow, so that's also good for Hammer Mage. Unfortunately, Guardians, not so much. Though I think the ones from Chapter 2 might be a little bit better for Guardians. But as far as the Chapter 1 ones, two of them are weak to blue, two of them are weak to yellow, and one of them is weak to green. So at least Guardian still gets one, yeah, I guess there. Guardian probably gets the other value from the ones in Chapter 2. I didn't double check every single one that was there. That's because we don't plan to do Chapter 2 anytime soon. That doesn't mean I need to do the Carnivorous Plant then at the other combat range. Which means basically for my entire combat range then, I gotta do Death Crow we do when we cycle back at some other point. Unless I do it on reduced level Death Crow. But I kind of want to do it on upper level, so Death Crow will probably be the last one we go for, oddly enough. Because I probably wouldn't do it till milestone 21 combat. But that basically means for the rest of my leveling through this combat stone, I go through Goblin Soldier, so I can get the Acorn. Goblin Chief, so I can get the Walnut or whatever it was. Carnivorous Plant, so I can get whatever the thing was. Ghoul, so I can get its component. Then I do all 5 of them for Chapter 2. And then I come back to Chapter 1 and get it from the Death Crow while doing Wall Plant for free healing potions. And do like 3 Wall Plant into Death Crow and keep doing that over and over again while we get the component from there. And that would bring us all the way to milestone 21 combat. Technically 21 and like level 10 or whatever it'd be. That's pretty much my game plan for getting all of them done. How long will that take? I have no clue. We're definitely not doing all of that anytime soon, but we'll get the 1 Acorn from now. If we have time, we'll go get the Goblin Chief done too, so we could do the Ash Tree plus Juniper Tree combo and see how that works out. But those are the only 2 we're going for now, but in the long term, that's our plan for getting all of them. And we'll be getting optimal combat XP the entire time, which would be nice. That is the macro plan. That full plan will not get done until about like 4 to 5 months from now. But it will all get done. And we'll do 2 of those 10 today, hopefully. But all 10 of them probably won't be done until realistically... well, for one, we need the alchemy level anyways for some of them. But not counting the alchemy level, just the combat alone for them. It's probably going to take 4 months. Not literally 4 months. Obviously, it doesn't take that long to farm them. But I mean, the way I plan to like gradually farm them over time is going to take like 4 months. Before we have all the component pieces. And that's not even counting the alchemy level. Counting alchemy level, it's going to be like 5 or 6 months from now we'll be able to finally do what the update did today. As far as like one enhance of every tree. And that's assuming I don't want to move one to trees. There's a chance I might want to re-get one and remove it. There's also a chance we get spears and have spears to be able to use later. Also, speaking of alchemy, about to get our first alchemy level from all these knowledge points. Alchemy level rolling in. And now we get a little bit more XP for the next like 3 kills or so. Only 11% more, but you know, adds up. They are a little over 100 goblins now. Still no acorn. Let's see, how's the Discord going with all the info? Let's see. Are there people posting their acorn drops? Because I'm kind of curious how many acorns there are in the wild right now. Let's see. Where even is the thing? I'm not seeing any acorn posts. I do not see an acorn post. There's also this one. Any acorn posts? I'm not seeing any acorns. Oh wow, it's like 3 times longer respawn rate based on what someone said. That's quite a lot longer. But that means the carpentry strategy I want to go try probably works then. Because accounting for all that time, the enhanced tree should be respawned by then. And then you could do both the juniper and the ash tree if you wanted to. Or just the ash tree. Because you'd have to bank the juniper really weirdly if you also wanted to do the juniper tree. in combination with Ash. Because you wouldn't have enough inventory to carpenter both of them. I don't think you would. Unless you only did the juniper tree plus the ash tree, but you're better off just clicking all the ash trees. No, he stole my goblin. I was using that goblin. Imagine if a new player came in today, though. Because a new player would see so many people doing combat in Chapter 1 and 2. I wonder if they deliberately did that in some sense. Because if any new player starts in, like, the next week, every single combat room is going to be max filled with people. Because it's all in Chapter 1 and 2, which are the 2 free-to-play chapters. Because free-to-play has access to everything we're doing today. So any new player that stops by, it's going to be like, oh, there's a billion people here. Like, every combat room is going to be max capacity. If anything, it might make it hard for them to do combat. Because they're probably going to click a bit slower. They're going to be competing with every single other person trying to do combat in the room. I'll probably die down after about a week, though. It's one of the reasons I don't want to go too crazy with farming it now. Is to give it a week or two. There's like, by the time I, like, if I try AFKing it with aggression potions while I'm away. But I can't do that with Carnivorous Plant or Viper. But not counting those two, I could probably do it for a couple of them. But, just AFK potions are applicable. But, the only problem is it doesn't auto-pick up the item. But, yeah, we're definitely gonna have to wait a little while. It's gonna be so crowded the next week or two. Maybe even the next month. We'll try to get 2 of them done today. Don't worry about the rest later down the line. I know. Gosh, it keeps dragging me because it's still trying to move me towards the thing. There we go. Oh, nice. I just got Elysian Spirit Shield. Hold up. We got an Elysian. It's that one right there, this little thingy. Elysian Sigil. This is our best in slot shield for Reflect in Old School RuneScape's current league. This is like a shield reflect build. So now we have them all. Except I haven't gotten enough to the other shield. I don't have it. They definitely did not boost the rate of normal blessed shield. I have 1 total. I still need 2 more to even go make these. I think there's also a task to kill 250 of this, which I haven't done yet, so we'll get that AFK'd. But yeah, now we're good to go. I don't need to worry about it. Well, I guess I still need to clear my inventory to make sure you know, we still have space, but there we go. But yeah, that's going well. That's one thing I've really liked about this league for Old School RuneScape. I've AFK'd like 80% of it. Like, what you've seen on stream has been almost all my active playing from the few streams we did. Everything else has just been literally AFK and everything. It's such an AFK heavy league this time. And I love it because you don't even need to play the game to get it completely finished. I have like 70,000 points and Dragon Rank was already like 65,000. Yeah, we've done pretty much every challenge you could do as well, most of which we streamed. Including now having the best shield in the game. I'll need to go make it later. My current build doesn't need it, but our next build will. Alright, where is this acorn? Because at this point, we're at about 120 kills. We'll do the math again by next level. Because then we're going to start getting penalties, so it'll be a lot harder to do the math. But as soon as we get level 23, I'll do the math on how many goblins we've killed, roughly. And see how dry we are. Or, I'm not sure if we're dry. We don't know what the drop rate is. But we'll see how many we've killed and see if we have or have not gotten acorn yet. So, of course, if we get acorn before then we're going to stop killing them. The only problem is I would have to go kill something 3 levels higher than me. That's fine. We'll just have to drink a healing pot or 2. I might have to go bring out the better healing potions. Which is fine. We're going to have a lot of them in the future. And I'm going to get dragged down. No! But I really want to get both these 2 trees enhanced to go try the method I want to go do. Because I really want to see how good it's going to work for Carpenter. Because it's basically a loop that allows you to do woodcutting into free botanist into carpenter and basically train 3 skills at the same time. Mostly woodcutting and carpenter, but it would get a small amount of botanist XP in as well. Because you'll be using everything's boost at the same time. You'll be using the juniper tree enhance. You'd be using the ash tree enhance. You'd be using your auto crate for your botanist, where you like auto grow a plant. And we'd be using, you know, we'd just be getting carpenter XP and banking everything. And the best part is it banks 0 time, in a sense, because normally carpenter has to waste time to bank. But the way that we'll be doing it is technically 0 time banking. Because I need to go over there anyways to get back to the ash tree and juniper tree. So, we're technically 0 tiling the bank. Whereas normally when you're doing carpenter, you're way more than 0 tiling it. Oh, so how many people are allowed in this room? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I thought the room limit was like 4 or 5 for this combat room. Apparently not. We are mega crowded today. And half the people we have added. Let's see. Hello, hello. Let's see. Can you channel hop in this game at all? You somewhat can. You can, like, channel hop to friends. There isn't a way to make a new server, though. But you can hop to, like, friend servers in Brighter Shores. It's one of the reasons why so many people in this room are all added. Because the game tries to prioritize you with people you have added. But if I had like a different friend in a different server, we could just hop over to them. And that would bring us to a different server. But without that, there's actually no way to hop the server of this room. I hope I didn't see that guy on me. He's hiding on me. The best spot to hide. He fused into our body so we couldn't see him. We're almost gonna die here. Come on, heal potion. Save us. Any moment now. Oh, it's gonna spawn over there. Oh, no, it's that one. We got it, we got it. Also, let me double check this. Not Goblin Chief. Oh, wait. Sorry, Goblin Chiefs were the good modifier one. I forgot. These are the minus ones. Wait. That means I got a... I just realized that. Hold up. I forgot. It's the Goblin Chiefs that are the upgraded one. Yes, you should be able to get multiple acorns, yeah. You should be able to get multiple of every reagent. But it's only one tree at a time, but you're allowed to have multiple. I assume they just go in your, like, reagent storage or something. Or you can put them in potion storage if you, make the potion. But you should be able to have infinite of the potions. If anything, I think they might even be tradable, I'm not sure. But of course, we don't have access to trading, so I have no clue. But, all these potions might be tradable. If so, they must go for a pretty penny. If these things are actually tradable, like either the reagent or the other thing. I don't know if they are, though. But of course, we're lone wolf, so we gotta get them regardless. If they are not tradable. I can only imagine how crazy expensive these are if they are tradable, though. Like, each one probably goes for, like, 10 gold. Maybe not that high. But at least 5 gold each. Or maybe it is 10 gold if you want to buy a day of. I feel like they would even out around only like 1 or 2 gold each though or something. But on day 1, if they are tradable, there's no way they're not like at least 10 gold each or something. Maybe even higher for the people that really want them like immediately. Like the people have literal multiple platinum. Alright, we need a bank soon. One more item drop that isn't acorn, or if it is acorn. But one more item drop of any kind, and we got a bank. But yeah, that means when we got that 4-star plate body earlier, it was with minus 50% modifier. I forgot, it's the other goblin that has plus 50. This is minus 50, because these are the EP goblins, not the plus 50 modifier goblins. So we got this 4-star chest plate with minus 50% rarity modifier. That's kind of crazy. I didn't realize that earlier. Because I thought this was the plus 50% goblin, not the minus 50% goblin. But this is the low rarity, high XP old goblin. But we got the 4-star plate body from him. That's kind of cool. We got absurdly lucky. I haven't even gotten a 3-star from him yet, but we got a 4-star body. And I thought it was an acorn because of the border, the color. It jump scared us, but yeah, this is the one that's the other way around. Bad XP, but good, you know, modifier loot. This is one I normally farm. We're only doing this one right now because we need acorn, and it's also because it's our best, you know, XP rate right now. Yeah, we'll keep going. Ideally want to get this one and the other one today. Because I really want to go try the ash tree plus juniper tree method. More so the ash tree method, but I need the juniper tree for my actual good XP rate, so I'll get both. As long as we can get it in a somewhat reasonable amount of time, like AK hopefully in the next few hours, get both. A bit of a bad sign since we were already almost 2 hours in with 0. But if I can get both of them within like 5 more hours, we'll get both right now. I'm hoping it doesn't take that long, but that's about when I'll definitely need to go and grab a bite to eat. But yeah, we'll try for like 5-ish more hours. Hopefully it doesn't take that long, but if it does take longer than that, we won't be able to finish it. But I'm hoping that we can get 2 of them within that time. Alright, let me go sell all this junk. Sell all that. Let's see, get rid of all that. Go grab our wall plant and store away all this. And then back to the acorn farm. But yeah, we'll be getting half our milestone in at least, if nothing else. By the time we get both of these, we'll be perfect to go kill Carnivorous Plant, which is another component. And by the time we finish Carnivorous Plant, we might be at goal. The only problem with that is there is a little bit of a level disparity there compared to the other one. There's quite a bit of a jump because there's hair beasts in between. Whereas all the ones we're doing now are right next to each other, so it's not as big of a jump. I could also try minus 25% crows with AFK potion. I'm just not sure if the minus 25% also makes it 25% less chance you'll get the component. Which makes me kind of want to do it when we cycle back at milestone 21. Because if it's 25% longer, we'd have to kill the crows. I don't think that's going to be worth it. Especially since we'll be getting way less XP and everything. And all the drops we get from them won't even be wearable. Well, you know, they'll be wearable, but they're not going to be worth wearing. Because they'll all be downgrade compared to what we have, of course. That's not true. Technically, the plate legs and helm, if we got a 6-star, would be better. But barely. It'd be better by 2 levels and 3 levels if we did. Because the Death Crows are level 6. This is where we got all those components as well. It's where we got these boots, we got the gloves, we got the helm, and we got the legs. 2 of them crafted, 2 of them as item drops. And the body we got from this goblin today. And shield we're not using, so it doesn't matter what our shield is. Though no 4-star weapon right now. I could go enhance it, maybe. I was going to do it at level 25, but honestly, with how much combat we have to do today, I could just go enhance my longsword today if we really want to. I should have enough components already. The only thing I might need to go make is the bone rate component. But I believe we have everything to go make a 4-star sword if we want to, just to speed it up a little bit. Since we're not bothering with potions, might as well go like a mega physical weapon. The only problem with that is I kind of want to have a blue weapon because the next thing we got to kill after that's going to be the plant. So maybe we'll just enhance one of our like midway blue weapons. Not like one of our perfect 89 or 88% ones. But one of them's like a low 80 something. Maybe we'll go enhance and make that one into a weapon. And go buy a bunch of boost potions to speed it up a little. Claude saw how many people were in the room, is like, nope. He walked in for 1 second and just walked straight back out. That's funny. But yeah, the game plan at this point, yeah, just kill both these goblins, get the acorn, get the other component, and then try a juniper to ash tree loop. And see how the respawn works while doing that into carpentry. And honestly, however long that takes, I guess we're gonna do today. Good thing I didn't try fitting this into yesterday, if it was an update yesterday. Because I at most yesterday had like 30 spare minutes. Whereas today I have a lot more spare time. So we can pretty much do it until we get it done. But yeah, they are really, really rare. I was not expecting them to make the first rare drop this rare. Also, none of them are attached to Chapter 3 or 4, which makes sense because it's a free-to-play thing. Because if they did, obviously free-to-play wouldn't be able to reach them. But it is only applicable to Chapter 1 and 2 enemies. But I'm really considering upgrading a weapon for this. The only problem is the amount of time it would take for us to upgrade it, since there's no special attacks, would basically be time neutral, so that's the main reason I kind of don't want to. If we're switching to a big blue weapon, I probably would. But there's no point in upgrading this two-hand at the moment. I think I'm going to do what I was originally going to do, which is at level 25. I make a really big blue weapon so we could use it on the AFKing these things later. As well as just actively doing them as we will be now. As well as using them for the carnivorous plants later that are weak to blue. Which are also another component, of course. So I'll pretty much still stick with that plan. Get to level 25, make big blue sword, and go from there. But that means during this stream, we will hit level 25, so I do need to make that blue sword at some point, but we'll do it then. Because that's halfway through the milestone, and then that sword will last me through the whole milestone. We'll be able to use it on the goblins that are coming up. We'll be able to use it on the weak blue plants. We'll be able to use it on here beasts if we want to level on them, but they don't give a component. And of course, we'll be able to use it on the final ghoul, which would be the last thing we'd bother using it on. Which also gives a component. The goblin does, that's coming up, as well as current one. The carnivorous plant that we're already going to do is, and then we're just going to skip hair beasts because they do yellow damage, which is annoying for us, but also they do not drop a component, so we didn't go to ghoul. Though this stream will only be able to do the 2 goblins, though. Oh, I'm going to die here. Oh no! Nice, he tanked it, he tanked it. Good RNG there. Also, I'll go do the math on how many goblins we've killed once we get to our next level. Because then we basically take 40 million and divide it by... Actually, I can tell you already. Wait, we can do the math now. If we just take 40 million and divide it by our goblin XP, that is pretty much how many we've killed. It'll be slightly under how many we've actually killed, but, you know. Bare minimum, once we get our level, this is how many we've killed. Like, bare minimum. So we divide it by... 273, 291. So bare minimum, we've killed 146 by the time we get that level. And since I underdid it a little bit, that means we're technically killed about 150. By the time I reach milestone, or you know, level 23 here. So by the time we get to 23, we should be at 150 kills. It does start to get a little bit more complicated to calculate from there because I think they start going to 5% penalty, then 10, and, you know, so on and so forth. But based on my current XP gains, yeah. As soon as it says 23, we've killed 150, basically. That is, a lot. Which still makes me think it's a 1 in 128. That still feels like the right number. But no, we'll find out. Because if it's something like 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000, oh gosh. We'll be lucky if we even get one today. Even though I kind of want to get 2 of them today. But hey, at least we'll get like 1 billion combat levels. We started at 20, so I'm gonna have a lot by the end of all this. Oh yeah, they were talking about the minus 50% modifier. I'm pretty sure that only works on gear drops. It doesn't work on tertiary drops and secondary drop table. So it makes things like this 4-star armor we get from it absurdly rare. Because it's 50% less chance you would get something like this. Which we somehow got without even using a luck potion. But it shouldn't affect like your potato rate or your, you know, or acorn rate that we're trying to get. The minus 50% modifier on these guys. It should only affect the rarity of gear, is the only thing I believe that affects. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm like 90% certain that is the case. That it only affects rarity of gear that drops from it, not anything else. Yeah, we have no bounties right now. I forget what I cleared them for. I honestly probably should be doing some smithing and other bounties to just keep poking them up a little. But oh well, they'll get there in time. Not too paranoid about getting all these up right now. Well, the worst comes to worst, I do have a lot of shiny bounties right now. Though, Bone Ray is blocked on shields. Smithing isn't blocked on anything other than me getting slightly higher smithing level. And Stonemason is just a billion miles behind. And oddly enough, it doesn't get milestone 8 shinies like the other ones. It's actually milestone 9. Both the other two are at 8. But yeah, Stonemason is going to be really rough. Not only is it the hardest one to train there, but it also doesn't get his final milestone until 9 instead of 8. I guess that makes the final stretch easier, but it makes tier 8 really bad compared to the other two's tier 8, where they both have shiny bounties. So you're getting both of these to 9 like nothing, and you know, this will still be stuck at like fairly 8, like lower end of 8. The one nice thing about this update, even though these are kind of rare, you're going to be getting these passively over time. Like, as you go through the combat milestones. Like, when you're trying to target farm them, it feels a little bit worse, because, you know, you're just trying to rush them down. But you're going to get a lot of these supplies just passively over time. As these are all things you would just naturally be killing in, you know, Chapter 1 and 2. It's just a little bit annoying when you have to rush them down to get the supplies. But realistically, on your way to, you know, getting your combat levels, you're going to be killing tons of these. There's one thing that will be a little bit annoying is on alt accounts where you're mostly passiving. Because this is a very active activity unless you're using like an Enrage Potion or something. It's a really active activity to, you know, kill these. Unless you're passive potioning. Like, there's no way to, like, you know, fully passive these in any way to get the drop. Has anyone tried trading them yet, though? I am really curious if these are tradable, not like we have access to trading. Because these must be some of the most expensive things in the game if they're tradable. There's no way they're not going for like over 10 gold each. That's a little bit Brighter Shore Central. Welcome, welcome. You tried a new update yet? We're at 0 out of 10. I'm hoping to get 2 to try some kind of carpenter plus wood cutting method I want to go try. Based on where the trees are located. That should work out really well with the enhanced trees. But I need 2 seeds to do that, and I haven't gotten any. I need the one from these goblins, I need the one from the next goblin. Luckily we're at a perfect level range for this. Because we're killing the level 18s, which is exactly what I need to be killing right now. And by the time we get this acorn, we'll be ready to kill level 25s, so be perfect. You're somewhat trying to grind it out. These are pretty AFK-able. If you fight something weaker, you can just enrage potion them all. And just do whatever your alchemy level is. But didn't you max alchemy? You could like literally 10-minute AFK them. If you do one that's weaker than your level range. Though it might be hard to do today because there's so many people. But in the future, you can kind of 10-minute AFK them. Probably not for the next week because it's going to be so crowded every room. Hey, that reminds me. Let me turn off third-party sound so we only hear our own sound. I turned that on for something, but forgot to turn it off. Alright, now whenever we're attacking, it only shows we only hear our noise. Rather than every other person hitting a goblin near us. Oh, nice! Our second rare drop. That's pretty good since these have minus 50%. So far, we've gotten a 4-star body, which we're wearing right now. Very solid. Unfortunately, I don't like how it looks, so we went back to Easter outfit. And now we got a upgrade material for Bone Right. Oh, nice. 88% too. That's almost highest roll. 1% off. Honestly, I might even want to keep this for when we get skill trees, because we might be able to use this as a good green weapon. Might not even combine that. Because that's 1% off max roll. So I might save that for later. But then again, I can't really save it for later because it's too low of a level. I would have to enhance it a ton. That would reduce its value. So I'll probably combine it for some weapon later, I guess. If we can get some other components together to go make something. I don't know, do I have a hammer mage component? I'm not sure. We even got some plate gauntlets. I don't think this is upgrade though, no. Has to be at least 3-star because we're in full 4-star right now, other than weapon. Do I have a hammer mage weapon right now? I don't think I do. I'm trying to find a non-crafted hammer mage weapon. Yes, I do. It's a little bit low level, but I could upgrade it now. I could upgrade my 2-hand. You know what? Let's go do this. It's not going to be that much of an improvement, but it maintains the full sell value and I have all the components for it. And by the time I get to the other weapon, yeah, let's go do this. Because all 3 of these should be a drop item. So they should, none of these should have a crafted symbol in their corner. These were all from drops. This 49 was from a guard back before they could do that. This actually is impossible to get from a guard anymore, oddly enough. It will always drop at least milestone 19 now. They did that in an update a couple months ago. So this is actually an impossible drop now. But we got that. This we just literally got. And of course the weapon I got from Death Crow that I'm using right now. So I'm going to combine all these together. Because they are all from monster drops, it's not going to tank the value. Because you put even one crafted item in there, it'll tank its value like crazy. But since these were all drops, not only will this make us a stronger weapon, but it will still maintain its full sell value. So if we go check these real quick, let me go tally over and then clear my inventory. But if we go over to the mines, if we fuse all these together, we should have like a 19 point something. And it should be slightly stronger than what we have now, but it should maintain the full sell value. So if I was to sell all 3 of these components, they're all selling for like, what, 1.7. This is like a, what, 1.8. Yeah, 1.9. And then our weapon that we currently have. So a 1.7, a 1.9, and a unequip info, and a 1.9. So on average, that's what? That's a 5.7-ish? 5.6, 5.7. Should be around a 5.6. So if we go do this, it should be at worth about 5.6. Yes, I would like to infuse. Wait, how do I do this again? Oh yeah, I gotta talk to the table. So we put this here. We put the thing there. We put that there. It's actually the same level. Wait, really? That's funny. It's going to be the same level, but it's going to have 15 more power. So the current power on my weapon, so it should be worth about 5.6, which would maintain all sell value. And it should be a strength 15 higher than this, because it's the exact same level, oddly enough, but it will be next rarity. So it should be a power level of 1041 with the same sell value of all 3 of these combined, because all these are drop items, not crafted items. If they were crafted, we wouldn't be able to do it. So now we go and infuse, because that's the average that it has, so we'll go infuse them. So same level, just a rarity higher, and it should be 15 more damage, as well as the other thing. So we should see this 1026 go to 1041. This should be 1041. Yep, exactly on the dot. And as we mentioned, it should be worth about a sell value of... Oh, wait, I was looking at the wrong value, but that's still true. I was looking at the mid value. But yeah, I said it would be around a 5.6, 5.7. Yeah, it's a 5.9. I was doing it all based on mid value, not low price. Whoops. Low price is what it actually sells for. But I was looking at the wrong number. But that still holds true, though. I was just doing it on mid price instead of low price. I really hate that mid price item. You literally never use mid price for anything. Because you don't buy it from shops for mid price. You don't sell it to shops at mid price. Like, the mid price literally means nothing unless you have trading enabled. And even people who have trading enabled probably don't even use mid price. It's a really weird number to show as default. Because it's probably the least useful piece of info on the entire page. Like, out of every info piece in this page, literally the one it shows you is the least relevant one. Which is kind of unfortunate. Alright, let me go sell all this junk. Let me go bank all this other stuff. But yeah, now we have a 15 power stronger weapon. It's not going to do much, but we're still going to upgrade once we get to 25, probably. But it still gets to maintain its full sell value, so just a little detour to go upgrade our weapon since we had all the components for it. Might as well. Anyways, back to killing goblins. Let me just go get our wall plants real quick. And we'll be good to go. Do Hero Piece drop one? No, I don't think Hero Piece had one. The 5 that are from this chapter include the 2 goblins, which are weak to yellow, the carnivorous plant, and these death crows, which are weak to blue. And the other one is ghoul, which is weak to green, I believe? I want to say green. But yeah, those are all the ones in chapter 1. I forget the chapter 2 ones. Like the full extensive list. But yeah, those are the ones for chapter 1. And Hero Beast is not one of them, unfortunately. But yeah, the 2 goblins, Death Crow, Carnivorous Plant, and Ghoul. Right, where are all the goblins at? Let's go test out our new shiny weapon that doesn't really do that much because special attacks don't exist in the game yet. His enchanted tree does double drops. I wish. No. Actually, the way that they did it... Oh, I didn't even realize because I was talking. He actually killed us. Well, we upgraded our weapon. We're in full 4-star gear, and they can still kill us. That is insane. Full 4-star, as well as weapon. And they can still kill us. At 4 levels above them. But yeah, game definitely needs combat rework. That is crazy. I know we're using a 2-hand, which does take more damage, but still. 2-hand still overall out DPS the shield thing. Until they rebalance or do something with shields or such. But whenever skill trees finally come into the game and everything. And it's still kind of crazy though. We're in full 4-star. I know some of it's not like perfect level, but still. We're in full 4-star, all of a decent level range. 4 levels above it, and it can still kill us. If it gets lucky enough. Well, at least every time we die, we get 7 healing potions. We won't be able to make them for a while, but these are the best in slot healing potion supply, so... They make 52% heals, is what we get from those. Alright, where's the enemy? There he is. Oh, there's multiple of them. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot. I have to reset my weapon because we died. Does that reset every time you die? I could have sworn we didn't have to reset that earlier. But oh well. You've been killing them thinking it was probably one? Oh no! Yeah, the best ones to be killing is Cryo Knight, though I guess it depends on your level range and everything. Is either Carnivorous Plant or Death Crow, because they're both weak to blue. The only reason I'm doing Goblin and other Goblin is because they're at my level range for best XP rate and everything. So it makes more sense for me to be doing them. But the second we get Carnivorous Plant, you know, we're going to be switching to a blue weapon and killing those. We won't be able to do that this stream, though. Goal for this stream is basically get both the 2 Goblin drops, I think, with the sword we just made. Oh, so hello, beloved. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, level coming in. Also, once this level comes in, we did the math earlier. We should have 150 kills by the time we get this level. Because we've been keeping track of it based on XP. And as soon as that level rolls in, we will be at 150 kills. Pretty much on the dot. And at this point, it looks like there's one more kill. Yep, after this kill, we're at 150 kills. And still no, no acorn. We're about to get our 4th set of XP into alchemy, though. That's right, we're almost training alchemy. There'd be 4 double sets of knowledge, which we've gotten 8 knowledge in that time. Which makes sense, because this is about 4 knowledge an hour, I think. There we go, we're officially at 150 goblins. The only problem now is I believe they're on penalty. I'll double check before we click one again. Or is there a way to check? Isn't it after 5 levels you start getting penalized? Or is the level after 5 levels? These, wait, let's see. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I can't remember how it is, but... We're either getting penalized now or we start getting penalized next level by 5%. Hello, Peter! Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I'm curious if Wiki's going to have a number of what its drop rate is at some point. I don't think they're doing wide enough data collection to really have a option for it. Because at this point, this is like our 5th inventory, right? 4th, 5th, somewhere around there. Oh, I'm about to overkill my knowledge rate right here. That's fine, though. Unfortunately, you can't use a knowledge point while in combat. Oh, hello, Stefan! Welcome, welcome. Yeah, maybe they'll reveal the drop rates after a little bit of time. I don't feel like they did in the back in the days of the Gower years. That's not something they normally do. They normally leave it to Discovery for, you know, letting the community figure out and everything. Modern Jagex does, but Gower Brother years of Jagex, they never really, like, release drop rates. It wasn't, like, something they did. Old School RuneScape generally does it, like, you know, 2 weeks after the fact or something, I think. Normally. But that was after the Gower years that they started doing that. Because I'm pretty sure the Gower Brothers never actually released drop rates ever for anything. With, like, maybe a few exceptions. But they kind of just generally release stuff and be like, okay, go do it. Go find out on your own. So at least just leave some mystery to it and everything. Because in the patch notes, they didn't even say what the trees do. But at this point, I think we have a pretty good understanding. You can enhance one of every single one of the trees. So you can have one tree enhance for the 10 trees that can be enhanced. Not all trees can. There's like 13 trees, but 10 of them can be. Yew and 2 of the useless other weird side material can't be. I think it's yew trees, which is a good one that can't be. Willow water, which we don't really care about. And the one for those boxes for pufferfish. Those are the 3 that I believe cannot be enhanced. But every other tree can. The only one that's relevant is yew trees cannot be enhanced. But beyond that, you can have 1 of those 10 trees enhanced that aren't those 3. And it respawns 3 times slower, but you can harvest it 4 times. So you wouldn't want to do it in a main gameplay loop. You'd want to do it off to the side. So whatever kind of tree loop you're doing, you actually don't want your enhanced tree to be in your primary tree loop. You want it to be off to the side of your tree loop, so that you can end up, you know, grabbing it on when it's on spawn. Because you're not going to be grabbing it every cycle in whatever tree loop you do. You're going to be grabbing it like once per inventory, but you're not going to grab it every single respawn cycle like you would a normal tree. They work a little bit differently than how a normal tree does. But you get to cut it 4 times instead of 1. But yeah, there's some interesting tech we can end up doing with that, with like Carpenter and a few other things. And that's why I mostly want to try to get to this stream, is see if we can get that rolling. But it requires me to get the 1 from both these 2 goblins, which we've gotten 0 of so far. But hopefully we'll get both of them in some reasonable amount of time. And we'll find out soon. A friend of yours got it after 3 hours of non-stop grind? Well, we're 2 hours in right now. I'll take a little over 2 hours, but I'm not sure how much of that time was talking and setting up everything. But the stream says almost 2.5 hours now, so... Realistically, that's 1 solid 2 hours of grinding. Because some of that time we went to go enhance our weapon. Some of that time was us just talking or going over the patch notes. So yeah, I would say we farmed for a solid 2 hours now, but we're in full 4-star, we're in 4-star weapon. Pretty much as max as we can get. At level 25, maybe I'll go make a big blue 2-hand, but now that we just upgraded this, maybe I don't need it as much. I might wait till level 30 instead of 25. I don't know, we'll see. Also depends, obviously, if we get a 4-star weapon drop. Because while we did get a 4-star body today, and a 3-star weapon that upgraded our weapon to 4-star, we have not seen a 4-star weapon. Closest we got was a 3-star that upgraded our, upgraded this to 4-star. Though it kept the same level because of the level ranges I combined into it. We made a level milestone 19-6 sword into a milestone 19-6 sword. But now it's a higher rarity, so it's 15 more damage. You would get a lot more damage from this if special attacks exist, but unfortunately, no special attack, so the DPS increase of this is very, very minuscule, but I did it because they were all dropped components, so it didn't reduce this thing's sell price at all. It still sells for the exact same number that it would have sold for before we upgraded it. It just does 15 more damage now, or, you know, 15 more power. Which is not the same as 15 more damage. It gets put into that really weird formula. But 15 power is still a lot, though. For the same reason why even just, like, 10 defense in one of these is actually quite a bit of a lot. The same reason why 15 power is a lot. Like, it might not seem like much that this slightly being over 1,000 compared to this being 1,023. But you'd be surprised what that almost 30 difference makes as far as how much tankier it makes you. Because it's doing it based on a curve based on the enemy. So every little bit of extra power, even by only 10, is quite a bit of a big difference. As far as actual percent, I'm not quite sure. But it's at least a few percent difference, if not more. Like even just 10 power for defense or offense is like a few percent damage increase or decrease. But yeah, I'm not sure if we're going for 2. We'll see. If we can get an acorn in the next hour, I will go for 2. If we do not get it within the next hour, I am considering just going for the 1. Because I can still test what I want to test even if we don't have the oak tree. Because I could do it based on juniper tree timer and assume both trees have the exact same respawn timer. Like, I have to assume that an enhanced oak has the same respawn timer as an enhanced juniper. Because if it does, I can still test the method I want to go try. I just won't be able to actually do it, but we can still test like the timers and everything on it to make sure that in theory it works. Even if I don't get both seats though. I definitely got to get at least one. We're not ending the stream without one of them. But yeah, if it does on average, let's say it takes up on average 4 hours per one. Let's say that's the average. That is 40 hours to get one of each. That's actually a lot of time. And it's definitely not like super high priority for me to do, mostly because I don't plan to do woodcutting anytime soon. Like I plan to do it some, but you know, I don't plan to like grind woodcutting. Honestly, All of Hope Forest is probably gonna be like the last chapter I do at this rate. Because after my trip, our next priority is alchemy. During my trip, I'll be getting a lot of passive XP for things like Merchant and Fisher through Ventures. My actual passives would likely be set in stuff in Mines of Matubin. Unless I do put on other stuff. That's something I didn't think about. Over the next 3 months when I'm going to be away, when I leave at the end of May, what am I going to be passiving during that time? Because normally I do it based on whatever the update is, but I might just get all of Mines of Matubin up, I'm not sure. Maybe I do it on Merchant so I can get the other thing up a little bit better. It feels a little bit like a waste. But the only reason I feel like almost doing it on Merchant is I need to get to the better alchemy supplies, because the first thing we're doing when we come back is training alchemy like crazy, assuming they don't rework alchemy. But assuming they don't rework alchemy by then, and hopefully just add alchemy bounties or something that helps it and not completely overhaul it again. But assuming they don't overhaul it for the billionth time, I want to keep getting these grapes and cinnamon sticks. But to be able to get higher tier grapes and cinnamon sticks, obviously I need higher Merchant. So I might have to passive Merchant some while I'm gone, since I won't be able to like manually train it as much. So I might have to do that so I can get a bunch of grapes at all the other milestones instead of just like a billion tier 6. So I can get a nice even distribution of tier 6, tier 7, and tier 8. And then by then I just have to manually go do like the final 50 levels, which I think is golden levels, right? No, it only gets golden level at the end. Which is actually interesting. I believe that's the only skill in the game. That in Detective, where you actually don't get golden bounties until you're max level. There's no golden bounties that you ever get at any point between the level ups. Like Detective is the same way. You don't get golden bounties at any point. But when you get fully maxed, you do get golden bounties. Which is rather interesting with Merchant, because there's some tech you can do with infinite bounties for Merchant that you otherwise wouldn't be able to do with only a 2-minute timer. Like a 2-minute timer normally covers all of your needs. But there are some really close tasks that you can turn in and do like a quick loop that you wouldn't otherwise be able to do because your 2-minute timer might not have been expired yet. But with auto refresh bounties, it would be. Or, you know, they would already be a full board by then. Yeah, Detective is technically always bountiful. Because when you finish out a bounty, it auto-replaces. Merchant is not like that, though. But yeah, that is true. I just thought with the new 5-minute timer that it was a little bit different. But I'm not sure. I haven't tested it since the thing. But that is how it used to work, though. So it might still work even with the 5-minute timer thingy. But it definitely helps Merchant a lot, as there's a few things that you could do where you otherwise would be waiting where you don't need to. But although with double Merchant board, I guess you don't really need to do that as much these days. Double Merchant board kind of solved that pretty heavily. But it's a nice addition if you're ever doing that for money post max. Because honestly, Merchant's pretty good money now. Before it was kind of overshadowed by Leatherworker, as was like literally everything in the game. But doing max Merchant with bountiful bounties is pretty solid money per hour. Like it's probably like 4 gold an hour while also getting like, what, 6, 7 knowledge points per hour? Oh no, 6, 7. But it's about 6 or 7 knowledge points per hour while getting like 4 gold an hour or something. Like it's really good. Obviously we won't be getting any XP other than the knowledge points, but it's pretty solid all around. It feels bad to have to passive Merchant that much though. Like I might be passiving Merchant for the next 3 months while also doing the ventures. It feels a little bit like a waste. I'll try not to do it too much and maybe try to get some manual training in when I need to get my quick knowledge points or something. Just so I don't have to passive it as much. Because obviously I'd rather be passiving something like Leatherworker or something in Chapter 3. Or even do a Woodcutting Carpenter so we can start getting the supplies ready for, you know, everything in Mines Matubin. For when we actually start making gear to help with combat. And of course, fishing will keep getting up from our venture. I'll keep doing 1 venture every day. And eventually this will become max fishing. Off of just one venture a day, we will eventually hit max fishing. Which is kind of crazy, but it would eventually happen. It would take years upon years. Obviously, I'm not in a rush to get it up. The only time fishing will be useful is when Chef finally gets reworked. And Chef and Botanist still are lowest skills. Chef because the foods still do nothing. Though that might change soon. And Botanist because after the rework, it just hasn't really been that worth doing. They removed the bones from the skill, which was one of the main reasons for even getting up Gatherer. And made even Forager even better between the Monument and the fact that it has bones now. So it got like double buffed while Botanist got nerfed, like double nerfed. So Botanist is in a really weird position right now. Because a lot of what it gives is just Chef and Alchemy supplies, and you easily get max Alchemy without ever touching Botanist. Like, it helps, but it's definitely not required. The only thing that really hinders you from not doing Botanist is, oddly enough, the EXP potions for Hope Forest are locked behind Botanist. So that means your Carpenter EXP rates could be really bad. Because you might be stuck having to use 5% EXP pots for Carpenter. But aside from that, there's not really any big deal of not having Botanist. Because the luck supplies, which are really good, you can just buy from the shop. The 5% EXP pots you can just buy from the shop. It means you won't have access to, you know, 14%, 10%, stuff like that. But you know, just buy the 5% for the shop, it'll still hold you over. But, yeah, it's the only thing you're really missing from doing Botanist, really, honestly. Until it gets combined into something. We don't know what synergy is going to be. Like, obviously, Botanist will eventually feed into another skill. We don't know which one that will be. Maybe sometime this summer it'll finally have it. But Botanist will eventually feed into something. And when it does, then it becomes a little bit more relevant. At that point, I should probably get Milestone 5 so we can get whatever that upgrade is. Because we set that as a goal a little over a year ago. I still haven't finished it, by the way. Technically, we're working on it right now. Because for us to have Milestone 5 everything, I need level 20 combat. Because, you know, 4 chapters, so it's level 20 for 5 all. I would need 2 more cooking levels. That shouldn't take that long. I could easily get that done in a few hours if we really, you know, all in on it. Botanist, which is the furthest away by far. And I was hoping the Easter event would be a Botanist event, Ward event, but it wasn't. It was just, you know, find bunnies. It was still pretty fun, though. I did like the Easter event. Don't forget, last week to finish the Easter event if you haven't. It will be removed on Monday. And, yeah, that's it. Everything else is Milestone 5 or higher. So we just got to get combat to 27 more levels, which we're working on right now, technically. 26.5, actually. 2 more cooking levels, which should be pretty free. And then the only sketchy one is 23 Botanist levels, which I probably am not doing until Botanist bounties come out or something. Because we're actually at a level range where we have bountiful bounties. So, yeah, we're probably just waiting for bounties at this point before we touch Botanist. Unless the enhanced synergy is just so good for whatever the tier 5 one is. But otherwise, I'm pretty much not touching it at the earliest until bounties come out. What would we be getting if we did it right now? Oh yeah, we don't need to be getting leaks. I already have infinite of this leak. If anything, I'm going to have a Spear 1500 I don't even need that I could go sell. So I really don't need to be doing this leak. I forget what the Thistle was used for. But that'd be our first one we'd be able to do. I think this is used for the Death Potion, I want to say. Thistle plus Bitterfruit. Pretty sure this is for the Necromay Potion. Can't remember ever since they reworked everything, but I'm pretty sure that's the Necromay Potion. Oh, that goblin almost killed us. That was really close. Oh no, I'm at a full inventory. And still no acorn. At this rate, we might just be going for 1. And I'll just have to use the timer of the juniper tree and assume the oak tree would do the same thing. And I'll have to put these spare oak logs in my inventory just to simulate that we did get the oak logs from the enhanced tree that isn't there. Because at this rate, it seems like we're only going to get 1. But the thing I want to test, I will assume both are enhanced. I will also assume the juniper tree enhanced is the same spawn rate as the oak tree enhanced. As I assume they all enhanced trees have the same spawn rate. I'm not sure if we know that for sure, but it has to be assumed since we probably won't have the other one. So I'll still go test the method I want to go do, but yeah, we might only have 1 seed if this is the rate we're going to be at. Like if we go another 2 hours and we still don't have it, oh gosh, we're still definitely going for 1. If we get in the next hour, maybe we'll go for 2, we'll see. Because we could always get lucky on the second one. Oh, there's Shore Central. He saved Kane the Crows. I forget what tree that is for. But these are one of the easier ones for us to go for since they're weak to blue. Same as the Carnivorous plant. Though Carnivorous plant you can't use an Rage Potion on. Death Grow you can. And they've been here for like an hour now too, and they still haven't gotten theirs. These are really rare. I'm actually kind of surprised they made them this rare. Because nothing else in this game at the moment is anywhere near this rare in the game. Oh, I forgot to go put all these away. Whoops. I meant to go bank all these, and then proceeded not to bank a single one. With the storage drift, I got distracted by the person farming there. Hopefully I get a potato drop here. That'd work perfect since I need to go to the bank anyways right now. The bank's right over there. It's not that far. Only reason we have to go to the farther bank is to sell all of our junk. Because I have almost no spare room in our storage drift right now because it's all tier 3 gear that we need to go use later. Mostly for when skill tree and everything comes out, if you're wondering what we're saving all that for. It's pretty much all being saved for the skill tree combat rework update. Whenever they finally rework combat. I wonder if this has any kind of pity system attached to it. If I had to guess, the answer is no. But I wouldn't mind that game doing that a ton. Like if you go like 3 times, 5 times over drop rate, just give you the item. I would not mind that. Because I really do hope Brighter Shores goes that route. At least some form of pity, like 5 times pity, at least, if something. But that's rare enough that, you know, it's still an achievement if you get it beforehand, or, you know, it still feels nice. But it's not like such a tight pity that's like, oh, you just kill it and just like get it automatically. But I think a 5 times dry rate is perfectly fair. For like nearly every RNG drop in a game. Because at that point, that's just ridiculous if you're going like 6x, 10x over drop rate or something. I do have a feeling they're going to slightly reduce these things' drop rate, though. I mean, increase. Or you know what I mean. Make it more common. Because for the first RNG grind, this does seem a little bit too random. Even though people have been asking for this. It does feel like they made it just slightly too rare. Like, I feel like you should get one, like, every hour. Whatever that drop rate would be, which I guess is a 1 in 100. It's not like this is like a permanent gear upgrade or something. Well, I guess it is a permanent tree upgrade. But when you compare it to the other upgrades we've gotten so far, which is like walk to location and mine a rock, walk to location and chop a, you know, like a little bramble thing. Which we did at the beginning of the stream to go get to tier 5 for woodcutting since we got 25. We just got that. This little guy. Like all you do is go to this location, go there, click on a resource, you got the drop. It takes less than 1 minute. Especially with the closer teleport from the quest. And then there's this where it's like, okay, go farm for like 3 to 6 hours on one mob. And maybe you'll get it. Like the disparity between what we've had for a leatherworker upgrade and a mining upgrade is insane compared to what the woodcutting upgrade is. I'm curious what the enhanced tree will end up looking like once we do get there, though. Gonna have just a bunch of glowy trees all over the place. They'd probably help a lot with eventual woodcutting bounties as well. Oh, so we definitely got to make sure we don't use on the wrong tree. That'd be a fail. Imagine farming all this and it's like, no, I used on the wrong tree. Which I guess some people technically did when they used their very first one. But I think I know pretty much every tree I plan to use these on. Because we'd want to use it on whatever the offset route is for a given resource. The only problem is I'm not sure what the route even is for some resources these days. But for mahogany, you'd want to put it in this room. Or even that room, potentially. Probably in this room. One or the other. Because your main gameplay loop is go 3-3. And I think you can keep doing these 3s over and over again. If you do need another room, then you would want to put it over here. Because you want to go 3-3-3, grab your enhanced tree, 3-3 bank. Yeah, you'd probably put it in that room, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because you take everyone here, take everyone here, take everyone here, take everyone here. I don't think he's respawned yet. Take everyone here, and bank, and then repeat. And then do it the other way around. And your enhanced tree should be respawned by then. With the higher respawn rate. Because you're taking enough time in the other rooms that it should be by then. But the main ones I want to try are the juniper tree here and the ash tree here. So not only we can take both of them, but we can also do it with carpenter. And then you put all your carpentry supplies in here, and then you're ready to go do both the 2 trees again. It seems like the strongest area to do it, and the first 2 you end up getting too. The juniper tree is the lowest level one, the ash tree is the second lowest level one. So you can do this pretty early in early game as well. And it seems like the best way to do it. Grab both of these 2 trees, grab the rest of the ash trees or whatever you need to fill up to 12. Do all your carpenter here. Bank everything in the storage rift, which is almost like 0-time banking, because then you go and do the 2 wood cutting and repeat the cycle. Oh, you also grab the plant in between and auto-grow it, because you're should be off cooldown every time for that as well. You get to auto-grow the plant in between. You don't get to keep it, unfortunately, but you do get to auto-grow it, the orchard. So that'd be free botanist XP. But yeah, we'll want to go try that once we get 1 tree. Ideally, we would want both, but there's no way we're getting both today, I don't think. Unless we get the acorn in like the next half an hour or something. I don't think we're getting both today. At this point, we'll be lucky if we get the acorn today. Well, we'll go till we get the acorn at least. Maybe if it takes like another 3 hours, hopefully not. Let's see, I don't check the Reddit too often. What's the Reddit saying about the trees? Like way too rare. Let's see. Let's see. People happy that they're finally adding some purposeful drops, if nothing else. Let's see. A lot of people asking what the enhanced tree actually does. The tooltip in game says it. The patch notes doesn't though, so that makes sense. Someone complaining that the game is bad. And that's it. Oh no, there's another one over here. Oh yeah, and another one mentioning that. Okay. There's not too much conversation on it, actually. Alright, there we go. Yeah, not much going on about it. Alright, where are we? Someone was talking to us. Tacit. What's up? Hello. Let's see. Have we started traveling yet? No. I want to take the thingy. Okay. Nearly 200 goblins, no acorn. Yeah, I'll still be able to go cover the 7-star quest next week. Though I won't be able to do it on Monday, though. I will be busy on Monday. But hopefully they don't release it on Monday. Like, obviously this patch came out on Tuesday. I'm really hoping they delayed again because I was busy this Monday and I'm going to be busy next Monday as well. And I'm really hoping they delay it by one more day. Because if the quest does come out on Monday, I can't cover it till Tuesday, unfortunately. So 1 week from today, we'll be covering the 7-star quest, assuming it's out by then. But there's a good chance it's going to be on Monday and I'm not going to be around, but we'll do it on Tuesday. But we're going to do it on all 3 accounts. Because all 3 accounts should have the requirement to do the 7-star quest. We'll do it on our main, completely blind. And, you know, then we kind of speed through it on the other 2. I will have timestamps in the description for it, which I should have probably put on the Easter video. I noticed the Easter video started to get a lot more views because no one really covered a guide on it. So a lot of people have been using my stream as a guide, but I never put timestamps in the guide. Also, one weird thing about the guide is I believe they did move one of the bunnies, because when I was doing it the 3rd time, it seems like one of the bunnies was in a different location. So one of the patches did move one of the bunnies. There's one of them you didn't have to move the bunny at all, and it was already in the correct location, but they actually moved it to a harder one. It wasn't that much harder, but you know. The one that they had before was literally free. Like, you literally just walk into the room and click the bunny because it was already pre-trapped. But they moved that one to a one where you actually have to solve the puzzle instead of having a free auto-catch bunny. But it's the only thing that's off in the video. Everything else didn't get moved. They moved a few other ones, but I did it after they moved a few other ones that was in, like, Mines of Batubin or something. Because they moved it to the not quest area. Yeah, someone else had about 200 not getting it either. Wow. But yeah, the penalty on it shouldn't affect drop rate on the gear. Oh, we're almost at 25. That was around when I was going to make the big blue sword. Now that we got this upgraded, it's not as relevant, but I might still make it. Depends if we have Acorn or not by then. Oh, wow, that thing... Wow. That thing just got armed. Is that a max tier goblin? What on earth? I don't think I've ever seen that before. That thing is geared. What? That is crazy. That threw me off for a second. That's really funny. I don't think I've ever seen someone fight a max skinned goblin. Dude, that should be max. I almost thought that was a player for a second, but then it was like, wait, it's too short, and that armor doesn't exist. Someone might need to take the upper goblin. We're all fighting for these. Up there he goes. He's going the long way though. No one's bothering to camp the upper goblin. Poor upper goblin. No love for the upper goblin. Just 4 people fighting over the other 3. Oh, never mind. There's someone on it. Oh, Acorn, where are you? Good thing I grabbed a spare water today. I was originally going to because I was like, oh, this patch won't take like more than an hour. 3 hours later and we've completed 0% of it. That's the crazy part too. Once we get Acorn, that's 10% completion of the update today. I think this is the longest grind they've ever done with a mini patch like this ever. Is by the end of this stream, after like 4 to 5 hours, or however long we're going to be here for total, or maybe 3 hours if we get lucky, if we get in the next 10 minutes. But we will have 10% completion of this update today. Which is kind of crazy, given that every other one could be 100% in like an hour. This will be like 3 to 6 hours for 10% completion. But hey, free combat XP. They were starting to get close to the point where I need to start killing the Goblin Chiefs. So hopefully we get the Acorn within the next, you know, milestone and a 4th. Because if we're level 25 and we don't have Acorn yet, that's kind of problematic. Not just because of their penalty, but also because the next enemy would be way better to go for XP rate-wise. Well, maybe not. They're actually about XP neutral, since these give such high XP. But I believe even with their huge XP bonus, the next one is still higher. Even if you ignore penalty. I'm pretty sure it's still higher. Let me go double check. Let's see. So this one is giving 269, nice. Whereas this is giving 243. Oh yeah, it actually is lower because this one's so high and the other one's so low. At max penalty, obviously the Goblin will be lower. So once we get close to that is when it would be problematic. But yeah, never mind. Yeah, the base XP actually is higher than Goblin Chief. But the Goblin Chief have 50% extra reward drop and better knowledge rate. Which make up for, of course, the XP rate. Whereas this has really low in both. Though not low enough to not give us a 4-star body that we got today. As well as a 3-star weapon upgrade to make our 4-star weapon. So honestly, for minus 50% loot, we've been getting some pretty good loot from it today, honestly. We got a weapon upgrade, and we got a body piece upgrade. It's definitely not too bad for minus 50% loot. I gotta remember to use the potion now so we don't waste some of our knowledge points like I have been all stream. We keep forgetting to pre-pot it before the kill. And of course we're still putting in alchemy, as that is our next major goal. It won't get completed until after the trip, because we'll be aligning everything for it. But as long as alchemy doesn't get reworked again in like 4 months from now, our goal for September is to go get max alchemy. And we should have pretty much all the supplies to do it pretty nicely, especially if bounties are out for it by then. Because bountiful bounties are tier 9. So if we could just get to tier 9, we're pretty much good to go to max it out. And our current supplies pretty much get us to 8.5, or at least our current plan gets us to like 8.5. So we just got to scrap together the other half and we'll be good to go. I'm not sure if I'm going to have to buy supplies or what our plan is for there, but we should be able to pretty comfortably, with everything we'll have set up by then, get to 8.5. And then we'll just have to offset with like knowledge points or buying stuff or however we're going to do it. The only problem is if we do buy stuff, we only have like 400 gold. By the time we do it, maybe 500 gold. We can allocate like 200 to 300 for. Obviously, I don't want to use my whole cash stack. I can pretty comfortably allocate like 200 to 300. And the reason it's so expensive is I do plan to keep every potion. I don't plan to sell a single one back. Alright, where's this acorn? I can pretty much assure you at this point we're only going for one, I think, this stream. Just in case we get heavily RNG'd on the other one. However, I might off-stream start AFKing with Enrage Potion the other one, as long as the room isn't too crowded. I'm just concerned the room's gonna be too crowded. Because I do kind of want to start AFKing all of these so we have them for later. So hopefully by the time we come back from the trip or something, we'll have all the trees done and everything. And probably also like milestone 21 armor. Or I should say milestone 20 armor. We'd be level 21. Oh, I thought that might have been an acorn for a second. Because there was a gear drop and 3 potato. So I couldn't tell what the other thing was because the potatoes were over top of it. But no, it's just a useless plate leg. Alright, we have officially hit our 4th level. We're about to, any second now. 2 more kills. And we would have hit our 4th level from these goblins. Still no seed. The dry streak continues. Well, I'm not even sure for dry. That's the other factor, too. We don't know what their drop rate is, so, you know, we could be under, we could be over. We could be not even close. Could be a 1 in 1,000, could be 1 in 10,000. But it's definitely not that high, though. At this point, if I had to guess, it's either around 1 in 500-ish or 1 in 1,000-ish. Because by the time we get this level, we should be at about 240-ish kills, I believe it is, at this point. It's a little hard to do the math now because we're under penalty, so it's hard to tell what the exact number is for each level range. Or at least it's a lot more annoying to do the math. But we should be at about 240 or 245 kills or so after we get that level. Wait, actually, no. Wouldn't it be more instead of less? Wait, I'm doing the math inversely. No, we should be at 250 kills right now, then. Like around 250-ish. Oh, let's just do the math based on the previous value. Because we're getting less XP, so if I do it based on the previous value, we are still getting, we're still getting the number we need. The only problem is I think this other number is adjusting every time. And I forget what it was originally. Though I guess I could check the calculator. Hold up. Do I still have it in the calculator? Yes, perfect. It was 273,000 is what we were getting originally with no penalty. Perfect, I need that number. Because right now, if I go check it, it's going to show me the penalized number, I'm pretty sure. Because before it was 273, but now we're getting 265. So we're getting 8% less. But doing it based on the previous number, yeah, it's still fine to do. If anything, it's going to be showing a slightly lower number, not a slightly higher. So we actually killed more than whatever number this is going to be. Up the misclick. Oh, it's right there. There we go. Alright, let me go check. So the amount of EXP, let's just say 13.5 million. So 13,500,000 times that by 4. Divide it by the other number we had before, which is the full number. 273,291. So at bare minimum... Oh yeah, sorry, now we're at 200. I was right before. So we are basically at exactly 200 kills right now. At this exact moment in time. Technically a bit more than that. Because I'm not accounting for the penalty. So we're actually getting more kills, not less. Because we had to kill more to get the same amount of XP. But yeah, we're roughly at a little over 200 kills right now. Definitely bare minimum we've killed at 200. But yeah, that's rough. I don't know, maybe it's a 1 in 250-ish? It could be that number too. Maybe that kind of like middle range number. I do find it crazy that they made it less than 1% though. I was definitely expecting a 1 in 100-ish. But right now, based on how many we've done, it's looking at best like a 1 in 250-ish. Especially based on other people's drop rates. It's like 1 in 200, 1 in 250-ish, 1 in 300-ish maybe. Could be even rarer than that. At about every 50 we kill, we're getting a level. That is going to start slowing down now that we're getting penalty, though. But roughly every 50-ish is a level. At this current level range. And we are killing more than 50 an hour. So we're getting a little bit more than a combat level an hour. Like, we're already 4 in and it's only 3 hours in. And not even all that was doing combat. I don't even need to check to see that this is better. We already got a 3-star from these guys. I mean, sorry, a 4-star armor piece. It doesn't say we got it from Goblin, but we could tell because it's level 18 and they're level 18. But yeah, in one more level, I would normally move to the next enemy here. But, especially I'd probably go make the mid-range blue weapon as well. But we're kind of stuck on these, so I guess the game plan is, yeah, just stay on these until we get it. Eventually we're going to be at max penalty, though. Yeah, it looks like just potatoes. Unless you can get the seed and the potato at the same time. But I'm pretty sure just a stack of potatoes there. Also, we gotta go bank. Come on, acorn on the skill. Otherwise, this is like our 6th bank. Not counting deaths. Though we shouldn't really die anymore. We got a problem if we die in full tier 4. 6 levels higher than them. And, what is it? But yeah, we really shouldn't die 6 levels higher than them in full tier 4 at a pretty decent level range compared to them. As far as the gear. That'd be really weird if that's even possible now. Alright, let me grab all this. Let me go and sell all this junk. Don't even need to check this body. We already know it's weaker. Just for the fun of it. Let's see how much weaker it is. Let's say we didn't get lucky, because this would probably be my best plate body if I didn't get lucky. Yeah, it's like 30 to 40 lower in every defense stat. Compared to the 4-star we got lucky on them earlier on. Because this would have been our best body if we didn't get that really lucky drop. But we did, so it's not. Let's see, sell all this junk. Sell, sell, sell. Go and grab the wall plants and go store all this away. And then back to the combat. There's one nice thing about these having quicker taking. Because generally whenever you take these, you kind of just want to get in and out because you're just going by the street. So them being 20% quicker is kind of nice. It's not a big improvement, but you know, it saves you a few seconds having to pick these up. Makes it a lot more worthwhile to grab your 7 potion reagents whenever you walk by. Since we gotta go bank everything anyways. We could do the same thing with the nettle that's on the other ones. The nice thing about the nettle too is you actually can't get it from shops. So any nettle we get there, you either get it from killing those goblins or you get it from, you know, obviously picking nettle. Alright, we got over our wall plants, we got over our potato. In the bank you go. And then off to the goblins. Wonder how many people have given up on trying to farm for these. Or they saw the drop rate and it's like, nope. Or they got like 1, 2, 3 hours in and just gave up. Oh yeah, that's something we didn't check. I didn't check the Steam conversation on it yet. What have the Steam people been mentioning about the update? 3 comments. But what does it do? Yeah, the patch notes doesn't say, so another person saying that. But what do they do? Another person saying that. On the tree you enchant, you'll be able to cut it 4 times. There we go, someone answering them. Any discussions on it? Have you opened access? No. I think they were talking about different countries' Steam achievements. Someone wanting Steam achievements. I'm not sure if they're going to do Steam achievements. I would love if they did, though. Especially since the game's kind of a Steam exclusive at the moment. The only reason that I think they won't is they are planning, obviously, a mobile version at some point. It's not coming till after 1.0. So by then we'll have PvP, we'll have skill tree, we'll have dungeons, we'll have bounties for every skill, we'll have world events for every skill. We'll probably have like 20 more quests in the game, we'll have Stonewall Hill. There'll be a lot of things that will happen before then. At this rate, I don't think 1.0 is coming out till like 2028. And that's being generous. Are we going for the walnut? No, I'm going for whatever the juniper one is. I do need to go for the walnut on the other guy though soon. We're going for the acorn right now. But at some point we do need to go for the juniper. I mean for the walnut for the ash tree. Because those are the only 2 trees I really want upgraded at the moment, so I could try a carpentry strategy with them. Not to mention, one of the reasons I want to do that is it's my best carpentry XP in 1 more level. Which is the main reason I kind of want to have the oak tree and the juniper tree there. I won't be able to do anything with the juniper, unfortunately. But I mostly want it for oak, even though we're going for juniper first. Also because I need juniper to actually train woodcutting at the moment. This is our next best tree. But there's a strategy I want to do that utilizes both. But we're definitely not going to have both today. At this rate, honestly, maybe I will go move to the oak after this. Just so we can focus on carpenter XP more than woodcutting, since my carpenter's a little lower anyways. It'll be worse woodcutting XP, but it'd be best in slot carpenter XP. There's the juniper stuff I can't even use yet, whereas the oak stuff I'd be able to use immediately. So if I don't get it by level 25, the acorn, I'm going to switch over to the other thing and see how it goes then. I think that's going to be our game plan. But yeah, we'll switch over to the other goblin at level 25. Just because our penalties are going to be too high on these guys. Obviously come back, but we'll AFK for them later when we come back for them. Whenever there's not like a billion people per room. I'll just do some enrage potions and we'll just randomly get an acorn by doing nothing. Than just drinking an enrage potion like every 9 minutes. Or no, maybe not that much. I think we have a 6-minute enrage. What's our strongest enrage right now? Yeah, 7-minute. I can go away for 7 minutes. Pick up everything from the ground and then repeat over and over again. Technically, it's almost 8 minutes because if you get into combat right at the end, it will last like, you know, like 7.5 minutes or so. It's about a 7.5 minutes, even though it says 7 minutes. But it's pretty much going to be the game plan if we don't get it by then. I'll go to level 25. If we don't get it by then, we switch to the other goblin. Because that will allow us to do the oak tree then. And that's the one I really want to see as far as the strategy for it. Because that's a really interesting carpenter synergy. Or sorry, not oak tree. I mean ash tree. There's ash tree, right? I keep saying oak for some reason. But it's the ash tree, I mean. It should be the ash tree one, right? You should get it from the goblin next door. Yep, ash tree. View recipe. Goblin next door. Goblin chiefs. From chapter 1. But yeah, that'll be the game plan then. Do these to 25. If we don't get it, switch over to the other one. Well, regardless, switch over to the other one. And then I'll just go try going for the other one then. Just so we can see the carpentry synergy that we could do with ash tree. But also because it's my current carpentry requirement. Well, obviously not my current, but you know. It will be my current soon. If anything, maybe I should start putting my knowledge points in the carpentry then. No. I don't know, maybe. I would need to go get the 5% from the bank real quick. Or one of the higher ones that we have. The only problem is I have a very limited amount of higher ones since it's based on your botanist level to get higher. But yeah, we'll switch over to the other one soon then. Might have to start drinking heal pots again, but it's fine. Because we're starting to get to the point where these guys' penalties is starting to get too high to be actively doing them. Because we're at the point where we can pretty much full AFK them and they won't really kill us. Even if they get first hit on us. Because these are giving 240,000 XP. And these are being reduced enough that they're almost down to 240. Like this number's going to go down to like 260 by the time we get a level. Plus they have worse loot, and plus they have like no knowledge points. But maybe we'll go do that. Maybe we'll go grab a 5% from the bank and start putting into Carpenter. So that by the time we get the Oak upgrade, assuming we don't get this one. I keep saying Oak, I mean Ash Tree. But once we get the Ash Tree upgrade from the other one then, we'd kind of be aligned. Because by then we pretty much have the Carpenter level to be able to go process them. Yeah, we're going to go do that. We're going to grab like some 5% pots from bank. And replace out my Might of a Tubin potion or something. Because I don't need those Might of a Tubin potions for the daily anymore. I only really use them when I do bounties. Like when I'm doing like smithing bounties or something. Wait, let me go grab that right now so I don't forget to go do them. I'm going to replace my Might of a Tubin with 5% from Hope Forest. And every knowledge point that we get going forward for right now, I'll put it into... also while I'm here, I might as well bank the other stuff. But I'll put it into Carpenter, so by the time we get the seed from the other one, we should be good to go. Hopefully. Alright, where's the XP pots for these? Oh yeah, I never did use that 114% we got. I got a lot of 8%. You know what, just to speed up a little bit today, we'll go 8%, why not? We have a very limited number of them. But, you know, might as well use them. They're not going to do anything if we just leave them there. Just while we're here, let me go put that away. Yeah, we'll use the 8%. We'll splurge a little bit today just to speed it up a little. Our grind's already going to be long enough. Speed it up by like 3% for the carpentry XP. Because of course we'll be double dipping it whenever we use it. But yeah, we'll stay on these till 25 and then we'll go for the ash tree one. Regardless if we have acorn or not. Hopefully we have acorn by then, but we might not. We might not. Also, I wonder how many new players will not realize this is a thing. Because obviously most people will know now because it's literally the update this week. But what about a new player like 2 months from now? Are they gonna know when they see an acorn from like the 3rd goblin they picked up that that is like the most precious resource they've gotten in their entire playthrough so far? Because you get to fight these goblins as early as level 8. This is the first one you would ever fight. So you don't even know that this concept of this existing. Imagine someone an early game getting like the acorn or the walnut from this and just leaving it on the ground because like, oh, that couldn't possibly be anything useful. It's gonna happen at least once. Someone in early game is gonna get like a few KC on one of these, get the item, and have no clue what it is, but think it's not worthwhile because, you know, it's just an acorn, it's just a walnut. What could it possibly be used for? Not realizing it is the rarest drop they've gotten in their entire playthrough so far. Even rarer than a piece of 4-star equipment in an early game. Which, now that I think about it, this piece of 4-star equipment from this minus 50% goblin might actually be rarer than the acorn. Because one of the reasons I thought it was the acorn for a second when I saw that, because it also had the orange border and everything. But there's a good chance this plate body from this enemy specifically, due to minus 50%, might actually be rare. Especially since we're not using a luck potion. Gosh, we need that luck potion to work on this drop, if anything. It only works on gear. Same as the plus or negative penalties. But maybe it should work on, you know, drops like this too. Just so you have some way of enhancing it to be a little bit quicker. Because if they were to make them work on it, I would 100% be chugging luck potions right now. If they made it so it would work. Currently, I'm almost guaranteed it doesn't. But if they were to ever make luck potion work on drops like this, I would be chugging them every second that thing goes down. Oh, we're officially a little over 3 hours in now. And no acorns in sight. At this point, I'm about to go ambush the trees for an acorn. Gonna go dig up like a squirrel stash that has like a 20 acorn stash for the winter. Oh, I guess they wouldn't stash it yet, it's spring. Though it does look like the population is starting to die down, so maybe later tonight I'll be able to AFK for some of them. So maybe by next week I'll be able to have a few to show off. Because I can just AFK Old School RuneScape's League and this at the same time while doing other stuff. Because this I would only have to check every 7 minutes, and Old School RuneScape I would only have to check about once every 15 minutes, roughly. And then all that in between time I can just do whatever. So I can AFK both games while, while getting all the stuff I need to get done before this trip in a few weeks. Because that might be the game plan at this point. I do want to get at least one this stream though. It might not be this acorn, but we will get one of these trees enhanced. At this point, it might end up being the ash tree, though, instead of juniper. Hopefully by then I'll have the carpenter level. And if not, I might have to manually train carpenter for half a level by the time we get there if we get lucky in the next hour. Because if it takes a few hours, I'll probably have level 9 carpenter. If we get it in the next, like, hour or so, we probably won't. Or we definitely won't. Though, who knows? The next enemy we fight gives way better knowledge rate compared to these, so maybe that'll be enough to make the difference. Let's where are the potatoes? I know I put away 4 earlier, but we've gotten like no potatoes this route, or this inventory. Alright, half a level to go. I will say goodbye to this goblin. I'll just AFK it with Enrage later. Because I think we're officially at the point where we are strong enough to not die to them. Even if they get first hit on us. So they're pretty much in Enrage range now. We should pretty much be 100% consistent at, you know, just Enrage potioning and never dying. Especially with the few levels we're about to get from the other thing. So we'll do these till 25. See if we get Acorn. Obviously stop them if we get Acorn before then. And then we switch over to the other guy. And the one plus side of that is I'll be able to try the carpentry method I want to go try with ash trees. But the only exception being is I might have to manually go grind carpenter for half a level. That shouldn't take that long. I should already have supplies banked, I think. Hopefully. We'll find out. I definitely have some supplies banked. I'm just not sure if I have the supplies banked that I would need to get good XP rate. But I definitely have some amount of logs in that bank. Just not sure if they're ones where we really need to be in there for good XP rate. Worst comes to worst, we could buy some from the shop, I guess, technically. But yeah, the levels are definitely starting to slow down. Not because we necessarily need that much more XP, but because their XP rate keeps going down by like 5% each time we go up a level now. And this is definitely the last tier where they're viable to do actively. Because anything beyond this, we just want to passive potion them, or, you know, enrage potion. If anything, I should almost go move to the next guy now. I'm almost tempted to. You know what? We'll go until we have a full inventory. Once we finish this inventory, the next time we come back here, I'm going to the bottom goblins, not the top goblins. So we'll go till we have a full inventory rather than a level. Though in all fairness, both are about to happen at probably approximately the same time, unless we get a lot of potatoes soon. Because we keep only getting gear drop, they're probably both going to happen around the same time anyways. Yeah, it really doesn't want to give me anything but gear right now. A lot of 1-star junk here. How much is this worth? It's like 16, 17 silver each. That's not too bad. It's a little bit worse than what it was before the update. But I assume they readjust this, assuming for all the combat reworks they're going to be doing. But it's actually slightly less than what you'd be getting at this level range, you know, before milestone update. But I guess it's also because the levels still keep expanding some. Not sure if it caps out at 20 or if it keeps going up in profit beyond that, though. Because if it does, it makes sense why it's scaled down a little bit lower at this range. Because if it keeps going, if it's going to keep scaling to 40, then they definitely got to have some room for it. I could have sworn someone said it stopped scaling at 20, though, as far as how much money you get from them or something. Because that would somewhat make sense, because that's when you start getting perfected gear. Which we've actually never been able to wear before, but we'll start getting it exactly at milestone 20. And I do mean exactly, because they actually updated it so that enemies don't give below the level. Like before, from this sparring guard, I got a level 1849. That's not something that can actually happen anymore. They did an update a couple months ago where everything at its beginning tier will always bare minimum give whatever that level is. So this level 19 sparring guard will always give at least 19 gear equipment. This 20 sparring guard, if we went for it, or this 21 sparring guard will always give, you know, 20 or 21 gear. But, yeah, they kind of fixed that a couple months ago. Just to make sure that you always get stuff within your milestone. Because before, that sparring guard would have dropped almost exclusively below your milestone. But the one benefit for this, specifically at this milestone, is this is the final visual tier. So the second we get 20, we'll pretty much be able to get fully visual tiered within like 10 minutes. We just need to get one of each, you know, drop type. Hey, finally, potatoes. First potato of this inventory. Thought they weren't going to drop. You got the walnut in like 20 minutes? Really? Oh, gosh. I hope we get that lucky. We are 3 hours in with no acorn. And as soon as this inventory fills up, we're going to go try getting walnut next. Even if we don't have acorn yet. Just because these penalties are starting to get too high to do actively. But they're really good to start using passive potion on. But they do have to wait till the crowd dies down. Probably do it later tonight if I have free time. Just like enrage potion for like a few hours straight before bed. Because hopefully there shouldn't be as many people here then. So we can just stand right there and just let all the goblins come to us. And hopefully just get a random acorn in the ground whenever we come back. As well as all the other drops, of course. It does nuke your knowledge rate to almost nothing, but you still get the full XP rate. Though you are penalized on 25%, but you're still getting your full XP rate as well as, you know, all the drops. And where there aren't too many drops that could be an upgrade, there are still a few that could be. Mostly 4-star, which we have gotten one. They are rare, but it could happen. Also, 3-star crafting material wouldn't hurt, which we already got for our quarterstaff, which we made our weapon into. If we're getting more material like that would be fine. But yeah, we'll go to this inventory, and then we're switching to walnut off the bottom goblins. Hopefully it's not as crowded. I have a feeling it's going to be equally as crowded, though. And we'll find out when we get there. We'll find out soon. Alright, at this point, 1 more potato drop and 4 more gear drops will get us there. Though ideally, it'll be 1 potato drop, 3 gear drops, and an acorn. Oh, this is going to be our first knowledge point soon that we need to go use on Carpenter. Because at this point, we're probably going to be going for the other seed first. And because of that, yeah, I need 1 more Carpenter level so I can do the ash trees. Because this tree would make it good for woodcutting XP. But the other tree makes it good for Carpenter XP. So doing combat again really reminds me how much we need special attacks and skill tree. Especially after Old School RuneScape just recently did the skill tree temporary thing. Makes me really curious to see what they would do with a permanent Brighter Shores skill tree. I'm just concerned there's going to be too many junk nodes on their skill tree, but we'll have to wait and see. Because some nodes that sound good are actually really negative. For example, extra ammo is a really bad skill node, and you might be forced to have to take it on whatever skill tree they end up doing for Brighter Shores. It is actually more beneficial to not have extra ammo in most situations with the way the game currently works. Just to make sure that you auto-switch off your ranged weapon quickly. There are situations where you do want more ammo. The 2 biggest ones being PvP whenever it exists, as well as any enemy that can be safe spotted. If you could eventually get enough ammo to completely safe spot it. But in every other situation, less ammo is actually better. Ironically. Unless there's a boss that ends up utilizing a lot of it in the future. Where you're going to need like 10 arrow shots during the course of a battle to speed it up. But with only 3 or 4, you know, obviously you wouldn't be able to do 10. So the extra ammo from skill tree would actually matter then. But for the way that general farming works in the current state of the game, more ammo is actually less DPS than more ammo. Assuming you're not bothering to manually switch each time, which gets kind of annoying. Assuming you're auto-switching your weapon. Which I don't always do, but it depends how far they are away. If they're max distance away, I'll let it auto-switch. Obviously, if they're closer like that, we'll switch early to get better DPS. Because even with a maxed out bow, we'd still be doing less damage with range than we would our melee. Whatever calculation it does, it just hits a little bit weaker. Because it's range instead of melee. Potatoes! We're almost there! 1 more drop and we're out of here. Or 1 more potato drop, I should say. Otherwise, 2 more normal drops and an acorn would be great. Or just 3 acorns. Also, this is a crazy grind of where you have to do, though, if you want to change what tree you're doing. Imagine if you wanted to change... Imagine you did all 10 of these, and you wanted to change the location of, like, 3 of them. That's gonna take like a whole day, like literal whole day of doing combat. Just to regain those 3 you need. Now what if you've already finished combat in the zone? Because that's another factor too. Like we're kind of lucky. Oh nice, another 3-star. This is our second 3-star. We got 1 4-star body, which we're wearing, and 2 3-star weapons. Unfortunately, I don't need this weapon, but still an upgrade. Technically they're weak to yellow, so... Want to use shield, I guess that's an angle. I gotta put this into Carpenter. That's kind of the whole point of why we're doing this way. Because I need to try to get a Carpenter level before we get the other thing. Oh yeah, look at that. Flanked mace. I'll put this away. Oh, really bad roll, though. But I'll store it for later, I guess. Not sure if we're going to use it. But we have it. I don't want to equip it because it'll start using my mace because it's higher strength than my other thing. These things are weak to yellow, but that roll is too bad. If it was like a 45+%, maybe I would consider it. But it's way less DPS than the weapon we're using now, even though it's 12 levels higher. And even though these things are weak to yellow. Which seems kind of ironic. Not only are they weak to yellow, but they are all the weapon is also 12 levels higher. Yet it is still weaker than what we're running now. Even without special attacks. And with special attacks, this would be way, way, way stronger. But even without it, this is still stronger than running the one hand due to how much weaker one hands are. Oh, that's a misclick. Alright, 2 goblins to go. We're moving to the other one. Come on, Acorn. You got like 3 more attempts, because some of them will be like gold drops. You got like 3 to 5 more drops to get as an Acorn. We killed around 250 of them. Roughly. Give or take like 10. If anything, take. It's like anywhere from like 230 to 250 we would have killed by the time we leave here. Or maybe like 240 to 250, somewhere around there. But you can pretty much say 250. Because I've always been lowballing it, so if you count upwards, it should be about 250-ish. With none. Which really, really makes me think it's like a 1 in 250 something, 1 in, you know, somewhere around there. And we're just going a little dry on it. But no, is there even any speculation yet what the drop rate could possibly be? Because I don't think I've seen any yet. Let me check the Discord. Let's see. Someone was saying they're giving up and waiting until they increase the drop rate. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we do a poll for it? We haven't done a poll in a very long time. Can I do a poll through here? I might be able to. I have to go through the other side of YouTube. Can I make a poll here? I think I can. Engage your audience. Start a poll. Aha! We're gonna do a poll. Let's see. Do you think they should change the drop rate of the Enchanted tree material? Let's see. Make it more common. Keep it as is. And for the very bold people, make it rarer. There we go. Let's see which one it comes out to. Wait, how do I confirm this poll? Why is there not a confirm button? There it is, start poll. Yeah, there we go. I'm actually curious what that comes out to. I don't know, I'm kind of fine with it as is. It just feels a little out of place compared to everything else. Make it rare already got voted for. It must be a 1 in 5,000 drop. You must fully complete out combat to expect to get 1. Also, has anyone tried trading with them yet? I'm really curious if they're tradable. I have no way to check, even if I get one. I feel like they aren't because no other material like this has been, but they technically are a rare drop. It almost makes me think like they are. Since they're a reoccurring, really rare drop. Of course, there is a use for all the spear ones you get if you somehow get spears. And that is moving the location of your enchanted tree. Because the first one just lets you put one down. Everyone beyond that lets you move it if you don't like the location you put it. But I'll leave that poll up and see where it comes to by the end. Because it seems like some people are kind of waiting until they become more common. I'm personally in the camp of keeping it as is for now. I just hope that within the next week they at least tell us what the drop rate is or something. It just feels a little bit out of place compared to all the other systems related to this, but as far as rarity is concerned, it's not like that rare. Seems like the average person's getting in like a few hours. Or it's going a little dry. Alright, one more item. Please, acorn. Because if we don't get acorn here, I'm AFKing for it later. And hopefully I can AFK for several of them off stream so I could show you guys where I put all my enchanted trees next week. Before we go and do the quest line. But then again, it's going to be a quest stream, so maybe I'll do it for 2 streams after. Alright, we're done. We're not going to get acorn. We're going to have to AFK it later. However, we're not done. We're still streaming. The thing I'm going for... Oops, I didn't mean to do that yet. Oops. Well, I guess we're doing this weird order. But now we're going to go do the other goblins. So I am still going until we get a material. I'm just giving up on acorn for now. Because I want to move to ash tree. So the next goblin we need to go kill for our XP rate is for active XP rate. We can still AFK those goblins within rages. But as far as active XP rate is concerned, we got to go move to the goblin chiefs. And with the goblin chiefs, we are going to be getting this material right over here. If we go over to the alchemy page, from the goblin chiefs, we will be getting... actually, let me make sure I move over there. From the goblin chiefs, we will be getting this one, which should be ash tree. Yep, ash tree. So this will give us the ash tree material as a walnut. So that is our current plan, because these are going to be way better overall XP rate and everything, between the extra knowledge and everything else. We also get good gear from them. They have plus 50% gear modifier instead of minus 50%. And even at minus 50, we still got a 4-star and 2 3-stars. So hopefully we'll be able to get even more from these guys. And of course it'll be a higher level. It'll be tier 25 instead of tier 18 at best. Which means even the helm and legs could start being upgrades if it's like a 3-star. Alright, let me go bank all this junk. And also, just for the fun of it, if I kill one crow and get it, could you imagine? Oh, this room's too crowded. Oh, there's still one here. I'm gonna kill one singular crow. This is another one that gives a material. I can't remember what. But I want to see if I can one crow and done. Could you imagine? I doubt it. Like, we go 250 goblins, and then we go one crow. It's like, oh, we got it from one crow. This is another one that we could easily AFK, though. We would want to have a proper blue weapon before we do come back to AFK these, just so we have better DPS on them. Just so we could burst them down a little bit quicker. Alright, let's see. Do we get the one and done? Could you imagine? Sad, scammed. Alright, we did not get the one and done. Alright, let's go and kill the goblins now. The other goblins. Let's see how crowded it is. Oh, no one in here. Perfect. Oh, that's what I love to see. I guess a lot of people are doing it in order. And so many people are stuck at acorn that it didn't quite get there yet. I do gotta remember, we do have to drink a healing potion. If anything, I might even need to drink 2 healing potions. Might need to go bring out the bigger heals. Oops, I healed a little bit too early. We should be fine for this battle, though. But we should just need 1 healing pot per battle. I just gotta make sure to preemptively use them. If nothing else, at least we'll kind of be able to keep track of how many battles we do then. We start at 92, so whatever the difference is how many of these goblins we've killed. As a lot of these earlier battles, we're probably gonna need to heal every fight. Oh, we got a comment from someone. You got the drop? Nope. Nope. We're almost level 25, which means if I do get a level 25 drop from these, we'll be able to wear it very soon. Pretty much in a few kills. Oh, I didn't actually need a healing potion. Okay, we're actually pretty tanky against these. Oh, that's good. Yeah, they're not that much harder than the other goblin, which is nice. But the drop table is way better. 50% modifier instead of minus 50%. A little bit worse EXP, but not by much. But way, way, way better knowledge to make up for it, which will help get our carpenter up. Also, sadly, I think that's a shield upgrade. I might want to wait till like a level 25 shield or something. But I think the shield is legitimately an upgrade compared to what I have now. I'll go check after this combat. Not like it matters because we're not using shield, but I'm almost certain that this is an upgrade to my current shield. Alright, how many more kills do we need for a level? Looks like 2 or 3. Nope, 1 more. Perfect. So any good drop that we get here, we should be able to weir. If it wants to drop us a good 3 or 4 star out of nowhere, that'd be great. Oh, why is it? Oh, yeah, there we go. I was just trying to move the window over. Like, froze the whole thing for a second. Alright, level up. Let me go wield the shield as well. We get all these stats. There we go. We now matched our HP. Yep, I knew it. It's an upgrade, unfortunately. Our shield is so behind right now that a tier 1 shield is an upgrade. It's not even the max level one. We can get 3 levels higher, too. Luckily, everything else is 4-starred. All the stuff that matters is 4-star right now. I'm so really surprised that this room is empty. I guess everyone's just kind of going in order. They're going for things that their class is weak to. Like all the Guardians going over to Ghouls. All of the Cryo Knights going to the Carnivorous Plant or the Death Crows. And all the Hammer Mages probably going to Goblins first. Because they're both weak to yellow, but they might be doing Goblin before other Goblin. At this point, it looks like we need about 4 more sets. 4 more sets of double knowledge. Luckily, these things have a really, really good knowledge rate. Not like merchant level, but you know, relative to combat, it's a pretty good knowledge rate. Okay, we're gonna go without a heal. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. No way did you high roll. No, should have healed. Need to stop being greedy. We need to heal like every fight until we get like a combat level or 2. Or until we get like a mega upgrade from them or something. In all fairness, the upgrade isn't going to do too much based on the level difference. Maybe a glove, or maybe a legs or a helm, but even that's not that much. Like a 4-star for either. 3-star for anything is, I don't even think an upgrade necessarily. Alright, let's go grab all these. Gonna have to go over there and bank them anyways. Go get another 7 healing pots. But I need to start drinking them like every combat. Or at least while we're at this level range. Once we get like 26 or 27, we can start not doing that. But at this exact level range, we kind of should, just to make sure. If we have to waste a potion. That or go make the big blue weapon already. And just start cryo-potting every battle with like a plus 40 or something. Because that's the other route. Is make a big blue weapon, get it to like 80-something%, whatever we end up getting it from. Use one of our ones that we have in storage or something. And then utilize that to... I'm going to kill 1 Death Crow every time. And then utilize that to, you know, kill him a bit quicker. It would make it so we hopefully don't need a healing pot, so our damage can offset it. But every time I go through this room, I'll kill one crow and see if we get lucky on whatever supply it drops. I have no clue what it is, but we'll know when we see it. It won't be a shell and it won't be an item. Should be pretty obvious what it is. If we ever do get it. Alright, there we go. Not to mention, we pick up everything from the ground anyways. Oh no! This room is crowded. I got the overflow room earlier. No! I should have stayed in there a while. The reason my room was empty was because the room was full. So we got the overflow room. But now we're not in the overflow room. Oh, so no XP waste is over here, which implies he gained an acorn. Unless he's doing exactly what I'm doing, in which case he's gained enough XP that's not worth doing the other guy, but still hasn't gotten his acorn yet. But yeah, at this rate, we'll give it a solid, like, hour or two more. If we don't get it by then, maybe we do give up. I will, off-stream, try to AFK for it, though. So by the time we come back in a week, well, technically 2 weeks. Because next stream I want to dedicate just to the new quest. And then after that, we'll be doing, oh, you know, then during the following week, we can go and mess with all the enchanted trees and everything and show it off. Because the next stream that we do, I do want to only do the 3 quests, or, you know, do the quest 3 times over. So any enchanted trees we'll save for 2 weeks from now, which will be whenever they do the, I forget what upgrade it is at that point. I think it's the alchemy station upgrade, I'm pretty sure. I think that's the alchemy station upgrade. So on the alchemy station update day, we'll show all of our enchanted trees off that we've AFK'd and or actively farmed since then. But I want to get at least one. Come on. This thing can give it to us in an hour or two, hopefully. Otherwise, the alchemy day will be doing all the alchemy stuff and showing off enchanted trees, I guess. We might have to double dip them. I gotta keep remembering to heal. These things actually are starting to hit pretty hard compared to the other guys. Which at this point we could pretty much like full AFK. But yeah, in total, our kill count is starting to get somewhat close to 300. We're at like 260-ish right now. Between like everything we've killed. Between the few death crows, the billion goblins, and the few that we've done of this. We're getting really close to 300. Like 260-ish right now. And I assume they're all the same drop rate. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be. Like, you know, the rate of the death crow should be the same as the goblin, which should be the same as the other goblin, which should be the same as everything else. I don't see any reason why they would be different. I thought that immune was me. He's hitting it with a fire weapon for some reason. His ranged weapon must be fire or something. Because ideally you don't want to be using anything that they're immune to. Well, you don't get too much of an advantage from using the disadvantage of the enemy. You do get some, but not a huge amount. You're put at a massive disadvantage if you accidentally hit something with its immunity. As you're just zeroing out any damage you otherwise would have done instead of like whatever the 10% or whatever extra you would have otherwise been doing. So you definitely got to be careful to never use something's immunity. Even if it's just your ranged weapon, ideally. You might cancel out like 1 or 2 whole hits. Oh, if nothing else at this rate, we're gonna get level 9 Carpenter, which we need for the seed that we get from this anyways. That might actually happen before we get there. Because with the higher knowledge rate that we get here, and the fact that we only need, like, what, 6 more sets? Or 3 more sets, I mean, of double. Should pretty much get us our XP that we need. How much is the actual XP number? Yeah, 3 more sets of double gets us, level 9. We have another one coming up soon. Which means within the next hour, or a little over an hour, we'll probably get it by then. Also, I like how almost everyone's voting to make it rare. Only one person voted for keep it as is, which honestly is my position of it. Grinds like these, I'm perfectly fine with keeping as is. They'll get quicker when special attacks and skill tree comes out. These grinds like this, it's fine just to release it and just keep it at whatever the initial drop rate is forever. Just to kind of make it so it's, you know, established for the activity that, you know, this is just the rate. And if they want to adjust it for other things in the future, making it more common or rare, then they can. But I don't like rates, like, constantly changing for stuff. Like, if something releases as a 1 in 500 and goes to, like, a 1 in 300, and it's like, oh, you know what, let's make it rare, let's make it a 1 in 600. But, you know, I'd rather just stay as is, and if they want to adjust it for the next mechanic that ends up utilizing it. And just keep these as whatever their drop rate is now. Though seeing that these are the drop rate for these, I'm curious what the drop rate for bosses are going to be. Imagine the crafting material you need to enhance stuff in Chapter 6. Or just bosses in general. If this is just a drop for a standard mob. Oh no, that's not too out of the ordinary. Like a standard mob loot, both in Andrew Gower years and even in modern day, if you compare it to like old school RuneScape, there's some standard drops that take like 5 to 20 hours to get one of. Normally it's actual gear or something and not just like a seed or, you know, a thing to enhance a tree. But I guess even if you can consider tools like a dragon axe from Dagon Kings, which is generally considered really quick, in mid-game setup would take you like 3 to 5 hours. In max, it would take you like only an hour and a half, but you're generally not farming that in max. At least not when you need a dragon axe. So when you actually need it, it's taking you like 3 to 5 hours to get something that's considered a quick drop for skilling. And that's around what this seed is. It's about 3 to 5 hours per each. It's just not a boss for killing, just a generic mob though. But it's pretty comparable to Dagon Kings drops, which was during Andrew Gower years as well. Like 3 to 5 hours for a skilling upgrade. Because those came out in 2005. Though in all fairness, in 2005, gear probably would have taken upwards of like 8 hours. Don't do it. Aww. I saw the different resource for a second and it was like, no, that's just nettle. Sad. These are unbuyable from shop, and I didn't get too many of them. I only really get them when I do the Bone Zone. So I guess we will be getting a bunch whenever we go back to Bone Zone for a little bit, but just to get the bones for, you know, tier 9 bone rate. But, yeah, I forgot how many racks I got. But these will help offset however many racks I got. There's also one of the few tiers where doing these would actually be worthwhile. Just because we're going to get so many nettles from this, so going back to get those racks might actually be worthwhile. Because they're actually the best XP rate of any potion in the game currently. I believe they even beat the Chronopolis potion. And you get them at only level 16 instead of like 43 or whatever it is. If I go check it, it's 103,000. Whereas the other one is 104,000. But you get it, the other one, they're both about the same XP rate. There's about 1,000 more. But you get the other one like almost 30 levels earlier, 27. Which is what makes it so strong. Because you're basically getting max XP rate 27 levels earlier. But unfortunately you can't buy the supplies from shop, you have to gather them all. So maybe worthwhile gathering up to racks up to whatever nettle amount we need. At some point. Not anytime soon, but at some point might consider it. Where's the XP for this one? Yeah, even that one's worse. The highest one is Chronopolis, and it's only 1,000 better than the fire. In some level ranges, the fire one's even better than the Chronopolis. But for final tier, fire is only 1,000 off. But still better in the sense that you get access to it so much earlier. Because by the time you have Chronopolis Potion, you basically already maxed the alchemy skill. So fire matters a lot more in that tier compared to any other. Because in any other tier, you would just use it for the level above. Like any tier 6s that I have now that I'm getting from my things, these. I could just use any excess for tier 7. And any excess I have from tier 7, I can use for tier 8 and so on and so forth. You can't do that with tier 9. There's no anything after tier 9. So Chronopolis Potion is actually really weak, only for tier 9. In the sense that there's nothing after. Whereas one of the big advantages of that potion is, oh, you can just do it for the early levels of, you know, the next tier. But there is no next tier. So fire potions are a lot more valuable in final tier compared to others. As they're the highest currently yielding XP potion. Given that Chronopolis potions fall off very quick on tier 9 compared to any other tier. Because you only use them for 7 levels at most. Whereas for every other level range, you use them for like 20 or 30 levels. Alright, next double Carpenter coming in soon. Hopefully the Walnut will as well. Oh, chain legs. Is this upgrade? No. Even a 3-star might not even be an upgrade, honestly. Alright, now we know any 2-star equipment we get is not an upgrade unless it's shield. And technically bow, I guess. Bow and shield are the only two that could be an upgrade for 2-star. 3-star would be upgrade for shield, and that's it. Though we could use that as fusing material or something. And 4-star would be upgrade for literally everything. There's not a single 4-star that wouldn't be an upgrade unless the weapon's just like horrifically bad or something. Like if we got our 2-handed death weapon or something. But even that, honestly, might still be better. I'm not sure. It might come out to be more powered than this thing. The only problem is we wouldn't be able to use it on the ghoul at the end. Also, at this point, I think I'm upgrading my weapon at level 30 later. When we go make our big AFK Frost weapon. I was originally going to do it at like 25, but I think the angle is to do it at 30 at this point. That way we can go to absolutely obliterate the Carnivorous plant at that level range. As we'll be at level 30, he'll be at level 31, and he'll be weak to all of our damage while we have a like mega maxed weapon. And just do it on something that has like 85-ish% or so, give or take a little. I don't want to use my really high ones, but I don't want to use a really low one either. Bare minimum 80%. I will use one of my pre-made ones already, though. The only thing I might need is to go craft a bone right material. I'm not sure if I have one laying around. Also, what's my current passive for Carpenter? I might do that for some of the XP too. Oh, it's not a good one. Unless I already have that banked, I'm not sure. I don't think I do, because I think my woodcutting was high enough that it was after the milestone update, not before. I mean, it was before the update, not after. So I didn't get that material yet. Also, I'm very curious if no XP waste has gotten his acorn or not, or if he just moved up for XP for the same reason we did. I assume he got it already. Seems like he's just going in order. It's hard to tell because if you're actually training combat, you'd be going through the same order as the potions, oddly enough. You would go Goblin Soldier into Goblin Chief. The only time you'd go out of order is when you would then go to Carnivorous Plant, which is still a material, but it's not the next material. I might as well ask him. Let's see if he says yes here. I assume the answer would be yes. Yeah, he did get it. I still haven't. Oh, our thing is ready. Use the XP pot. Put that into Carpenter. At this dry streak, we're bound to get it soon, hopefully. That's how RNG works, right? We're just increasing our RNG value. Alright, so it does seem like average is around 3 hours. 3 hours is roughly, what? 150-ish kills? There's a non-zero chance he did do the 128 again. And we're just going really dry. Based on some of the numbers right there, it could be a 128 drop. The only reason I say that is he used that number before. But for a lot of stuff that were generic enemies that you would get quick drops from. But, yeah, it might be around the 128, 150-ish area. And we're just going, like, 2x dry. Because it really seems like it might be that, based on how many people are getting, like, 10-minute, 20-minute, you know, stuff like that. And the fact that the most dry streaks tend to be, like, 3, 4, 5 hours. But also, that's about how long the update has been out, so... But, I don't know, it seems like it's about a 1 in 128, 1 in 150-ish, like around that area. And we're just getting unlucky. Because we're almost double that right now. Because that's on par with his original rare drops from his previous game. Because I'm trying to think back. What was the drop rate of, like, the very, very first ones? Not counting barrows or anything. 128 was definitely the most common number used. It was used for Slayer, it was used for some early bosses like Dagannoth Kings, like the Dragon Axe we mentioned earlier and everything like that. And like a few other knick-knack things here and there. They also use 64 a lot. I mean, not a lot, but for some things. But yeah, I'm not sure why they like doing divisible by 8. But they love doing, like, really clean divisible by 8 numbers. Yeah, I would assume the luck potions don't work. I wouldn't be surprised if they do an update to fix it. I think that would be their compromise, and I would be fine with that. I think they should keep the drop rate as is, but make luck potion work to increase your rate of it. Like, make luck potion double the rate that you can get it at. I think that's fair. Like, maintain current drop rate, but if you want it to be more common, make luck potion work for it. Because I'm pretty sure, I'm almost guaranteed luck potion doesn't currently work. It should only work on gear. Same reason why the 50% modifier shouldn't make it more common here. It's only making the gear more common, not the you know, special resource. But I wouldn't mind luck potion also applying to, you know, weird drops like that. As long as it just doesn't work on bosses. Because that'd be weird having to be lucked up for every boss. Because those kills would be long enough that you'd kind of be trolling if you weren't lucked up the entire time. Whereas these would be a lot more optional. Because I definitely don't think they would ever do that to a boss drop table, but for something like generic like this, I feel like it's fine. But I'm like a good amount certain that luck potions currently do not work on them to try to get the resource. Well, it only works on gear rarity. Currently. That could change. But currently it should only work on gear rarity. Also, one nice thing about these, even though we're getting less of them, it's kind of good that we're getting less. We're only getting 2 nettles, and it seems to be dropping less commonly. That's good, because we want more gear anyways, as well as, you know, the walnut. I just found it funny. There's a wall here, and we're getting a walnut from it. It quite literally is the walnut. I guess walnuts grow on walls. Actually, why are they called walnut? Because don't they grow on like some kind of big like vine tree thingy? I guess maybe those vines that they grow on like go up walls, which is why they're called a walnut. As I'm just thinking now, why is a walnut called a walnut? It has to be on some kind of vine that it would otherwise grow on a wall-like structure. Also, has anyone tested yet to see if these things are tradable? I haven't heard anyone mention it yet. Because I'm really curious what one would go for. I think they aren't, because none of these other material have been. But the fact that you can get bulk of them, I'm not sure if they can or not. We have no way of checking since we can't trade, plus I don't even have one to begin with. Because I'm really curious if they are tradable, what on earth someone is paying for one. Or for like a set of 5 or 3, or like even all 10 of them. Because I'm pretty sure a set of 10 of them, if you had them by tomorrow, would sell for like 250 gold or something. If you could sell them. Like if you had a set of 10 by later tonight, there would probably be a buyer who would buy it for like 250 gold. Which is like half my cash stack right now. But if I had trading enabled, I think the most I would pay for a set of 10, especially since they might become more rare, is honestly probably like 25 gold. Instead of 250. Like basically coming out to like a few gold per piece. Because realistically, nothing is worth spending gold on in the current state of the game. The one exceptions might be potions. Potions and food once they're consumable. But gear and stuff that becomes outdated pretty quickly generally isn't going to be worth doing it on. Even once dungeons and bosses come out. Just because power creep will keep making stuff weaker. So it might be good for like half a year to a year, but you know, then it'll become average or be replaced by some other gear. But potions and food should always be pretty consistent in value. Because you're always going to need it for stuff. Or other people are going to always need it for stuff. I'm still not sure if I'm enabling trading on my other account. So far, neither of the other two have dedicated if they're going to do one thing or another. Alright, what time is it now? It's like 3:30-ish, a little after. I think we're going for about another hour, and if we don't get it by then, we might be throwing in the towel. I will go AFK these off stream. Both the other goblin, this slightly active AFK, the carnivorous plant, because unfortunately I can't enrage potion those. I'll just do the corner one and hope no one's taking a spot at a given time. And try to get as many trees as we can by 2 weeks from now. Because next week our main focus will just be going over the quest and doing that 3 times over on all 3 accounts. It's the first ever 7-star quest. And then that following week when we get potion enhancements being sped up, since that should be a pretty short stream unless we have to do something like this again. Oh gosh. But since that should be a pretty short stream relatively, we'll throw in all of our enchanted tree tech as well that we've come up with by then, as well as whatever enchanted trees we have. But yeah, I think we're going for another hour. And if we get it, we get it. If we don't, we don't. And I'll just AFK them off stream, and in 2 weeks from now for the alchemy update, we'll go over our progress. And I'll go over all the tree tech then. At least for whatever we have at the time. But hopefully we'll get one in the next hour. Don't need to worry about it. Though I'm still going to be AFKing them off stream later. For the next 2 weeks here and there. And of course, they'll probably do some kind of update for it. Although I don't think they're going to make it more common. I think the most they would do to make it more common is make luck potion work on it. Unless their drop rate is bugged. But I think the current drop rate is intended. Actually, that's something I didn't check. Did he post on X? Because he might have replied to someone on X about it. Andrew Gower. Okay, he made a post. There's 2 comments. Do either of those 2 comments, did he reply back? Someone said, awesome. And where's the other comment? I don't see it. Where's the other comment? It says 2 and there's 1. I got scammed by X. Also, I died, though we need to go bank soon anyway, so that kind of works out. But I just got scammed. It says 2 comments, but there's 1 comment. False advertisement. Up wrong way. Alright, sell all this junk. Nice, half a gold. Grab all this, bank all this. Alright, that definitely actually kind of strategic because we need a bank anyways in like very soon. So it's just a free teleport to the shop. But we'll go for another hour. If we get it, we get it. If we don't, I'll just try to AFK them over the next 2 weeks and we'll go over progress then. And hopefully we'll have the tree tech we were talking about this stream completed. As well as probably a few other trees. Which every other tree is going to be a little bit harder to determine where we need to put it. Because the initial 2 are pretty obvious to do just because they're right next to where the carpentry place is. But the other ones are a little bit more complicated depending on how you want to route them when you actually train it. It also assumes they're not going to change the layout again of the chapter. Which I guess at this point they're not going to. Because it assumes current layout rather than future layout, obviously. Also, we're getting really close on knowledge points to get this carpentry level, so if we do get the walnut soon, we'll actually be able to go utilize it. I thought it would take 2 more sets, it only takes 1 more set. 1 more set of knowledge points and we'll be good to go on this carpenter. So I like how the poll make it rarer is still winning. I do find that funny. I definitely don't think it should be rare. The boss loot being rarer than this is fine, though. For something that's generic, I don't think it should be rare, though. Where's our respawn? But if nothing else, this was a good excuse for finally train combat day. Getting really close to our goal of milestone 20. And hopefully we'll have all the ingredients from this chapter before we move on. The only one I might not have is Death Crow. Just because going back to Death Crow is pretty bad XP rate. But everything else, we should be able to get the material from. And just come back to Death Crow when we come back to this chapter later. My plan at this point is finish 4 of them, everything except Death Crow, by the time we get to combat 20. Then from 20 to 21, we do all 5 in Forest of... I almost said it again. Hope Forest. And then once we go to level 21, we come back to Hope Port. And then we do Crow at that low level range then. I think that's my routing for finishing these seeds. No time soon. That's like a half a year plan. Not all of that's going to be very soon. But that's going to be slowly done over like half a year here and there. I don't plan to rush that down. But that would be the macro plan for getting it done. Based on our level range. So much knowledge are we getting per kill? Because at this point, we're only like 15-ish kills from the Carpenter level we need for the drop that they have. So if we can get it within like 15-ish, that'd be so amazing. They would both basically line up perfectly. Though if we do get the piece from here, I do need to go back to the other one while we try to get the knowledge points. Just in case we accidentally get a second seed, or, you know, a second drop. Because obviously we'd want one of both rather than 2 of one. Hey, I need to pay attention to knowledge point. I just mentioned that earlier. Should be like 5-ish%, I believe. Yeah, 5%, roughly. Well, that was exactly 5, but you know, it's like a decimal thing. Which means, yeah, 18 more kills. No, math. No, 18 was right. It's like 18 more kills then. And then we will have the carpenter level we need for the seed that's going to drop in 18 kills, right? Also, as far as total killed, we are at, what is that? Like 280 or so. We've killed about 280 goblins with no drops between the two of them. And I guess a few death crows. We were at 280. Still none? Come on, they're out there somewheres. At this rate, we're gonna reach like milestone 20 with 0. So far, we're 5 levels with 0, almost 6. Oh, so new EXP waste is doing a lot of EXP waste. Just standing there. Menacingly. I already reset the dailies this morning. I overslept one night. It was set at night, and then it keeps switching. See, sometimes they're really busy in the morning, but sometimes they're really busy at night. So sometimes I gotta do them in the morning and other times at night because it keeps switching because I can't do it during one time sometimes, so they gotta get delayed by like 6 hours or 8 hours or however many. But yeah, at this rate, I almost feel like giving in after this inventory. I'm tempted, I'm tempted. Because your strategy at this point would be AFK the weaker goblins until we can AFK these goblins, you know, with Enrage Potion. Until we can manually somewhat AFK the Carnivorous plant because you can't Rage Potion those, unfortunately. And hopefully by then we have like a bunch of seeds. And then maybe by then I could like AFK the ghouls or something. And then by the time 2 weeks comes by, we'll have milestone 20. We'll have access to Hope Forest combat finally, properly. And we'll have, be able to show off the trees, or at least some gameplay loops with them by, you know, 2 weeks from now when the alchemy update happens. With next week being dedicated to the new quest. Something along those lines if we don't get it today. But yeah, I think I'm going until this one inventory is full and we're going to throw in the towel. Because I'm just starting to get a little hungry. I haven't ate anything yet today. It's like 4 a.m. I mean 4 p.m. I mean. So I'm going to call it after this inventory is full. Drop or no drop, we will go for it. And then off stream throughout the day, and I guess the next 2 weeks, I'll try and rage potioning all the ones we can. And hopefully by, not the quest stream, but by the following stream where we do the alchemy stream in 2 weeks from now, we will hopefully, obviously we'll go over the alchemy stuff first, but then hopefully we should be able to go over the tree stuff then. Because by then I should be combat level 20 and I can show off max cryonet gear, which we'll finally have for the first time. Visual max cryonet gear. This is when you finally get it, is at level 20, or, you know, milestone 20. And then, hopefully we'll have the seed from these goblins, the seed from these goblins, or, you know, the item. We should have it from Carnivorous Plant. And if we stretch gold a little bit, we'll probably also have it for Ghoul. So that'd be all of them from Chapter 1 except Death Crow, which we plan to come back for later. Because I want to do high-level Death Crow, not low-level Death Crow. They're way too bad XP rate at the moment. So I'm going to wait till we do them on Milestone 21, since we're doing Milestone 20 with Hope Forest then. But once we rotate back on 21, we'll get them. Because that'll be like the second enemy we have to face. Technically the first enemy in the sense that if I just make a good blue weapon, we can take them on immediately. They are weak to blue, so... Definitely the easiest category of thing we can kill. The only problem is they have somewhat bursty damage. Nowhere near as bad as the hags in Chapter 4, but they still got pretty bursty damage compared to an average enemy. Which makes it a little bit annoying to do them early because they might not always kill you, but they sometimes get really lucky. Compared to an average enemy that has a quicker hitting attack, like these, which can't get as lucky. Oh, come on, you can do this. Speaking of luck, you better not die to that. There we go. Nope, just Nettle. First Nettle of the run, though. Nettle does not seem to be nearly as common as the potatoes. And when we do get it, it only gives us 2 instead of 4. Yep, final double knowledge coming in. That'll be the carpenter level. So if we do get the seed, I'll be able to go do the ash plank method I want to go do. As we'll have the ash tree upgrade and the ash plank ready to go. The only downside is it wouldn't be the best woodcutting XP, but it's not that bad. It's only 15 levels, or I guess technically 16 levels below. It's not that bad of a method. It's mostly for the carpenter XP, and the fact that we get to bank them for shields later. The only problem is I'm probably never going to make those shields because my bone rate level is so high. Because I need tier 8 and we're making tier 5. So it's mostly for carpenter XP more so than anything. Still going to bank them though. In case they ever get repurposed for something in the future. Or if they have some kind of material upgrading system in the future as well. Or just something that needs a bunch of reagents in general. Of various stuff. I think the closest his first game came to in that regard was Summoning. Summoning used a lot of random junk from like every skill. And so did Invention, but that was after the Gower years. But Summoning was the first one to end up doing it. The closest equivalence that could do that in Brighter Shores is going to be Chapter 6 Enhancement skill. I don't think it has a proper name yet, or at least not publicly. But Chapter 6's enhancement skill is the earliest thing we could possibly get that would be similar to it. In that it might pull resources from almost everything in the game in order to enhance stuff. As well as new material, of course. Which is probably what the main gathering skill from that chapter is going to do as well. Is be enhancement base for various enhancements for gear. It's assuming they're still doing enhancements in Chapter 6. Last I've heard, it still seems like that's what they're doing, but, you know, it was like, what, a year ago at this point? Over a year? Could change. I'll be signing the shadow. Alright, combat level is about to come in. Also got to remember to drink an 8% Hope Forest potion for the Carpenter level. for the knowledge points that are rolling in. And we are pretty much officially at 300 kills and like 3 more kills. There's no way we're not based on these XP numbers and everything. We've exceeded the 300 kill mark at guarantee within 3 more kills. We're at over 300. Exact number, I have no clue, but it's over 300. Oh no, I drank an 11% Hope Forest! No! I gotta put this in alchemy now. Rip, that's not the one I meant to drink. The other one wasn't highlighted. Oh well. Well, I guess we need more knowledge now. Worst comes to worst, we can train Carpenter for like 5 minutes. If we happen to get it this stream, it's not that big a deal. If nothing else, I can also pass it for one night. It'll be good to go. But no, all we need is a double set of knowledge for it. But since I drank the 11% Hope Force, I gotta put in alchemy now. Which is still good. I still need that. But if I do get the seed within the next, like, you know, 15 minutes, that doesn't mean we do need to go, like, manually out of our way for Carpenter for a short duration. Shouldn't be that long, though. It's not that hard to go get 205 XP when 1 knowledge point's already giving us, like, half of that. More than half. It's not like these are going to be the last 2 knowledge points we get. But these do have to go to alchemy since I drank the wrong potion. Whoops. That's not the right potion. It's because it's grayed out. Like, this one's not grayed out, so it's like, oh, click this one. But no, I actually needed the Hope Forest one. At least we get some extra combat XP here, if nothing else. Only 11%, but, you know, adds up. 11% more in, like, 3 kills. But yeah, I think at this point, we go until we have a full inventory, and then we're going to grab dinner. We went for over 4 hours, almost 5 hours, and we couldn't get one. Unless we get one soon. But I'll just start AFKing them, and by the alchemy update in 2 weeks, we'll do them then. And do the alchemy update with the other alchemy update. Because this is, the update we're doing today is alchemy feeding into woodcutting. But then the update on 2 weeks from now is, I forget what it is, smithing feeding into alchemy? It's something feeding into alchemy, I can't remember what it was, I think it's smithing. Why smithing? I have no clue. But I believe it's smithing feeding into alchemy. So they're both basically an alchemy update, so we'll be able to do both at once then, next time. I won't have every tree, but we'll have more than 0. We'll have like 3 or 4 trees, most likely. This one, the other one, which are the most important 2 for what I want to try. We should have carnivorous plant, most likely, though that can't be AFK'd, unfortunately. And maybe ghoul, if we could do a stretch goal one, if I have enough time between then. That one I probably can't AFK. It can be AFK'd, but the problem is it's going to be too high of a level to AFK. Unless we really start pumping up the attack. Nope, another nettle. Thought it might have been it for a second. Combat level coming in, though. A little bit more stats. Not a lot, but every bit helps. But yeah, 8 more items and we're calling it. The final 8. And then I'll grab the enrage potions and start AFKing the other thing. Because I'll just do it while I'm eating dinner and everything. And of course, the next time we'll be back is next week's Tuesday to do a new quest. I say Tuesday because even if it comes out on Monday, I will not be free on Monday, unfortunately. Got an appointment and some other things I need to do. But on Tuesday, assuming we have it by then, we'll do it then. Also, nice, another Hammer Mage upgrade. Might utilize that soon. Do we have a Guardian upgrade? I wish there was a way to check based on... I do! Oh, that's crafted, though. Never mind, that's fake. That's a fake upgrade. No, I don't. I would have to reduce its value to be able to do that. Unless we want to reduce its value for a free upgrade thingy. But yeah, I would have to reduce its value to do such a thing, unfortunately. Which probably isn't worth it, but I don't know. We'll see. Saves us like 15 minutes to have to craft a bone right upgrade. If we were to do it from scratch, because I don't have that many bone right upgrades left. But then again, I have enough to go still do a blue sword. Well, long story short, I probably won't be able to use that. It's probably just going to get sold. The only way it could possibly get used is if I get a Guardian drop from one of these guys later. I don't know, maybe I should use some luck potions on them later. The only problem is I think I have almost no maid at the moment. It's because these already have a plus 50% modifier, so might as well make that even higher. I'm still not sure if they multiplicitly work or additively work. If they additively work, it doesn't really matter if I use it on them or not, because it's doing the same benefit as if you do it on anything. But if they work multiplicitly, then it actually would matter if I do it on these, because you'd get more of a benefit from it multiplying 50% than minus 50%. But I don't know if it works, which way it works. And I don't think they've ever said anywhere if it does additive or multiplies it. Most things in this game do multiply, but they have been making some more things additive recently. Like the potion effects on bounties are now additive instead of multiplicit. So you get less benefit from when you use a potion on a bounty now. It's only applicable to 2 times, 3 times, and 4 times bounties. But they nerfed it by being additive, so it doesn't do nearly as much. Because before, if you use a 10% on a 4 times, it would have went to 440%. But now it only goes to 410%. But a lot of things in this game are multiplicit currently, so there's a chance that luck stacks with luck. That the plus 50% stacks with luck potion, but I'm not sure. You'd have to get a lot of data or data mine it to check. I don't think anyone has bothered yet. Yep, someone got a full inventory. That'll be us soon. And this next inventory is going to be our last, I think. RNG beat us today. Unless we get in 6 more drops. It's still not over yet. Could still win. But worst comes to worst, this update was a great excuse for the game to force us to finally train combat. We gained 6 combat levels this stream. And have a reason to go train to like milestone 21 now instead of putting it off for like several months. Because I've been meaning to go to milestone 20 since milestone update day. Which was, what, back in February? So I've been meaning to do that for 4 months. Oh, no, 2 months now. I forgot, it's only, it's not even May yet. But for like the last 2.5 months, I've been meaning to and still have not bothered to do it. So this update finally got me to at least chip at it some, if nothing else. Alright, 3 more items. Down to the wire. Otherwise, we'll go bank everything, grab the enrage potions from our bank. And, yeah, go use those then. And go set up near the AFK location. And just dump all the XP into, alchemy. Because the carpenter we can do whenever. I'll be able to get that easily over, you know, 2 weeks. I sure hope I can get a 4th level in 2 weeks. I'm gonna heal here. I have a feeling he's gonna hit too high. But those numbers, definitely. There's also the inverse of us hitting too low. Alright, 1 more drop. It has to be the chestnut. It has to be, right? It can't not be. We've been at this for 4 hours. Actually, a little over 4 hours. It has to be a chestnut. Watch. You know what's gonna happen? We're going to teleport over. I'm going to go get the AFK set up. I'm going to go and make dinner. The second I come back with it, I will find a acorn on the ground when I'm AFKing the other guys. Because I'm going to AFK those until I can AFK these until, you know, we have both the acorn and the chestnut thingy. Then I could try to set up off stream so we know what to show for next time. Because I really want to try that method. And by then I'll have the woodcutting level as well. Because right now I can't chop them at level 28, but I will be able to then. And obviously we'll have the carpenter level of a 4th over level by then as well. Obviously. We could technically have that now if we wanted to. Alright, what's gonna be our final item? Show me the chestnut. Also, let me go show the 2 trees I am gonna put this on, though. Before we go do that, I do want to show the 2 trees. Just so everyone knows in case they want to do it themselves. And I'm pretty sure people can come up with their own strategies too, but I do want to show the 2 trees I plan to put these 2 on for the loop. Could even technically show the whole gameplay loop too. I just need to go sell these real quick to a shop. Just need 1 more drop. And who knows, if it's a chestnut, I could show it directly as well. Come on, final drop chestnut. You know you want to. What's rather ironic about this is even though it's an alchemy update, it is basically a combat update. Because you have to spend hours upon hours doing combat to spend about like 30 seconds doing alchemy, not even. Because you probably have to crush it and then you have to put it into the potion maker and then, you know, you get your potion and you put it on the tree. Because I assume how it works. Come on, chestnut. Nope. Alright, so let me go reset my inventory real quick. Let me do it through the mines because it's a little bit quicker doing it this way. Plus, while I'm here, I can get some smithing bounties I need. Or go check smithing though. They feel like the most worth. Bone-right aren't that bad. The problem is getting to the bone-right bounties a little far. There's only 1 location. If there was a bone-right bounty board in there, it'd be a lot more convenient, but there isn't, unfortunately. But let me go sell all these to this guy because it's a little bit quicker than doing it in Chapter 1. Plus, we get to check our bounties anyways, so free value. Especially if there's a high rarity one. Plus, I don't think I've gotten max level on the tier 8 one yet. I have on all the other ones. We're at max difficulty. Nice. That's why you check. Alright, that's everything we need. Alright, now we go to show the trees I was going to go do. So here are the 2 trees I would plan to do these 2 resources on, which both of these we should 100% have by next time we do a stream. Maybe I'll briefly mention it too during the quest video, but I like trying to keep the quest videos lately just to quest stuff. But I can still do the tree stuff at the end, I guess, real quick as well. But the 2 trees I plan to enhance in this chapter are... Alright, now I gotta check based on this tree location. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that one's a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But it's closer to the juniper. So the ones I plan to enhance are this juniper right here. And one of these 2 ash trees. Probably this one, so we could skip the other one then. So if we were to 4 times chop this tree, we would go here, 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 and then the really far one of there. Is that enough ash logs? You have to keep in mind we got 3 from that, or we got 4 from this tree. So we technically have 3 more logs than how many logs we currently have. Oops, I missed one. How did I not get that one? Because I want to go here, here, and then go all the way over there. Must have misclicked it earlier. Grab that one, grab that one. Wait, is there another one there? Yeah, there is. Grab that one. Because it's hard to grab everything in this camera angle. But grab that, grab that. There should be all of them now. And we should have 3 more. Is this a full inventory without grabbing that tree? I guess is the question. Just so we don't have to go there. And the juniper's mostly just there for the juniper loop. Could even make an argument to go for this juniper. I forget where it is in that room. I might need to go check. Because I'm not sure if I'm going to bother needing it for this. Because I forgot. There's enough ash trees in here to already cover it. We need to have 12 logs. And of course, whatever number we hear, we technically have +3 of. Because there's 3 from the non-existent tree that we don't have coming in here. So yeah, that means we could even skip 1 tree, right? Or am I counting that wrong? Yeah, I could skip 1 tree. Because we'd have 3 more logs. Which means one of the trees I went for, we don't have to go for. I guess that would be one of the trees on the other side, just so you wouldn't have to go down. Then you would only have 11. But yeah, you don't even need the juniper. You only need the walnut thing then. And then what you would do is go carpenter them. But of course, we're one level short because I accidentally used it on the wrong XP number. But then you would carpenter all of them. You would then, after carpentering all of them, pretend we carpentered all of them. Good to put it in here. But then after you carpentered all of them, you'd bring all of your log thingies you have. You would then go all the way back over here. You would go and, well, I guess you would do this beforehand during the loop. You would do this when you do your initial loop. You would go and do your insta-grow. And then drop these to the ground because you get one insta-grow. And this insta-grow should be on a pretty similar timer to the ash tree thingy. You would do this after the ash tree, but before you go to the other thing. So you would do this like after this tree, you would go for this and then go for that tree. And then do it like that. And then you would just do that and then, you know, keep repeating and just drop these. But yeah, you would go back to this enhanced tree. Or first you would go put all this away. Because you would have a full inventory of ash log. And then, yeah, we would go for this tree, which would give us 4. We would then go here, which would be 5. Here, which is 6. Here, which is 7. You then insta-grow this, because it should be off cooldown by then. And then drop all of them. Go here for 9. And go here for 10? Yeah, drop in the other 2. I guess you would only do 10 at a time instead of 12. But that's fine. Yeah, you'd be bringing 10 in. The only way you could get 12 is if you incorporated 2 more trees. How would we incorporate 2 more trees is the question, I guess. Because you'd have to waste too many tiles to go for 2 more trees, it feels like, in every direction. Because going here, then to that corner, and then going vertically doesn't really waste any time. So yeah, I might just have to do it with 10, I guess, every time. Which is a little bit awkward, but it allows you to do your orchard at any time, if nothing else. Like, rather if you're going in or out. So whenever it's off cooldown, you can do it. And I assume these have a pretty similar cooldown to, well, it depends on your level range. But they should have a pretty similar cooldown to the trees. But, yeah, that's pretty much the game plan. Will that work perfectly for the cooldown? I have no clue. Alternatively, we could put it on this tree. And then we have an ash tree enhanced here next to a juniper tree enhanced here. However, the other good juniper tree spot, if we don't go for the enhance on ash tree there and juniper tree here, which would give us our 1 more log as well, we just have to go out of our way some, is there's a juniper tree, oh no, this is pine, never mind, ignore that. That's a pine tree. Ignore what I was going to say. I thought that was juniper. So yeah, you would have to make this your juniper tree then. Because I can't think of any other location you'd really put that then. Yeah, you basically have to put it there. Based on where junipers exist. Your most relevant juniper would be this tree right here. Which would be next to your enhanced ash tree. Which would be either this one or this one, depending on how you want to do it. Honestly, I might just do this one. Just because it has some implications for Ave Keen with your main loop. Because the main loop that doesn't change is doing these 6. The main ash tree loop is take these 6 and to keep doing those over and over and over and over again. That is still the meta for ash trees, even with the enhancement. So having this here would make it easier to grab that if you wanted to AFK for a second while still doing that. Because then you could AFK this room and have this really big ash tree right here for your starting click. So you could then get all the clicks for everything across the entire room. Though it's a little bit hard to click all of them from here. But you definitely could click every tree from here. The only one you can't is the one all the way next to the carpenter place. But, yeah, you'd be able to do it that way. It would also give you the option of doing ash tree AFK while you're doing ash trees and then go to this juniper AFK. Or, you know, you take 4 and then take 4. I guess we could try to figure out where we put the other trees then. Alright, let's figure out where to put the, pine tree. So pine tree would go where? Where's every pine tree currently? I feel like pine doesn't have a good option. Pine has so many rooms. Oh, you know where to put my pine tree? 100%. I put it in the Wendigo room. 100% I put it in Wendigo room. So, the Wendigo room is one of them. Oh, I didn't think about that till just now. Wow, wait. Wait. Remember when we said we were going to do combat synergy with trees? We have 2 trees here, and you can chop one 4 times. Oh yeah, 100% we put it here. Oh, this is even in question then. Any of them that have a combat room, you just put it in the combat room. So pine tree is one of these 2, whatever one you like. Probably this one. Oh yeah, that's huge. Wait, we have that for several. Because we have this for the other combat one too. If we go to the north. Because this one, the thing that made me think of it is there's only one tree you could do, the swabs. Unfortunately, it's like tier 9 alchemy. We'll have that eventually. But when you finally have like max alchemy, the Suave tree, technically you could do it in any location, but this one's way closer to a bank. There's a Suave tree right over here. Do I have the level for the shortcut? Please say yes. Why do I feel like the answer is no? Fine, I'll walk around. Oh, level 9. Gosh, that's literally max woodcutting. Wow, we really don't have the level for that. But yeah, there's a bunch of Suave, whatever trees here you can do here. Like this guy, you do combat, but then chop your Suave tree. So you can do that for any of these trees. However, the one closest to a bank, and the one we're 100% doing, is this one right here. This is the Suave tree you would do. There's only one in this room, but since you could chop it 4 times, there's 4 in this room. The respawn would take a while, but doesn't matter because you're just doing combat anyways during that downtime. So it's kind of fine that's going to take you forever because you're just doing combat within that time. And then whenever it regrows finally after like 2.5 minutes or whatever, you then chop it down 4 times and then go back to doing combat and you keep repeating that. And then if you get a full inventory, well, the bank is right there. But yeah, that's huge. You could do that for every combat tree as well. So yeah, that's where Pine goes. That's where Suave goes. Is there any other? That's where your Poplar would go for Viper. You'd want to put that in this Viper room over here. If I could go walk over to it. You'd want to put it in this one because this is where the good double spot is. There's a really good double spot where you should be killing Vipers. Also, this is for one of the ingredients too for the trees, by the way. Which one? I have no clue, but one of them. But that'd be fun if we get in 1 kill, if we do an example kill real quick. But I wonder if doing that at a lower level matters. Because we're killing these at like level 0 right now. But you would want to do that on this Poplar tree right here. Would be the Poplar tree in question. I guess either or, but they're both about the same value. But the gameplay loop is kill these 2. And then you would take one of these Poplar trees 4 times. You can even take the other one if you really want to. But you'd kill one of these. Or you'd take your Poplar tree 4 times. You'd kill one of these. You know, keep killing them back and forth. The reason why you do these 2 Vipers is they're 2 closest Vipers together. Also, I'm surprised there's no one here. This would actually be a good time to try to find this component if we end up getting lucky on it. But yeah, you just keep killing these 2, and then once your trees respawn, you know, you do your enhanced tree, grab that 4 times, you know, go from there. What other trees have we not gone over? I guess Mahogany tree? So this is where you would put your Poplar. Either of these 2. They're both about the same value, roughly. I think this one might be a little bit better. They're both about the exact same value, though. That's where you would put your Poplar. What ones have we not shown yet? Mahogany, Teak. Let me go back to Central. Mahogany, Teak, and what other one? Bamboo you can literally put on anything. I don't think it matters in Bamboo Room. You take everything from Bamboo Room anyways. So I don't even need to show Bamboo. These all Bamboos in one room, so just put whatever one you feel like it. Teak trees. Okay, what is the best way to do Teak? The problem with Teak is locationally it is really bad to a storage rift. I think you have to do the Mahogany one. I feel like you have to do a weird cycle where you do Teak Mahogany, which means this is probably the best tree, because that means you could do Oak, Teak, Mahogany 4x and put your Oak on this route, where you put your Teak tree here, you put your Oak tree here or here. Like one of these here, it doesn't really matter which. I don't think too much. And then you would put your Mahogany... Honestly, would you just put your Mahogany here and just go wide farm? Because you could put it right here just to make sure they're all close so you get the triple. I was not sure if wide farming that much would be worth it. Because I believe you need enough respawn time when doing Mahogany to do a weave. And then once you do your weave, you might want to set this tree. It feels like it's in the middle of nowhere, but it might be the way that you want to do it, depending on if you're doing the full weave. But otherwise, yeah, I think you actually would put it kind of close. So when you're going down this path, if you're ever going down center, you could also grab it. But also if you're ever, you know, trying to chain them together, you could do one of those 2 as Mahogany, one of these 2 as Oak, and then obviously your Teak would be right here for the triple AFK here. Obviously it's not that far AFK, but you know. I feel like that's the way I would kind of try to utilize them. Because this already has to path through anyways, when you go and bank Teak. So you might as well take a somewhat more AFK Oak and then a somewhat AFK Mahogany, and then, you know, do the Mahoganies there and store them all when you do your Teaks. Because it's probably your best way to overall bank. What have we not shown then yet? Is that every tree that has a special thing? Hickory. Where would you put Hickory? That's the only one I think we haven't shown yet. Oh yeah, duh. You would just put it in a combat room. This one's really obvious. This one's right next to Storage Rift. You would just put it in one of these 3. Probably the one closest to the teleport. So you'd put it on this Hickory tree right here. You'd put it on this Hickory tree would be the one you'd put on. Because you do this while doing Spriggan combat. And you also teleport there quickest whenever you go through the portal. And then whenever you need to store everything away, you just put it away in here. And you're good to go. I think that's every tree then. Did I miss one? I didn't do bamboo, but bamboo is literally all in one room, so it doesn't really matter which one you do. Just put it on whatever one looks nicest. Or the one in the middle, I guess, just to even it out. So it's nice and symmetrical. I think that's all of them, right? Hickory, we showed. Yews, unfortunately, don't have one. Mahogany, we showed. Yew doesn't have one. Teak, we showed. Poplar, we showed. Yeah, let's go over them through the map. So, all the ones we would need to do, or where we would place every tree. Yew does not have one. Hickory goes right next to the portal room, so you could use it for portaling, as well as when you go to your suave, as well as just for the combat, which is the main thing you use it for, while you do combat with those. Speaking of combat, you put your swave right next to the closest bank, so you could 4-chop that while doing combat. The next one are oaks. Oaks you put over here, so you have it on vertical path if you ever use it there, but also so you could do banking when you do your teaks. Mahogany goes right over there, so whenever you're doing your banking with teaks, you can get it easily, as well as if you're ever chaining it with oaks, if you're doing oak plus mahogany. Of course, we have the teaks, which goes on the closest one over here right in the middle, which not only works for the center pathing if you're doing the triple chain, but also allows you, when banking teaks, to be able to go and AFK oak and mahogany on your way back to the bank. Other things, other than that, what else did we miss? Pine. Pine goes in the combat room for the thing, which also goes back to our vertical line that we have going on, but also mostly because we'll be doing combat in there, and we'll be able to go do the 2 trees for 5 total, and then go and, portal over, storage drift everything over there, be good to go. And then the only other 2 is Juniper. Juniper we do over here in case we ever want to do it with Ash Tree synergy. And the Ash Tree we put probably over here so we could do it with Juniper synergy, but also so we could do it for a wide circle for doing the main loop I want to go try for the Carpenter, which is also probably some of our best Carpenter XP while still gaining some woodcutting XP. And yeah, that's pretty much where we plan to have all the trees. Oh yeah, and bamboo. Bamboo you just put like on any of them. They're all in one room. It doesn't matter where you put it. Oh, just don't put it in that room, I guess. Don't put it in the other room. Oh, then again, maybe that would ruin it. Maybe you do put it in the other room now that I think about it. Because I'm not sure what the respawn timer would be. There's a small chance you actually put the bamboo tree in the other room. I forget what the respawn timers are like, but yeah, actually don't put it in the storage room. You put it in one of them in the other room. Because, in case you need an AFK for a second, I guess. Because I might mess up the full cycle that you have for bamboo room if you put the enhanced one in the bamboo room. So the bamboo room you probably leave as is, and you put the closest one to whatever the door is. I guess we'll go check it. Let's go do the bamboo. Let's go check where bamboo goes. We'll do the other telly. Oh yeah, I could use the shortcut now for the first time. I think I even get first time bonus. No, we don't. Because I grabbed the thingy from it. But it's the first time I ever actually get to use the shortcut. Because last time we just grabbed the little material from it. But this time we'll be able to go get the shortcut. But yeah, unfortunately we got none of the seeds. But by next stream and by alchemy stream as well in 2 weeks from now, as well as next stream in about a week, we will have some amount of these trees. So we'll be able to show some of the gameplay loops if nothing else. But that's where I plan to put all my trees personally. And let me go show the bamboo one since I haven't actually shown it. But yeah, I don't think we can put it in the bamboo room. The main reason I think we can't put it in the bamboo room is mostly because I think it ruins the timers. The only exception to this is if I take every bamboo in this room, which I'm going to go test right now. It's one of the reasons I want to come here. Does it... do I grab all of them before they start respawning? I don't believe the answer is yes. Because if you do need all of them, that means the enhanced tree has to not go in this room. It would have to go like right over here or something. You'd probably have to enhance that bamboo, which is a little bit weird to do. But who knows, maybe this will eventually be a boss ship at some point. So you can kind of AFK it while you're doing that or something. But let me go double check this bamboo room. The main thing I want to check here is if we take one of each, does the first one respawn before we get to the final? Because if this is a perfect cycle, then you definitely don't want your sparkly tree in here. Because I believe it is, which means you want your sparkly tree in the other room. Even though it doesn't really do anything in the other room, it's actually probably one of the least effective shiny trees in the game if you were to enhance it. Because I'm pretty sure this is perfect loop, which means you do not want to put your enhancement in here, as will ruin perfect loop for bamboo if you ever want to do bamboo for some reason. It helps enhance botanist, but it's probably the least useful wood currently in the game, on par with the pufferfish boxes. If nothing else, at least the pufferfish boxes give you carpenter XP. These don't even give you carpenter XP. Yeah, you definitely have to not put your enhanced tree in here. They haven't even respawned yet. Yeah, do not put your enhanced tree in here. Whatever you do, do not put your enhanced tree in the main bamboo room. You'd have to put it like right next to this dock and hope that there's a boss encounter here eventually that you can use. And you can use this as like a mini AFK while you're, you know, not bossing, I guess. You just grab one of those and be good to go. But yeah, that's pretty much the plan then for all the trees. That's where we plan to put them once we have them. Anyways, let's go head to our AFK, and I think we're calling it there. Also, what even is my AFK right now? Because I don't need wood cutting anymore, kind of. Because I'll probably get it from the oaks I'll be messing with. Oh yeah, I know what my AFK is. I want to go get the enrage potions and go head over to the goblin guy. So yeah, let me go grab those real quick. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of my other potion though. Move the potion belt. Grab here. Okay, let's go get our AFK potions. We want to deposit this. And I want to withdraw an enrage potion. Oh yeah, I got a ton of these. I was gonna say, do I even have enough right now? Do we have enough? 400. That should last us a good little while. Okay, let me teleport to chapter 1. And, yeah, let's go to our AFK location, which is the previous goblin we were killing. I'm willing to make a bet that the second I click stop stream, I will get it in 5 minutes. Luckily, it won't despawn because ground timer is like 10 minutes. It actually is exactly 10 minutes. However, yeah, let's go get it. Let's go get it. Also, we'll get our wall plants while we're here. Get our free 7 thingies. But all we gotta do is just use Enrage Potion. Hope it's not overly crowded. Because unfortunately, I can't AFK those stronger goblins at the moment. So hopefully people have given up on trying to farm the goblins. And I can get some Enrage Potion AFK. Otherwise, I might have to consider something else. Because it might still be too crowded to bother doing this. But we'll see how it is. I'm hoping most people have moved on or given up by now. And if they have, then Enrage Potion should be okay. If there's even one other person in there, it will slow down our XP rate, though. And obviously, if there's like 3 or 4, then might as well not even do it. But we'll see if it's died down a little bit, hopefully. Though this room definitely hasn't. Worst comes to worst, I could always do it on Death Crow. I don't have a good blue weapon for it at the moment, though. I'd prefer to do it on the goblins, as they're way better. You need to see that glowy tree? I know, I need one, too. I want to get that glowy tree. We won't even see one today. Won't even know what it looks like, but we'll get it by next stream. Alright, come on, 0 people in this room, or at least not enough that it would ruin our XP rate too much badly. Never mind, I can't do this now. New plan. Hello, Death Crows. You're technically one. Alright, I'm just gonna AFK these. Alright, anyways, guys. Hopefully we'll have some trees to show off for next stream and or alchemy stream. I might not show them off next stream just because I want to make it mostly focused on the new quest. But we will be back next week's Tuesday for the 7-star Mines of Bitumen quest. First 7-star quest ever added to the game. And yeah, I'll be messing with that on next week's Tuesday, assuming it's out by then. If it does come out on Monday, I will be busy on Monday, so we will not be able to show it, unfortunately. But the patch will, or, you know, we'll be streaming on Tuesday regardless then, basically. Unless it's not out by Tuesday, in which case, obviously, we can't. But regardless when it comes out, we'll be streaming it 1 week from today on Tuesday around noon Eastern Standard Time. And we'll do it as we normally do the first playthrough blind on our main account, and then do the other 2 side playthroughs on the other 2 accounts, trying to do it as quickly as we possibly can. Unless the quest is like massively long, because it's a 7-star quest, we'll see. It shouldn't be, I wouldn't expect. But you never know. But that's pretty much the game plan. We'll do that next Tuesday, and then the following week from that will be the alchemy update day, where alchemy stations will be updated, and is why I kind of want to wait to go show the trees then, because the alchemy update should not take that long at all. Like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. So I'm going to probably save most of the trees that we have enhanced for then, to give us some time to actually go grind them like this, but also to, you know, kind of do a double alchemy stream in a sense, since we'll have alchemy enhanced station, but also have an alchemy enhanced trees, both for the same stream. And that's pretty much the game plan. And that's pretty much every last stream we'll be able to cover before my trip, but the only exception being minor bounties, which are coming the 3rd week after that. That'll be like the last update I think I can cover before my trip, and I'll be gone for like 3 months. And then after that, we'll do like 1 stream per month going over, or 1 stream per day going over like 1 month's worth of content each time. And then after we do the 1 month of content each time, we'll do every quest that we missed. With the main one that we know right now being a 4-star merchant quest coming out for Chronopolis, or whatever kind of merchant. It might not be merchant, it might be detective, but you know, some quest coming out for that chapter of Chronopolis, and whatever other quests we missed in that time, as well as major features. Though I highly doubt they're going to add dungeons this summer. They're not going to develop that quick. That's very ambitious to think that could even be a possibility. But anyways, guys, I hope you all have a wonderful week. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week for the first 7-star quest being added to the game. Hopefully it has a bunch of good rewards for it. Anyways, guys, goodbye everyone, and thanks for watching.
Oh yeah, on the poll, 50% said they should make it rarer. Oh no. No, I personally think they should keep it as is. Though some people do think it should be more common. If they do make it more common, I hope they make it more common by making luck potion work on it. Just so there's at least a resource cost to making it more common. So if you want to choose to, or if you just want to AFK it out, you still have like both options to do. Because obviously I'm not using luck potions right now. There's no need to on something like this. But anyways, guys, hope you all have a wonderful week, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye-bye, everyone. Thanks for watching. And best of luck if you're trying for these, because gosh, you need it.